This city stood nestled deep within the protective embrace of this ancestral mountain range, the last stronghold of humanity. More than just a city, it was a sprawling kingdom with over 1 million people, stretching across miles. The city was a patchwork of tightly packed houses, sloped roofs, and intricate wooden buildings, surrounded by towering mountains and encircled by a massive wall that had seen countless battles. Long ago, legends spoke of a time when humans thrived, building vast empires and ruled by powerful demon spiritualists and even gods. Those empires had long since crumbled, leaving behind only faint memories of their greatness. Yet, Glory City endured, standing strong even through the darkest eras that wiped out the rest of the world. Life here wasn't easy. Demon beasts prowled the nearby mountains, constantly threatening the city, but the people refused to give in. Even after countless attacks, Glory City always rebuilt, its walls patched over and over again. For the people, it was more than a place to live, it was hope, the last light of humanity shining in a world filled with darkness. And so, they called it Glory City, a fitting name for the legacy it carried. As the first snowflakes began to drift from the gray sky, Nai Li couldn't help but lose himself in their quiet beauty. Each flake seemed to hang in the air, delicate, fleeting. He watched as they fell on the Holy Orchid Institute, softening its harsh lines. The snow was peaceful, almost serene, and for a brief moment, the world felt still. His thoughts stilled with it, as if he was trying to capture every single snowflake in his mind, memorizing the way they floated down. A tap on his shoulder yanked him from his quiet reflection. Nai Li turned around and found Lu Piao, his grin as wide as ever. "Hey," Lu Piao said, unable to resist cracking a joke. "Maybe after we graduate, you can finally stop dreaming about getting a girlfriend." Nai Li laughed, rolling his eyes but playing along. "Lu Piao, with the way you're going, I'm shocked you're not teaching a class on how to stay single forever." They both laughed, the kind of laugh that came from years of friendship, of shared struggles. But as always, peace never lasted long here. A sharp voice cut through their banter, dripping with scorn. "Shut up, you two losers." Nai Li felt the irritation rise, even though he should have been used to it by now. He glanced over, and there she was, glaring at them like they were the dirt under her shoes. The insults were nothing new, but every time they still stung, a reminder of where they stood in the eyes of others. Just another pair of nobodies in a world that only cared about power and talent. It was graduation day, or at least, that's what they called it. But for people like Nai Li and Lu Piao, it didn't feel like they were graduating from anything. It felt like they were here to watch the real students get all the praise. The talented ones. The ones who mattered. Nai Li was a 3-star bronze rank. Lu Piao, a 5-star. 5 years, and that's what they'd managed. Barely enough to earn a polite clap, let alone respect. The others? They were already rising stars, bathed in the admiration of everyone around them. For them, the spotlight was never going to shine in their direction. But, of course, Lu Piao never cared much about that. He grinned at the girl, always ready with a comeback. "Oh, Your Highness, since you're sitting here with us, doesn't that make you just as worthless as we are?" The girl's face twisted in irritation, and she stormed off. Nai Li chuckled. That was just like Lu Piao, never afraid to speak his mind, even when it would get him into trouble. That boldness was something Nai Li admired about him, even if it often made their lives harder. As her footsteps faded, Nai Li's eyes wandered, and his thoughts drifted again. Glory City. This place had a way of making sure you never forgot your place. One rule echoed through his mind. To be strong was to be everything. That was the harsh reality. Talent and strength decided your fate, and those without either were left to scrape by, watching from the sidelines. The commoners like Nai Li were the backbone of Glory City, but they were overlooked, undervalued. The nobility, on the other hand, were born into privilege, their lives so far removed from his it was like they existed in different worlds. And above them all were the three great families, the Snowwind family, unrivaled in power, the Sacred family, with their vast army, and the Divine family, whose wealth seemed limitless. Nai Li knew his place. He knew that the world didn't care about people like him. But still, deep down, a fire burned. He didn't want to accept this fate. He couldn't. One day, he'd break these chains. He'd rise. He'd be more than just a bystander in this world. Imagine that, Lu Piao, Nai Li said suddenly, his voice carrying a hint of mischief. One day, we'll be up there. Then we'll see who calls us losers. Lu Piao shot Nai Li a grin, always quick to join in. Yeah, and when that day comes, I'll be teaching a course on how to climb the social ladder, the Lu Piao way. Nai Li laughed, the sound light, but his heart heavy with ambition. Just make sure your first lesson isn't how to get ignored by every girl in Glory City. Their banter was cut off by a wave of cheers. Du Jet, a commoner who had somehow clawed his way to the gold rank, was stepping onto the stage. Nai Li stood, watching him, feeling a strange mix of admiration and frustration. Lu Piao stayed seated, slouching as if he couldn't care less. There goes Mr. Perfect, Lu Piao muttered, dripping with sarcasm. Nai Li kept his eyes on Du Jet, despite himself. He's done well. He's joining the nobles after this, you know. Thanks to the Snowwind family. Lu Piao yawned, as if this was all too dull for him. Great. Another hero. As thrilling as watching grass grow. Nai Li shook his head, amused. Jealous much? Maybe if you spent more time practicing and less time sleeping, you'd be up there too. Lu Piao waved him off, grinning. Please, who needs to work hard when you've got natural charm like mine? Nai Li chuckled, shaking his head, but his gaze drifted back to Du Jet. He couldn't help but wonder, what would it be like to stand there, to be recognized, to not feel like he was always in the shadows? Before Nai Li could think further, the ground beneath them trembled violently. A low rumble that sent a jolt through his body. Lu Piao's voice cut through his shock, laughing even in the chaos. Looks like even the heavens have had enough of his show-off. Nai Li was about to scold him when the deep, resonating toll of a bell filled the air. His heart sank. That bell, it only rang for one reason. A horde of demon beasts. Glory City was under attack. As the principal's voice thundered across the assembly, it felt like the words were hanging in the air, wrapping around the students, echoing over and over again. Warriors of tomorrow, heed my call. This is not just a test of your strength, it's a testament to our resolve. Our homes, our families, the very legacy of our ancestors stand threatened. Today, you must rise not as students, but as defenders of Glory City. Let your courage be the beacon that guides us through this darkness. To arms! For Glory City, for our future. Nai Li's heart pounded faster with every word the principal spoke. Was that fear? Courage? He couldn't tell the difference anymore. The principal made it sound so grand, like they were heroes born for this moment, like their whole lives had led to this one fight. But all Nai Li could feel was a pit in his stomach, a cold, twisting fear that gripped him tighter than any battle stance. What if they weren't enough? What if all the training, all the years of dreaming about being powerful, didn't mean a damn thing when faced with reality? Suddenly, a massive explosion shattered the sky to the south, and Nai Li felt his breath hitch. Smoke billowed into the air, black and thick, turning the horizon into a nightmare. His chest tightened as the words left his lips in a trembling whisper, "That's the sacred family's territory." Beside him, Lu Piao's face was pale, his usual bravado stripped away, leaving nothing but raw worry. Think they just ran off? Or worse, got wiped out already? His voice was small, almost lost, and for the first time, Nai Li saw real fear in his friend's eyes, the kind that makes you feel like a kid again, powerless and scared. Before Nai Li could answer, the principal's voice cut through the rising panic like a blade through flesh. Students know, warriors. Glory City needs your valor. Your families need your protection. This is the moment you've trained for. To battle. Nai Li watched as the stronger students transformed, their bodies merging with their demon spirits, energy crackling around them like a storm ready to burst. They looked like gods among men, charging forward with a sense of purpose he could only dream of. A part of Nai Li wanted to run with them, to throw himself into the fight and prove he was worthy. But another voice, quieter, more insidious, whispered that he wasn't ready, that he was just pretending to be brave while really wanting to hide. "My dad's out there fighting," Lu Piao said, his voice cracking slightly as he forced a shaky smile. He looked at Nai Li, searching for some kind of reassurance. "And your family's probably safe in the shelters, right?" Nai Li nodded, but even as he did, the lie tasted bitter on his tongue. "Yeah," he said, and he knew Lu Piao could hear the doubt in his voice, the same doubt that was eating him alive. Nai Li wanted to believe they were safe, but how could he? How could anyone, when the world was crumbling around them? "Let's head to the shelters, then," Lu Piao said, his voice laced with something close to desperation. "No point dying like heroes today if we don't have to." He was right. There was no point in throwing their lives away. They weren't ready for the front lines. "Yeah," Nai Li agreed, swallowing his pride. Living to fight another day sounds a lot better than dying for nothing. They took off running, their feet pounding against the ground, aiming for the statue of Lord Yemo, the beacon that marked the entrance to the underground shelters. But as they reached it, what they found was chaos. Pure, raw chaos. People were everywhere, pushing and shoving, shouting in panic as they tried to force their way into the shelter. "Move aside. My family's more important than yours," a nobleman screamed, his face twisted with desperation as he shoved a commoner aside like they were nothing. The sight of it made Nai Li's blood boil, made his hands clench into fists. How could they act like this? How could they be so blind to the fact that they were all in this mess together? How can they be so selfish at a time like this? Lu Piao muttered, his voice shaking with anger and disbelief. "Don't they get that we're all in the same boat here?" Nai Li opened his mouth to answer, to spit out his own rage, but the words froze in his throat. A sudden blast of icy air shot through the crowd, freezing everything it touched. His whole body locked up as the cold slammed into him, knocking him to his knees. He gasped, his eyes widening as he saw it, a massive snow devil yeti, its eyes glinting with a cruel, malevolent intelligence. Its breath came out in puffs of icy mist, turning the very air into a weapon. Nili's mind screamed at him to move, to do something, but he was rooted in place, terror flooding his veins. This is bad, he whispered, his voice cracking, barely audible over the chaos. They couldn't fight this thing. They didn't stand a chance. He wasn't ready. They weren't ready. Then, like a flash of lightning, the principal charged at the beast, his body glowing with power. For a split second, hope flared in Nili's chest. Maybe, just maybe, the principal could take it down. But the Yeti's massive arm swung out, swatting him aside like he was nothing, sending him crashing into the ground. Nili watched in horror as the principal lay there, broken, unmoving. His stomach twisted into a tight knot, and he could taste the bile rising in his throat. Nili, we have to move. Liu Piao's voice broke through his paralysis. He grabbed Nili's arm, yanking him back to reality. They scrambled toward the statue, desperate to get to the shelter, but a thick wall of ice blocked their way. They started pounding on it, their fists hitting the unyielding ice, frustration and fear boiling over. Just when Nili thought they were out of options, Liu Piao turned to him with a strange look on his face, a mix of mischief and something else, something Nili couldn't quite place. Hey, Nili, Liu Piao said, forcing a grin. Check it out. Isn't that a pretty girl over there? What? Are you serious? Nili snapped, turning to glare at him, his disbelief boiling over. Now's not the... Before Nili could finish, Liu Piao's fist came out of nowhere, slamming into his jaw with a force that sent him reeling. Pain exploded through Nili's skull, and everything went blurry. He staggered, struggling to stay conscious. What the hell was Liu Piao doing? As the world around Nili faded to a blur, he saw Liu Piao's face, that stupid grin still plastered there, but his eyes, they were filled with something Nili had never seen before. Determination. Sacrifice. Sadness. Liu Piao shoved Nili through a gap in the ice, forcing him into the shelter. Get out of here, loser, Liu Piao said, his voice breaking into that familiar lopsided grin. And then, before Nili could even comprehend what was happening, Liu Piao turned his back to him and ran straight at the Yeti, drawing it away from where Nili was trapped. No, no, Liu Piao. Nili tried to shout, but the words were lost in the chaos, swallowed by the darkness closing in on him. His vision blurred completely, and his last thought was a scream inside his head, a scream of pure, unfiltered agony. No. No. Liu Piao. No. Nili struggled to his feet, his jaw throbbing with pain so intense it felt like his whole face was on fire. He glanced around, blinking through the haze, and realized he was standing in a frozen, crumbling hallway. The walls around him were jagged, as if they'd been ripped apart, and the ceiling sagged dangerously under the weight of ice, with icicles hanging like nature's daggers, waiting to fall. Each step he took sent a crunching echo through the silent corridor, and the chill bit through his skin, seeping into his bones. Then, it hit him like a punch to the gut, the memory of Liu Piao's last moments. The image of Liu Piao sacrificing himself so Nili could escape burned itself into his mind. He felt like someone had ripped his heart out of his chest. His legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, a scream of anguish building in his throat that he couldn't even let out. Instead, a hoarse whisper slipped through his lips. Liu Piao. His voice cracked, broken beyond repair. Nai Li could hardly breathe, and before he knew it, tears were streaming down his face. He wasn't the kind of guy who cried easily. Hell, he didn't even know he still had tears left in him. But right now, he was sobbing like a child nose running, gasping for air, his whole body trembling with the force of it. He didn't care about revenge or getting back up to fight. All he could think about was that his best friend was gone. Lu Piao, the one who always had his back, was gone forever. Please, someone, anyone, save us, Nai Li begged, knowing full well that no one was coming. Please save Lu Piao, he choked out, even though he knew it was too late. The words tasted like ashes on his tongue, hollow and desperate. The roars of the monsters outside were getting louder, almost like they were mocking him, laughing at how pathetic he was. Nai Li covered his ears, trying to block it all out, but the noise was inescapable, ringing through his skull, driving nails into his sanity. Fear clung to him, sinking its claws in deeper with every second. He felt so alone, so useless, so utterly powerless. Why couldn't he save Lu Piao? Why was he the one left behind? Nai Li kept replaying that moment over and over in his head, that split second when Lu Piao made his choice. Maybe if he'd been stronger, smarter, faster, Lu Piao wouldn't have had to sacrifice himself. Maybe Nai Li could have done something, anything to change what happened. But he didn't. He failed him. He failed his best friend. I'm sorry, Lu Piao. I'm so sorry, he whispered, his words swallowed by the emptiness around him. The apology felt meaningless, just another lie to comfort his broken soul. What was the point of saying sorry when Lu Piao wasn't there to hear it? Staggering to his feet, Nai Li started to limp through the ruined hall, his gaze locked on the devastation left behind by those monsters. The shelter, the place that was supposed to be their safe haven, was nothing but a pile of rubble now. He kept moving, one shaky step at a time, his mind clinging to the hope that maybe these tunnels would lead him out of Glory City. His body screamed at him to stop, to rest, but he couldn't. He wouldn't. Survival wasn't a choice, it was a compulsion. With every step he took, Nai Li could feel the wet warmth of his own blood pooling around his ankles, but he forced himself to ignore it. The commoners, they had believed in this shelter, in the idea that it would protect them. And now, they were dead. Just like that. Their lives ended in a heartbeat, without mercy, without meaning. It felt like the city had led them into a trap, a slaughterhouse masquerading as a sanctuary. Nai Li's thoughts twisted into something dark, something bitter. Did the nobles even bother to lift a finger to save Glory City? He clenched his fists so hard his nails bit into his palms, drawing blood. What good was their power if they couldn't even defend the city that looked to them for protection? No, it wasn't that they couldn't, it was that they wouldn't. They used their power to save themselves, abandoning everyone else to their fate. Was everything they believed about Glory City just a joke? Were they all just pawns, sacrifices in some sick game played by the powerful? Nai Li thought of Lu Piao again. All his bravery, all his sacrifice, was it all for nothing? Was that the reward for risking his life, for putting his trust in a system that was rotten to its core? His chest felt like it was about to cave in from the anger, the helplessness. How many more lives had to be thrown away before someone up there decided they were worth saving? Nai Li kept trudging through the darkness, each step heavier than the last. Was there even such a thing as heroes in this world? Or was it all just a lie they told themselves to sleep at night? Maybe survival wasn't about courage or honor, it was just luck. Pure and simple. A game for the privileged few who could afford to play. He didn't know how long he walked. Hours, days, it all blurred together into an endless haze of pain and despair. Then, finally, he saw it, a thin ray of light piercing through the darkness. His legs moved on their own, dragging his battered body forward until he stumbled out into the open air. The cold wind slapped his face, sharp and real, like a slap to wake him from a nightmare. Nai Li turned around, and his heart stopped. Glory City, what was left of it, lay in ruins. The proud buildings that had once stood like giants were now nothing more than shattered bones scattered across the ground. The streets where he had once walked, where he had laughed and dreamed, were dead silent, filled only with the echoes of what used to be. And then he saw them, the bodies of the demon beasts, lying lifeless amidst the wreckage. It looked like some had fought to their last breath to defend this place, to protect what they loved. Nai Li wanted to believe that there had been courage here, that people hadn't just rolled over and died. That maybe, just maybe, someone had stood their ground and said, "Not today." But as he stood there, staring at the ruins of everything he once knew, Nai Li couldn't shake the feeling that they'd all been fighting a losing battle. That all their hopes, their dreams, their lives, they'd been just another casualty in a world that didn't care. And he wondered, was there ever really any hope for Glory City? Or had they all been fools from the very start? The ground shook violently beneath Nai Li, the tremors making it impossible for him to stay on his feet. Instinct took over before he could even think. He darted behind a tree, his heart pounding in his chest. But deep down, he knew what was coming. He could feel it, the familiar, gut-wrenching presence of something far worse than any tremor. He barely had time to process what was happening before the tree he was hiding behind was ripped from the ground like it was nothing. He saw it then, the Snow Devil Yeti. The very monster that had killed Liu Piao. The image of his best friend's sacrifice flashed before his eyes, and he was helpless to stop it from playing out all over again. Time slowed as the Yeti's massive clawed hand slammed into the tree, sending Nai Li flying through the air like a rag doll. His body twisted and turned, the world around him spinning out of control, and all he could think was not again. Not this monster, not this same nightmare. When he hit the ground, pain exploded through his body like fire. But the physical pain was nothing compared to the rage that surged through him. A silent scream tore from his throat, tears burning hot tracks down his face. The Yeti's grin, a cruel, twisted thing, burned itself into his mind, and all he could think about was making it suffer. He needed to kill it, to destroy it, to end the nightmare. But as he forced himself to run, each step sent that undeniable truth crashing back down on him. He wasn't strong enough. He was too weak. Pathetically weak. With every step, that reality echoed louder in his mind, tearing at whatever courage he had left. This wasn't about vengeance. This was about survival. If he didn't keep moving, Liu Piao's sacrifice would mean nothing. He couldn't let that happen. The Yeti didn't care about any of that. With a single, monstrous motion, it uprooted the tree and hurled it toward Nai Li. He barely had time to react before the impact sent him flying again, deeper into the forest. He hit the ground with a sickening thud, and that's when he knew something was terribly wrong. Numbness crept through his body, spreading like a poison. He couldn't move. His legs wouldn't respond. My spine, he thought, the cold realization hitting him like a blow. His spine was shattered. He was paralyzed. And there, in the tree line, the Yeti grinned at him, that horrible, sick grin, as if it was feeding off his agony. It was enjoying his suffering. He could see it. The pleasure it took in his despair. Through the haze of pain and shock, Nai Li saw it launch an ice spike, massive and deadly, aimed directly at him. He watched it sail through the air in slow motion, knowing full well that this was it. His end. The spike buried itself in his stomach, but oddly, he felt no pain. Just cold. So cold. Is this it? Is this how he dies? In the middle of a forgotten forest, at the hands of a monster, like some insignificant bug? Liu Piao's sacrifice, everything he had fought for, was it all meaningless? A cruel joke? Nai Li thought he'd be filled with anger, but as he lay there, staring into the icy blue sky, all he felt was emptiness. In the end, he was nothing more than prey. Something to be squashed underfoot by a creature that wouldn't even remember him tomorrow. As he braced for the end, something strange began to happen. Mist. Thick and disorienting, it swirled around him, like a blanket wrapping him up in its cold embrace. The snow devil yeti vanished into the fog, as if it had never been there at all. Confusion clouded his thoughts, and then, like a punch to the gut, realization hit him. The Devil's Forest. Nai Li chuckled weakly, the sound turning into a cough that sent blood spilling from his mouth. The irony wasn't lost on him. The Forbidden Forest saved him, not the great walls of Glory City. He tried to move, but the ice spike impaled through his body made sure he wouldn't be going anywhere. He stared at it, despair settling in his heart like a stone. Kill yourself. The thought was there, sharp and clear. If he had to die, at least it would be on his own terms, right? Better than waiting for some monster to finish him off. With what little strength he had left, Nai Li grabbed the ice spike and tried to thrust it into his throat. The pain wasn't sharp, it was dull, distant, almost like a bad dream. But the worst part wasn't the pain. It was the failure. He couldn't even do this right. He hadn't pierced deep enough. Blood filled his lungs, and all he could hear was the horrible, wet gurgling sound of his own breaths. Nai Li was suffocating, drowning in his own blood. The darkness crept closer, and his mind began to shut down, bit by bit. There was nothing left. No strength. No hope. He was going to die here, in the cold, all alone. Funny. He always thought death would be more terrifying. But it wasn't. It was just silence. A quiet, empty silence. He was too tired to be angry. Too tired to fight anymore. This was it. The end. Maybe he'd see his family again. Maybe they had survived, and they'd meet in the afterlife. Or maybe they hadn't. Maybe it was better that way. The world outside Glory City was too harsh, too unforgiving. The thought of them suffering in it was worse than death. Nai Li felt his consciousness slipping away, like water through his fingers. His soul force rushed through him, dying down with each passing second. One last ride, he thought. One last taste of what it felt like to be alive. If only he had a second chance, maybe he could have done better. Maybe he could have saved Liu Piao. Saved Glory City. But it was too late now. With a faint smile on his blood-soaked lips, Nai Li let the darkness take him. If only. Activation detected. The system of simulation engaged. Process initiated. Fusing with vessel Nai Li. Input recognized. Nai Li desires power to save Glory City. Commencing. Optimal action simulation for desire. Simulation progress, 1%. Simulation progress, 2%. Simulation progress, 10%. Simulation progress, 100%. Status, simulation complete. Operation initiated. Simulation system guide framework. Command, begin. He felt a peculiar sensation, as if he was floating in an endless void. He blinked, confused. Notification, simulation system activation. Player selected, Nai. Options on the screen. Continue. Load from a saved point. Start over. Was this some kind of twisted dream? He tried to reach out, to touch the text, but his hands wouldn't respond. His entire body felt weightless, and a chilling numbness had set in. Was this a second chance? Options on the screen. Continue. Load from a saved point. Start over. What if he could change it all? Start over? The characters seemed to pulse, as if reacting to his inner turmoil. Maybe this was a hallucination, a product of his dying mind, but he couldn't shake off the hope it inspired. He mentally reached out to the option that read Start Over. You have selected Start Over. Task initiated. Creating new character in timeline. Verifying. Access area control connection. Alert. Connection errors detected. Adjusting. Reconfiguration based on player's memory. Status. Loading. Confirmation. Character creation now complete. Nai felt something poking at him, dragging him back from the abyss of unconsciousness. His body felt heavy, as if the weight of his past clung to every muscle. Slowly, he opened his eyes, his vision blurry, and found himself staring at a little red-haired girl, no more than 6 years old, prodding him with a tiny finger. Big brother, wake up. For a moment, Nai couldn't make sense of what was happening. Everything felt wrong. He blinked a few times, his brain sluggishly trying to catch up with the scene in front of him. A soft smile tugged at his lips before he even knew what he was saying. Hey, looks like you're in the afterlife with me, he muttered, the words slipping out before he fully grasped them. In his head, he was still reconciling with the memory of his own death. The final moments, that darkness, it had all seemed so real. Afterlife, yeah, that makes sense, Nai thought, clinging to the idea like a lifeline. Maybe it's not so bad if you and the others are here. At least we're together, right? He looked at her, trying to find some comfort in that thought. Don't worry, even if we're dead, we're safe now. But Nai just stared at him, her brow furrowing in confusion. Mom. Auntie. Brother Nai is saying scary things, she yelled suddenly, darting out of the room, her small feet thumping against the wooden floor. Not so loud. Nai groaned, his head pounding with every sound. The room spun as he sat up, and he rubbed his temples, trying to focus. It was then that he noticed where he was, this shabby, musty room that smelled of old wood and worn cloth. Wait, this is... Nai looked around, heart thudding in his chest. The walls, the little cracks in the ceiling, even the faint smell of dust, it was all the same. This is my room. I'm home? His thoughts stumbled over themselves, tripping in their attempt to make sense of everything. But... I died. Didn't I? Nai rubbed his eyes, half expecting the scene to change, to wake up in some strange afterlife or to be thrown back into the hell he had just escaped. Instead, the door creaked open, and in walked his mother, her soft footsteps the only sound in the room. Nai, why are you scaring you? Mom. Nai stammered, the word catching in his throat. He stood up, his legs shaky, and before he knew it, he was rushing to her, wrapping his arms around her like he hadn't seen her in years. His heart hammered against his ribs, emotions flooding him, overwhelming him. He had thought He had accepted that he would never see her again. That he would never feel her warmth or hear her voice. But she was here. She was here. Tears stung Nili's eyes as he buried his face in her shoulder, the familiar scent of her clothing grounding him in the moment. His mom stroked his hair, her hand gentle, though he could feel her confusion. Nili, it's okay. You're just nervous about today, aren't you? They stayed like that for a moment, just holding onto each other before a small tug at their legs broke the silence. Nili looked down to see Niu giggling, her arms wrapped around them like she didn't want to be left out. Despite everything, he found himself smiling at her. She had no idea what had just happened, no idea how much it meant to him to see her happy and safe. Nili, she said softly, pulling him out of his thoughts. It's all right. It's going to be okay. It doesn't matter what your soul realm is. Mama will still love you no matter what. Her words struck Nili like a thunderbolt. Soul realm? What was she talking about? What was today? His mind raced, but he could only manage a weak, "Hi." She smiled at him, that same warm, loving smile she always gave when she thought he was being silly. Then she kissed his forehead, her lips soft against his skin, and told him to wash up and come downstairs to eat. There was something about a ceremony, something he should be getting ready for. Nili nodded dumbly, still too stunned to respond properly. He watched as she walked out of the room, Niu bouncing after her, calling out, "Auntie, hug." His mom hugged her, and they both disappeared down the hallway, leaving Nili standing there, alone with his racing thoughts. Did she not see it? Nili muttered to himself, feeling a strange unease settle in his chest. He glanced around, his eyes darting nervously. That's when he saw it. The system window. It hovered in the corner of his vision, flickering slightly, as if it didn't belong in this world, like it was some mistake in reality. What the hell is going on? Nili thought, his heart pounding all over again. He was dead. He knew he had died. He could still feel it in his bones, that final moment before everything had gone dark. But now, he was here. Alive. The room seemed too small, the air too thick. Is this real? Am I real? Nili clenched his fists, trying to hold onto something tangible, something that would anchor him to this moment. But the more he thought about it, the more the doubt gnawed at him. Was this a second chance? Or was it just another cruel twist of fate? The system window blinked again, and text appeared before his eyes. Simulation system activation confirmed. Current location, Glory City. Memory assimilation completed successfully. Action required. Please choose among the following system types. Option 1. Passive Observer. System provides only passive benefits without direct interference in the world or player actions. Not recommended. Option 2. Autonomous Architect. System offers full interference, achieving players' goals via AI control. Not recommended. Option 3. Guided Catalyst. System intervenes partially, aligning with the player's interests for optimal simulation system utilization. Highly recommended. Please make your choice. He stared at the floating system window in front of him, utterly dumbfounded. What is this? He blinked, half expecting the strange screen to vanish, but it remained, hovering in the air, its cold, glowing text staring back at him. Memories flooded his mind, flashing in chaotic bursts, memories of what should have been his death. The image of the monsters, the pain, and then, this. This system. Could it have something to do with his return to the past? It had to, right? Nothing else made sense. He pursed his lips, feeling a strange swirl of emotions he couldn't quite name. Gratitude? Yeah, sure, he was grateful. Who wouldn't be, given the chance to rewrite their life, to fix their mistakes? But there was something else, something darker, gnawing at the back of his mind. Unease. No, that wasn't it. It was more than that. It was fear. This thing, whatever it was, had power. Real power. Enough to drag him back from death and through time itself. What should he choose? The options on the screen felt absurd, like some kind of game, but he knew better than to underestimate it. His eyes scanned the options again, his gut churning with indecision. The third one, guided catalyst, seemed to stand out. It wasn't as overbearing as the first two, didn't seem like it would dictate his every move or leave him completely in the dark. It was a middle ground, a way to get guidance without losing control. But how did he even select it? He felt a little ridiculous, like a kid trying to figure out how to use a new toy. His hand reached out instinctively to touch the screen, only to pass right through it. Of course, it wouldn't be that simple. Nothing about this situation was simple. So, it's only visible to him, huh? He couldn't touch it, but it was powerful enough to mess with time and pull him back from the dead. He couldn't help but feel a cold shiver run down his spine. This thing was beyond anything he'd ever known. If it could do that, what else could it do? Could it be trusted? Was it even on his side? He swallowed, his throat dry as he stood there, heart pounding. He couldn't ignore it, though. This system, whatever it was his ticket to something bigger. He needed to use it. And he needed to be smart about it. Maybe he didn't need to touch it, he thought, an idea slowly taking form. Maybe he could control it with his mind. It sounded insane, but nothing about this was normal. He had to try something. Option 3. I select option 3, he thought, focusing every ounce of willpower into the command, mentally reaching out toward the choice on the screen. Selection confirmed. Option 3, Guided Catalyst Framework initiated. Registration complete, Player Niley. Objective integration, Player Niley's desires identified as end goal for simulation. Commencing overworld simulation process. Name, Niley. Status, Peasant. Cultivation level, White Soul Realm. Physique level, None. Class, None. Race, Human. Health points, 10. Soul Force, 5. Battle Power, 21. Class features, None. Allies, None. Equipment. Worn torn clothing. Description, born to a farmer in the Heavenly Marks family, a young boy harbors ambitions far greater than his humble origins suggest, along with a deep secret. He carries the burden of memories from a past life, where he witnessed the destruction of Glory City. Faced with the daunting task of altering destiny, he must navigate his new life's challenges. Will he succeed in preventing the catastrophe he once saw, or is history doomed to repeat itself? Niley stared at the strange text floating in front of him, his eyes narrowing as he took in every detail. Lines of information scrolled endlessly, filled with symbols and words that looked both foreign and familiar. His heart raced, but not out of confusion. He knew what most of it meant. Hell, he probably understood this stuff better than most people would. It's just how his mind worked. Absorbing knowledge, putting the pieces together, it always came naturally to him. Not cultivation, unfortunately. That's where he was supposed to be talented, but life had a different plan. Instead, he ended up with this useless knack for picking up information like a sponge. Guess that paid off today. So, why was he standing there, asking this system for answers he mostly already had? He glanced up at the blinking prompt, his mouth twitching into a half-smile. It wasn't that he needed clarification. No, that wasn't it at all. What he really wanted was to see what the system could really do. What else could it offer him? How far could he push it? What kind of power was hidden behind those lines of text? Can you tell me what all of this is? Name. This term refers to how non-player characters, NPCs, in the world address the player. Status. This represents the player's standing or rank within the game world. A higher status unlocks more opportunities and benefits. Cultivation level. This indicates the player's level of spiritual power, achieved through the practice of cultivation. Physique level. This signifies the level of the player's physical prowess. Class. This term describes the player's chosen role or profession, each with its own unique abilities and play style. Race. This refers to the player's species or ethnic group, each with its own set of natural abilities and characteristics. Health points. This number represents the player's vitality. If it drops to 0, the player is considered dead or incapacitated. Soul force. This measures the quantity of spiritual energy accumulated in the player's danshan. Battle power. This number quantifies the player's overall strength or combat effectiveness. Class features. These are the unique abilities and advantages that a player gains by choosing a particular class. Allies. This term refers to companions or friendly characters that assist the player in their journey or quests. Equipment. This encompasses the gear, weapons, armor, and other items that a player carries or wears to enhance their abilities and protect themselves. Nai Li's eyes scanned the flickering information on the system window, feeling a surge of excitement bubbling up in his chest. It was like discovering a hidden treasure, each line of data revealing something new. That's useful, he thought, his eyebrows lifting in surprise as he absorbed the details. But even as he understood the basics of this system's power, doubt crept in, swirling around in his mind. How was he supposed to use this? What was his next move? He needed to figure out how to make this system work for him, how to turn this knowledge into real power. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, his mother's voice cut through his concentration. Nai Li. Come down for breakfast. With a sigh, Nai Li tore his gaze from the system window and made his way toward the stairs. As he placed his foot on the first step, the wood creaked beneath him, a familiar sound that always felt like home. Each step he took brought a wave of sensations, the slightly worn-out edges of the stairs, the cool morning air drifting in through the open windows, and the comforting scent of aged wood mingled with the delicious aroma of breakfast wafting up from the kitchen. This house, modest and unassuming as it was, held a warmth that wrapped around him like a soft blanket. The faded tapestries hanging on the walls had seen better days, their colors dulled by time, but they carried a history that he knew by heart. Every crack in the plaster, every scratch on the floorboards, held a memory. It wasn't much, but it was home. As Nai Li reached the bottom of the stairs, he paused in the doorway to the dining room, letting the scene wash over him. There they were, his family. His father, Nai Ming, sat at the head of the table, his back straight and his posture as solid as a mountain. His burnt orange hair stood out against the weathered tan of his skin, a reminder of all the years he'd spent working under the sun. His hands, calloused and rough, cradled a bowl with a gentleness that seemed almost out of place. The small beard on his chin gave him a look of wisdom, the kind that only comes from experience, and his eyes held a warmth that always made Nai Li feel safe. Across from Nai Ming sat his uncle, Nai Kai, laughing loudly at something. His laugh, it was the kind of laugh that filled a room, full of life and energy. It was impossible not to smile when he was around, no matter how dark the day had been. Beside him, his aunt, Miao Ling, was in the middle of an animated conversation with his cousin, Nai Yu. Nai Li's eyes drifted to the breakfast laid out on the table. Bowls of warm congee sat steaming, its subtle aroma filling the room with a sense of comfort. A platter of yushao crispy, golden dough sticks sat next to it, practically begging to be dipped into the soy milk beside them. Plates of steamed buns were spread out, some filled with savory pork, others with sweet red bean paste, their soft surfaces inviting him to grab one. And then there was the pot of green tea, its steam rising in delicate tendrils, dancing in the morning light. Nai Li sat down at the table, like his body was moving on autopilot. He wasn't really here, not fully. Just minutes ago, he had been dying a crushing, suffocating death. The chaos, the screams, the destruction of Glory City, and now here he was, sitting at this familiar table, surrounded by people he had lost. His heart pounded in his chest, and for a moment, he felt dizzy with the strangeness of it all. He looked at his family, his hands trembling slightly as he reached for a steamed bun. It felt surreal, like he was watching his life through a pane of glass. The last time he had seen them, it was the end of everything. He was sure they had all died during the attack. And now, somehow, he had been pulled back in time, granted this second chance. A second chance he wasn't sure he deserved. Nai Li locked eyes with his father. His warm, steady gaze grounded him, pulling him back from the whirlwind of confusion in his mind. A soft smile crossed his lips, though inside he felt like he was barely holding himself together. Don't worry about the Soul Realm ceremony, his father said gently, his voice wrapping around Nai Li like a blanket. His calm demeanor brought a strange comfort to the chaos inside him. You didn't get to choose it. Some things are just out of our hands, and it's better not to stress over them. Nai Li nodded slowly, feeling the weight of his father's words, but knowing he didn't understand the full scope of what he was dealing with. His father thought he was just worried about the Soul Realm ceremony. If only it were that simple. The Soul Realm ceremony. The words stirred up memories of that day, his first ceremony, the humiliation, the whispers behind his back, the looks of pity from those who had already written him off. It had felt like the world was caving in on him back then, but now? Now that memory felt so distant. Like a minor inconvenience in the face of everything he had been through. But as Nai Li sat there, listening to his father's comforting words, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of hope. Maybe this time, things could be different. He had knowledge now, knowledge he shouldn't have. He glanced at the system window that hovered just at the edge of his vision, visible only to him. Would it be enough? Would he be able to change things, to make sure none of this happened again? Just as Nai Li was starting to lose himself in thought, a sudden ringing sound filled his ears. It was loud, sharp, and completely out of place. He jumped, startled, but the sound didn't come from the dining room. It was like it came from somewhere far off, or maybe it was coming from the system itself. Before Nai Li could fully process it, the world around him began to shift. The warm, comforting ambience of the room faded, the colors draining away until everything was washed in shades of gray. It was like time had frozen in place. His breath caught in his throat as he looked around. Everyone was still. The droplets of tea hanging in the air mid-pour, his father's smile paused halfway, Nai Yu's hair frozen in the air from her last playful twirl. Even the steam rising from the pot of tea had stopped. Nai Li's heart pounded in his chest, and his skin prickled with unease. What was happening? Was this the system? A glowing window appeared before him, its bluish-black light flickering like a ghost in the dim, frozen room. The text was clear, hovering in the air, waiting for him to read it. Narrative point detected. Path selection required. Option 1. I will be the most talented in the Heavenly Marks family. Option 2. Don't worry, I know I am talented. Option 3. It doesn't matter what my soul realm is. A sudden ticking sound shattered the quiet, and Nai Li's eyes snapped to the corner of the window where a countdown had started. What the? Confusion tightened in his chest, and curiosity clawed at his mind. What was this? Why now? His breath hitched, and he whispered under his breath, What is this? What's going on? But the room stayed stubbornly silent, like it was holding its secrets close, refusing to let him in. 9, 8. Each tick felt like a hammer strike to his nerves. What was happening? What did this countdown mean? His mind raced with 1,000 questions, each more frantic than the last. Was this some kind of test? Some new trick of the system? His palms started to sweat, and he could feel his heartbeat drumming louder in his ears. Every second that passed seemed to press down on him, heavier and heavier, like the whole world was balancing on this one choice. 5. Panic surged through Nai Li, hot and wild, drowning out all rational thought. He couldn't think straight, couldn't breathe. What if he made the wrong decision? What if this choice could change everything? He had to act, he had to do something, anything. His fingers shot out, trembling, and he tapped on the first option he saw without even reading it fully. Option 1. I will be the most talented in the Heavenly Marks family. As soon as Nai Li made the choice, the screen vanished, like it had never been there at all, like it was nothing more than a trick of the light. Time snapped back into place, the world around him bursting back into life. The grey haze that had held everything still melted away, replaced by the warmth of the room's familiar colors. The hum of his family's chatter, the clinking of dishes, the scrape of chairs, all of it flooded back, washing over him like a tidal wave. He blinked, disoriented, trying to ground himself in the chaos of the moment. Did he just imagine that? Did that really just happen? My boy, always so confident. Declaring you'll be the most talented in our family? You truly have your father's guts, Naiming said with a chuckle, his eyes twinkling with that familiar mix of pride and amusement. Wait, did he say that out loud? Name, Nai Li. Status, peasant. Cultivation level, White Soul Realm. Physique level, none. Class, none. Race, human. Health points, 10. Soul force, 5. Battle power, 21. Class features, none. Allies, none. Equipment. Worn torn clothing. Description: born to a farmer in the Heavenly Marks family, a young boy harbors ambitions far greater than his humble origins suggest, along with a deep secret. He carries the burden of memories from a past life, where he witnessed the destruction of Glory City. Faced with the daunting task of altering destiny, he must navigate his new life's challenges. Will he succeed in preventing the catastrophe he once saw, or is history doomed to repeat itself? As Nai Li's gaze swept over the glowing words before him, a mixture of astonishment and concern washed over his face. Taking a moment to steady himself, he found a spot to sit, his eyes locked on the peculiar window floating in mid-air. It felt surreal, like a vivid dream he couldn't shake off. With a deep breath, Nai Li tried to calm the whirlwind of thoughts swirling in his head. He raised his hand tentatively, half expecting it to interact with the window somehow. It was as if the system sensed his inner turmoil and sought to provide solace through clarity. Name: this term refers to how non-player characters, NPCs, in the world address the player. Status: this represents the player's standing or rank within the game world. A higher status unlocks more opportunities and benefits. Cultivation level: this indicates the player's level of spiritual power, achieved through the practice of cultivation. Physique level: this signifies the level of the player's physical prowess. Class: this term describes the player's chosen role or profession, each with its own unique abilities and play style. Race: this refers to the player's species or ethnic group, each with its own set of natural abilities and characteristics. Health points: this number represents the player's vitality. If it drops to 0, the player is considered dead or incapacitated. Soul force: this measures the quantity of spiritual energy accumulated in the player's danshan. Battle power: this number quantifies the player's overall strength or combat effectiveness. Class features: these are the unique abilities and advantages that a player gains by choosing a particular class. Allies: this term refers to companions or friendly characters that assist the player in their journey or quests. Equipment: this encompasses the gear, weapons, armor, and other items that a player carries or wears to enhance their abilities and protect themselves. Impressed, Nai Li scanned the information displayed on the system window, his eyebrows lifting in surprise. That's useful, he thought, but his mind quickly filled with questions about what to do next. Despite understanding the system's power, Nai Li was at a loss on how to actually utilize it. Nai Li, come down for breakfast. The soft creaking of the old wooden stairs accompanied Nai Li's descent towards the dining room. Each step brought familiar sensations: the slightly worn-out edges of the steps, the cool morning air drifting in from the windows, the homely scent of aged wood mixed with the tantalizing aroma of breakfast. His home, while modest, was a sanctuary of warmth and comfort. The walls were adorned with faded tapestries that had seen better days, and the furniture was minimal, with visible signs of wear. Yet, every nook and cranny held memories, and the love that filled the space was palpable. Upon reaching the dining room, he paused momentarily, taking in the scene before him. His father, Naiming, sat with a straight posture, his burnt orange hair complementing the rugged tan of his skin. His hands, calloused from years of labor, gently held a bowl. The small beard he sported gave him a mature charm, and his eyes held a depth of experience and wisdom. Beside him sat Nikai, Li's jovial uncle, laughing heartily at some joke, his voice boisterous and full of life. Li's gaze shifted to his aunt Miaoling, who was animatedly discussing something with his cousin, Yu. At the center of it all was Xiao Yun. The breakfast spread was a humble yet hearty affair. There were bowls of warm congee, its subtle aroma filling the room. A platter of yueshao or fried dough sticks, set golden and crispy, ready to be dipped into the soy milk beside it. Plates of steamed buns, some filled with savory pork, others with sweet red bean paste, were generously placed around. A pot of green tea, its steam dancing in the morning light, completed the meal. Li just sat down, the weight of his thoughts anchoring him to the chair. A mere few hours ago, he had resigned himself to death 5 years into the future, a bleak acceptance that everyone he loved was gone. And yet, here he was, somehow back in time, sharing breakfast with his family. Everything felt surreal, happening too swiftly for him to even grasp his own feelings. As he watched his family interact with the usual morning cheerfulness, a sense of disorientation washed over him. Is this really happening? His heart was a tangled mess of gratitude and confusion. Being here, in this moment, felt like a dream he feared would shatter at any moment. The laughter, the conversations, even the clinking of bowls and chopsticks, all seemed too good to be true. I was ready to let go, to accept that I had lost them all. And now, to have them back like this. The warmth of the room, the love emanating from his family, it all felt like a balm to the wounds of his soul, yet the fear of losing them again lingered, casting a shadow over his newfound joy. As he mechanically reached for a steamed bun, his actions felt detached, as if he were watching himself from afar. The familiar flavors, which should have brought comfort, only heightened the surrealness of his situation. How do I move forward from here? He pondered, caught between the past he remembered and the present that felt like a gift too precious to believe in. Do I dare hope that I can change their fates? That I can protect them this time? Seeing his son enveloped in silence, Naiming couldn't help but wear a comforting smile. He reached out, plucking a dumpling from the plate and nudging it towards Li. Don't worry too much, son, he said, his voice carrying a blend of warmth and reassurance. Everything will be all right. Don't let these negative thoughts weigh you down. Li looked up, locking eyes with his father. A soft smile emerged, pushing through the storm of feelings inside him. His father might not have realized it, but his words were a soothing balm to Li's troubled heart. Don't worry about the Soul Realm ceremony, Naiming said gently, his voice enveloping Li in comfort. You didn't get to choose it. Some things are just out of our hands, and it's better not to stress over them. Li gave a nod, a thought crossing his mind. My father thinks I'm worried about the Soul Realm ceremony. If only he knew the half of it. The Soul Realm ceremony, hey. Li remembered the humiliation he faced during his first attendance at the Soul Realm ceremony. The disappointment, the whispers, the looks of pity. But here was his father, reminding him that his value wasn't tied to something he had no control over. As his father's comforting words sank in, Li glanced at the system window that only he could see. Will it be different this time, or will it be the same? He pondered, the question echoing in his mind. Just then, a bell rang in his ears, startling him. The sound wasn't from the dining room but seemed to come from somewhere far off, or perhaps from the system itself. The world around Li suddenly shifted. The once vibrant and warm ambience of the room turned to shades of grey. Every object, every person was frozen in place, as if time itself had stopped. Li's eyes widened as he took in the peculiar sight. The very air itself seemed stagnant, the droplets of tea mid-pour. Naiming's smile arrested halfway, and Yu's hair stopped fluttering from her last playful twirl. Suddenly, a bluish-black window materialized before him, hovering in the air with ethereal translucence. Nai Li hesitantly leaned in to read the text that was prominently displayed. Narrative point detected. Path selection required. Option 1. I will be the most talented in the Heavenly Marks family. Option 2. Don't worry, I know I am talented. Option 3. It doesn't matter what my soul realm is. A ticking sound punctuated the stillness, and Nai Li's gaze darted to the corner of the window where a countdown began. 10. Confusion and curiosity gripped him. What is this? What's going on? He whispered, but the room remained silent, offering no answers. 9. 8. With each ticking second, the weight of the decision pressed upon him. What did this mean? Would this choice influence his reality? 5. In a moment of panic, Nai Li quickly tapped on the first option. Option 1. I will be the most talented in the Heavenly Marks family. The moment he did, the window vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. Time surged back into motion, the gray faded, replaced by the room's warm hues. The ambient noise of his family's conversation, the clink of cutlery, and the soft rustle of clothing all resumed. Nai Li's sudden declaration seemed to have caught everyone off guard. Nai Ming chuckled. My boy, always so confident. Declaring you'll be the most talented in our family? You truly have your father's guts. Nai Li blinked, his thoughts racing. Did I just respond out loud with what was written on that screen? In Glory City, everything that mattered, your standing, authority, reputation, honor, was tied to something entirely out of Nai Li's control. It all came down to potential, something he was born with, something he couldn't change. They called it the soul realm, the one measure of talent in this world, the sole indicator of his worth. Nai Li thought about that as the rhythmic clatter of the horse's hooves echoed around him, syncing with the flow of his thoughts. He sat in the bandwagon, the familiar landscape blurring past as they made their way back to the heart of the Heavenly Marks family's domain. No matter how much he tried to distract himself, his mind kept circling back to that damn soul realm. He could list them off in his sleep, the 7 classes that ruled their lives. Red, the lowest. Weakness in its purest form. If your soul realm was red, you might as well resign yourself to a life of mediocrity. No one expected much from you, and frankly, no one cared. You were looked down upon, a commoner in every sense of the word. The mark of someone destined for a life without impact, without power. It was the color of shame, and Nai Li knew it all too well. Orange, slightly better, but not by much. It still screamed mediocrity, though it spared you the full brunt of society's disdain. You were average, forgettable, just another cultivator scraping by. Yellow, a step above, a flicker of hope, but still not enough to make a real difference. Those with a yellow soul realm could become decent cultivators with enough effort, but there were no guarantees. Green, now that's where it started to get interesting. The realm of geniuses. People with green soul realms were rare, envied even. Cultivating came naturally to them, almost effortlessly. People noticed them, respected them. Cyan, just above green, another realm of envy. The Cyan soul realm marked someone as undeniably talented, someone with the potential to do great things. The path to power was laid out before them, wide open. Azure, this was where legends were born. Those within Azure's soul realm were like stars, rare, shining, and destined for greatness. History remembered them, and people revered them. Their potential was limitless. And then there was Indigo, the pinnacle, the realm of myths. If you had an Indigo soul realm, you were practically guaranteed a place in the heavens. Greatness wasn't just a possibility, it was your destiny. People with Indigo soul realms shaped the world, bent it to their will. They were the ones the rest of them read about in stories. Nai Li clenched his fists, the familiar frustration bubbling up inside him. Everything your future, your worth decided by something you couldn't control. How could that be fair? How could people's lives be determined by the color of their soul realm, a fate sealed from the moment they were born? The steady clatter of the horse's hooves continued, but it couldn't drown out the thoughts swirling in Nailee's head. But Nailee's mind kept drifting back to the soul realm ceremony. The memories of it still fresh, still raw. 14 years old, that's when they said one was ready to find their path, to start shaping their destiny. It was supposed to be this great moment, a rite of passage that marked the start of adulthood. But all Nailee could think was how unfair it all felt. To have your entire future decided by the nature of your soul realm, something you never had any control over. Nailee clenched his fists, the unfairness of it burning in his chest. How could your worth be determined by something as arbitrary as a soul's color? One ceremony, one revelation, and suddenly you were either celebrated or dismissed. It wasn't right. It wasn't fair. But that's how the world worked, wasn't it? The Heavenly Marks family was split into two halves, the main branch and the rest of them. Those with the purest blood, the direct descendants, held all the power, while the branch families like his were left to pick up the scraps. He hated it. Nailee hated the way they looked down on them, like they were less than them, like their blood was somehow tainted. But as much as he loathed this system, he knew why it existed. Glory City was the last refuge for humanity, the final stronghold standing against a world overrun by demon beasts. Out there, beyond the walls, it was chaos. Most people didn't live past their 30s, they got married young, not out of love but out of necessity, trying to grasp onto whatever chance they had to survive another day. Nailee thought of his parents then, and a different kind of emotion settled over him: gratitude. They were one of the few who had actually married for love. In a place where most marriages were just another tool for survival or social gain, his parents were proof that real love could still exist. It was something he rarely saw in Glory City, and it made him hold on to hope that maybe things didn't have to be the way they were. But love didn't change the rules of the world. Power did. Strength did. That was the reality of Glory City. Only the strong mattered. You could talk about fairness, complain about the way things were, but if you didn't have the strength to back up your words, then they meant nothing. Nailee knew that better than anyone. I need to become stronger. The wagon came to a slow halt, shaking Nailee out of his thoughts as they arrived at the heart of the Heavenly Marks family's estate. He looked up at the fortress that towered before them. It was grand, imposing, a testament to the family's wealth and history. Stone walls adorned with intricate carvings rose high, their details catching the light of the sun. The large wooden gates bore the family's symbol, bold and proud, and the tower seemed to scrape the sky itself. But as Nailee stared at it, he didn't just see its beauty, he saw the flaws hidden beneath the surface. Cracks in the stone, moss creeping up the walls, the wooden beams that sagged with age. From a distance, it looked perfect, like a fortress that could never be broken. But up close, you could see the wear and tear, the little signs of decay that hinted at the truth. This place wasn't as invincible as it seemed. The grandeur was a mask, hiding the fractures within the divisions, the politics, the constant struggle for dominance that was slowly tearing the family apart from the inside. Nailee let out a sigh, heavy with the weight of everything he needed to do. If he wanted to save Glory City, if he truly wanted to make a difference this time, he'd have to start here. It wasn't enough to fight the enemies outside their walls, he had to deal with the ones inside as well. Nailee, his father's voice broke through his thoughts, pulling Nailee back to the present. Just keep your head down. We'll go in, get the results, I'll pray for the best, and then we'll leave and get your favorite dish, Peking duck. He gave Nailee a reassuring smile, his way of trying to make this day feel less overwhelming. Nailee forced a smile in return, nodding despite knowing what the results would likely be. Yet, he told himself, it didn't matter. With the knowledge of the future and the system at his disposal, he'd change his fate. As they approached the entrance to the Soul Hall, two guards in elaborate robes stood watch, their eyes sharp and attentive. Name and branch? Nai Ming. from the Lesser Moon branch, and this is my son, Nai Li. The guard gave a nod, making a quick note. Age of the young master. 14, Nai Ming answered, a hint of pride slipping into his voice. The guards stepped aside, allowing them through. Inside, the hall opened up around them, dominated by the massive soul crystal at its center. Main branch members lounged in their seats, exuding an air of superiority, while the branch family members, like Nai Li and his father, stood clustered together, waiting anxiously. As they moved to stand with the other branch families, a dull ache settled in Nai Li's head. He couldn't shake the memory of that day 5 years ago, when his soul realm had revealed its shameful red hue for all to see. The embarrassment, the whispers, the way their eyes bore into him, it was all still fresh in his mind. Would he have to go through that humiliation again? The mood in the hall shifted, and all eyes turned to Elder Nai Wei as he rose from his seat. His long white hair flowed down his back like silk, contrasting sharply against his traditional grayish-blue robe. His eyes were piercing, his stare more intense than ever. You could feel his authority in the way he carried himself, like he could see straight into your soul. Today, we gather not just for a ritual, but to honor the very essence of our family's past, present, and future, Elder Nai Wei began, his voice resonating through the hall. Talent is what defines us. It's what separates the remarkable from the mediocre, those destined to lead from those fated to follow. His words struck a nerve in Nai Li, and he had to bite the inside of his cheek to keep from reacting. Your value, Elder Nai Wei continued, his gaze sweeping over them, your place within this family, depends on the talent you possess. It's more than a label, it represents your future, your strength, and your status among us. Around Nai Li, nods of agreement rippled through the room. Elder Nai Wei's voice grew colder, more cutting. In Glory City, where survival against demon beasts is our reality, talent is not just valued, it is necessary. Those without it consume resources they cannot replenish. They are a burden, a drain on our strength. Nai Li almost laughed, the bitterness bubbling up inside him. This whole ceremony, this ridiculous attitude of the main family, it was almost too sad to be real. They all sat there, heads held high, acting like they were the pillars holding up the world, like their precious soul realms made them untouchable. They talked about talent as if it were the only thing that mattered, as if it made them invincible. It was a joke, really, because the truth was staring them in the face, and none of them had the guts to acknowledge it. This family, the Great Heavenly Marks family, was one step away from falling into obscurity, one step from being stripped of its noble status and demoted to the level of commoners. And yet, they couldn't even be bothered to address the real problems eating away at their foundation. 70 years. It had been 70 long years since the last Green Soul realm was born in this family, and still, they clung to this ceremony like it meant something. Like the flicker of color in a soul crystal could somehow turn the tide of mediocrity they were drowning in. They sat there, pretending this ritual would fix everything, refusing to see how hollow their pride had become. This tradition, Elder Nai Wei went on, is not simply about celebrating potential. It's about distinguishing those who will lead from those who won't. The talented will be given every opportunity to rise, to lead, to strengthen our family. The others, he paused, his eyes sweeping across the room, will be expected to find their roles outside of our vital tasks. Nai Li's eyes locked on the soul crystal, dread coiling in his stomach. His soul realm was probably red just like before. The whispers, the stares, the shame of it all loomed in his mind. But he shook it off. So what if it's red? What's his next move going to be? That's what matters. Let today's ceremony reveal the true potential among our young, Elder Nai Wei concluded. Let us see who will rise to bring honor and strength to the Heavenly Marks family and to Glory City. Let the Soul Realm ceremony begin. Come on, come on. Nai Li's heart was pounding in his chest as he stood in line, waiting for his turn. One by one, kids his age stepped up to the soul crystal, each pressing their hands against it, waiting for their fate to be revealed. Nai Li watched the main branch members of the Heavenly Marks family off to the side, celebrating the results as if Yellow Soul Realms were something to be proud of. To anyone else, Yellow was average, nothing special. But for this family, any sign of competence was a victory. He almost scoffed at the sight. They were clinging to mediocrity, pretending it was something greater than it was. The family's entire standing in Glory City rested on the patriarch's gold rank, and the moment he passed away, their aristocratic status would disappear like smoke in the wind. And yet, there they were, grinning, patting each other on the back like they were something special. It made Nai Li sick. They were so blind to the truth, living in their own little bubble of arrogance. He could feel the bitterness rising in his throat. How could they be so oblivious? The Heavenly Marks family doesn't need enemies, he thought bitterly, not when it has such members dragging it down from within. The soul crystal stood in the center of the hall, gleaming like the purest water, its surface flawless, resting on an intricately engraved base. The markings around its base were more than decoration, they were the key to measuring soul force, an inscription array designed to reveal the truth of their potential. Only a few knew how powerful those engravings really were. As much as Nai Li hated this ceremony, there was a certain beauty in how it worked. An orange soul realm? Step aside now. Nai Li, it's your turn. Nai Li placed his hand on the crystal, feeling an immediate connection, something deep and strange, as if an invisible thread had formed between him and the ancient device. The inscription array hummed to life, pulling his soul force into the crystal. Nai Li could feel it, like a river of energy flowing from him into the cold, polished surface. And then it happened. The crystal flared with red light, flooding the room with its harsh glow. It was the same as before. The same damn color that had ruined him in his past life. Red. The color that branded him as weak, as less than the others. Whispers turned into full-blown murmurs, and then the laughter started cruel and familiar. So, nothing's changed, Nai Li thought bitterly, his heart sinking into the pit of his stomach. Even after going back in time. He had hoped no, he had wanted this moment to be different, to somehow prove that his second chance would be better. Nai Li glanced at his father. His father's face was a mask of disappointment, just like last time. But then, Nai Li saw something else, a flicker of fear in his father's eyes. Fear for him. Nai Li's chest tightened. He hadn't noticed it before, not in his previous life. All he had seen was the disappointment, the shame he'd brought on his father. But now, maybe, just maybe, he had been too blind, too wrapped up in his own failure to see the truth. His father wasn't just ashamed. He was scared. A small, bitter smile tugged at Nai Li's lips. So, even this stupid ceremony shows me something I didn't see before, he thought. He wasn't just a disappointment in his father's eyes. His father was afraid because he cared, because he knew what this Red Soul realm would mean for Nai Li in a world that only valued strength. Move it, trash. Elder Wei's harsh words broke the moment as Nai Li wished that the system could help him change this damn family. Then, everything around him stopped. People's mocking smiles, their hushed talks, and even the tiny dust particles hanging in the air, all of it froze, as if time itself had paused. The world turned into a silent, grey shadow, except for a blue-black window that appeared right before Nai Li, something he had seen before and was now becoming a strange comfort in this chaos. Simulation system initiated. Input, player's desire, if only I could help make this family better. Process, analyzing simulation of decisions to fulfill player's desire. Analyzing. Progress, 1%. 50%. 80%. 100%. Analysis complete. Result, mission generated, rebirth of the Heavenly Marks family. Objective, utilize knowledge from past life to elevate the status and fortune of the Heavenly Marks family. Actions required. Directive, select from the provided options. Warning, Non-selection will result in mission failure and the inability to achieve the player's desired outcome. The numbers on the screen blurred as Nai Li stared at them, his mind racing even faster than the countdown itself. Option 1. My name is Nai Li. Option 2. Patriarch Nai Hai, do you have the courage to make a bet with me? Option 3. Remain silent. 500, 499, 498. How? Nai Li thought, his mind racing. The system, it operated on his desires, didn't it? But what was the criteria for those desires to be accepted? Why hadn't it allowed him to simply change the color of his soul realm? Was it because some things were impossible, even for this mysterious power? Or was there something deeper, a limitation he hadn't yet grasped? There must be something, he reasoned, his thoughts a tangled mess of questions. After all, this system had brought him back in time. So why couldn't it grant the simple wish of altering his soul realm color? It didn't seem as impossible compared to traveling through time itself. The answers danced just out of reach, leaving him frustrated and confused. Nai Li glanced at the three options again, trying to piece together how they fit into the grand scheme of things. How were these choices going to change his family? The first option stared back at him. My name is Nai Li. It was simple, too simple. Just saying his name, what would that accomplish? Would it make a difference? He was nobody. Just a farmer's son from a branch family. Nai Li shifted his gaze to the second option, and his pulse quickened. Patriarch Nai Hai, do you have the courage to make a bet with me? His breath caught in his throat. That was bold, almost reckless, a direct challenge to the patriarch himself. What would that even mean? What kind of bet? Did he have a plan for this? What if Nai Hai refused? Nai Li's mind scrambled for answers, his instincts pushing him toward this dangerous path. But it was risky, too risky. And he wasn't ready for the consequences if it failed. Then there was the third option, remain silent. The easiest route. No confrontation, no exposure. He could just sit back, avoid stirring the waters. Nai Li clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms as the countdown continued to tick away. 250. 200. 150. His heart pounded louder in his chest with each passing second. The pressure was suffocating. Each option seemed to pull him in a different direction, like the weight of destiny was pressing down on him. Could these choices actually change something? Could they really improve his family's situation? What was the point of this system if he didn't use it to alter his fate, to rewrite everything? The fear crept up Nai Li's spine. What if he made the wrong decision? What if he chose the wrong path and everything crumbled again, just like it did before? 100, 75, 50. Nai Li took a deep breath, steadying his resolve. His decision was made. And with a heart filled with purpose, he tapped his choice. Selection confirmed. Player Nai Li has chosen option 3. Nai Li clenched his jaw as the words flashed across the screen, his decision echoing in his head. Remain silent. It felt like a retreat, like taking the easy way out, but he reminded himself that to change this family, he needed power. The kind of power that could only come from the opportunities waiting for him at the academy, not here, in this suffocating hall. But then, just as quickly, everything seemed to grind to a halt. Time itself seemed to freeze again, the world around Nai Li holding its breath. What? His pulse quickened. Is the system forcing me to act? The options reappeared, taunting him, demanding a different choice. Option 1. My name is Nai Li. Option 2. Patriarch Nai Hai, do you have the courage to make a bet with me? Fine, Nai Li growled, the frustration bubbling up inside him. He had no choice but to confront this head-on. His finger stabbed at the screen, selecting the second option, and time resumed its natural flow. But then, in an echo Nai Li hadn't expected, his own voice rang out across the hall, clear and defiant. My name is Nai Li, he heard himself declare, the words carrying a strength he didn't know he had, slicing through the chatter like a blade through silk. Everything around him seemed to stop again, the previous laughter and the mocking glances frozen in mid-motion. The air was thick with stunned silence as eyes turned toward Nai Li, their expressions puzzled. He could see the confusion on their faces, a collective thought crossing their minds. Why would he just say his name like it means something? Before anyone could react, before the whispers could start up again, the screen blazed back to life, demanding Nai Li's attention once more. Option 1. Patriarch Nai Hai, do you have the courage to make a bet with me? Option 2. Walk away. The two options in front of Nai Li felt like they carried the weight of the world an all-or-nothing gamble. Why is the system so insistent that this is the way? He wondered, the question swirling in his mind like a storm. Was this really the change he wanted? What was it pushing him towards? The seconds ticked down, and Nai Li knew he could simply walk away, avoid this confrontation altogether. But now, curiosity gripped him. What would this bold choice lead to? What would it make possible? Selection confirmed. Player Nai Li has chosen option 1. As soon as time resumed, Nai Li found himself blurting out, Patriarch Nai Hai, do you have the courage to make a bet with me? The moment those words left his lips, the entire hall seemed to shudder in shock. The very idea of him, a mere nobody from a branch family, challenging the patriarch himself, was nothing short of madness. The silence that followed was like a vacuum, pulling in all the disbelief and curiosity from the room. Nai Li could almost feel his father's gaze burning into him, filled with silent questions. What are you doing? For a heartbeat, he hesitated, the weight of countless eyes pressing down on him. But then, in the sea of faces, he caught a flicker of something unexpected: admiration. It was subtle, a hint of respect in the eyes of the branch family members, those who had spent their lives dreaming of speaking out but never dared. For a brief moment, they seemed to see in Nai Li the courage they wished they possessed. But just as quickly as it appeared, that admiration faded. Nai Li saw the realization flicker across their faces. These weren't the bold words of a powerful prodigy, they were the defiant cries of a talentless boy. The respect he thought he'd earned retreated back into the shadows, replaced by the cold, calculating looks of disappointment. What good are bold words when they come from someone with nothing to back them up? Their eyes seemed to say. The tension in the room thickened like a storm about to break, and then Elder Wei's voice shattered the silence like a thunderclap. Such insolence, he roared, his expression twisting into a mask of fury and disbelief. To speak in such a manner during the soul ceremony is to disgrace your ancestors and the very name of the heavenly Marks family. His words struck hard, meant to crush any sense of rebellion, to remind Nai Li of his place at the bottom of the family's rigid hierarchy. It was a command for him to retreat into the background, to let the silence swallow his defiance and put him back in his place. But before Elder Wei's condemnation could settle, another sound rippled through the air: the slow, deliberate creak of wood. It cut through the hall, pulling every gaze towards its source as if an invisible force had drawn them all in. Patriarch Nai Hai emerged from the shadows like a force of nature, his presence dominating the hall. His white hair, neatly tied back, spoke of wisdom and the weight of countless years, and his segmented beard framed his face with an air of solemn authority. His eyes, sharp and unyielding, seemed to cut through the noise, narrowing in on Nai Li as though trying to unravel the madness behind his challenge. Quite the bold declaration you have there, boy, he said, his voice steady yet laced with a hint of intrigue. Pray tell, what is this bet? His words weren't just a question, they were a lifeline. An invitation for Nai Li to prove that his challenge wasn't just the reckless cry of a fool. Any minute now, Nai Li practically screamed in his head, willing the system to do something, anything. But nothing came. No text, no options, just the expectant eyes of the patriarch glaring down at him, his expression shifting from curiosity to disappointment as the seconds ticked by. Why the hell did I trust this stupid system? The murmurs started to rise around Nai Li, a tide of whispers and low laughs that filled the hall. Mocking smiles and sneers twisted the faces of those watching, their disdain rippling through the crowd like a wave. The humiliation was creeping in, slow and suffocating. The system, his hidden guide, the crutch he had relied on, was silent. Completely inactive. Why? Nai Li raged silently, his frustration boiling over. Had he misunderstood the system's purpose all along? He had put so much faith in it, believing it would show him the way forward, but now it had abandoned him. What was it trying to push him toward? You know what? I don't care, Nai Li thought bitterly. His mind was racing, and the pressure of the moment was like a vice squeezing his chest. I'm probably going to get a beating for this anyway, he told himself, so I might as well say something to this old fool about what the family really needs. If the system wasn't going to help, Nai Li would just use what he knew from the future. Maybe, just maybe, the patriarch would listen. Doubt it, he thought, but at least when things started to unravel in the future, the patriarch would remember that Nai Li had warned him. Maybe the change the system promised him was this a way to gain the trust of the patriarch, even if it was in the long run. Nai Li opened his mouth, bracing himself to speak, but just as he was about to let the words fly, time came to a sudden stop. The sneering faces, the jeering mouths, and the patriarch's disappointed eyes froze in place, locked in the moment. The screen flickered to life before Nai Li, its familiar glow returning as options finally appeared, blooming across his vision like a lifeline he hadn't expected. Finally, the options flashed before Nai Li, each one heavier than the last. Option 1. I have a way to save the Heavenly Marks family. Too bold, Nai Li thought. Making a claim like that would throw him into the deep end, and he doubted the system would let him slip by with just words. No, that would only lead to more pressure, more expectations that he wasn't sure he could meet not yet. Then, there was the second option. Option 2, I challenge you to the seat of the patriarch. Nai Li almost laughed, a dry, humorless sound. What was he thinking? Challenge him? He wasn't even close to being a bronze rank, let alone the level of strength required to stand against Patriarch Nai Hai. That was like jumping off a cliff and hoping to grow wings on the way down. No way. He'd be crushed before he even finished the sentence. What would he do? Hide and wait for the patriarch to keel over from old age? Ridiculous. Option 3, give me 1 week. I can prove to you that I am the strongest of the next generation. This one caught Nai Li's attention. It wasn't a claim of immediate power or wisdom. It was a challenge, a goal he could aim for. A week wasn't much time, but it was enough to prove something if he could pull it off. The system had given him tools, and he needed to use them. Maybe this was his way to push back, to show them he wasn't the weak boy they thought he was. And then, there was the last option. Option 4, stay silent. That's no longer an option, Nai Li thought bitterly. The moment he had spoken, the die was cast. Silence wasn't going to save him now. His decision made, Nai Li felt the familiar tingle of the system locking in his choice. Selection confirmed, player Nai Li has chosen option 3. Nai Li took a breath, steadying himself as he opened his mouth. Give me 1 week, he declared, his voice strong and clear, cutting through the thick tension in the room. I can prove to you that I am the strongest of the next generation. The words hung in the air like a challenge, and as soon as they left his lips, Nai Li felt the weight of every gaze in the room shift toward him. The silence that followed was suffocating, the shock in the room palpable. Did I just say that? He could almost hear the incredulous thoughts buzzing around him. He was standing in a room filled with people who thought he was nothing, and here he was, making promises he wasn't sure he could keep. Nai Li's heart pounded in his chest, each beat a reminder that there was no going back now. Patriarch Nai Hai's gaze was the sharpest of all. His eyes, cold and calculating, bore into Nai Li, searching for any sign of weakness, any hint that he might be bluffing. For a moment, The room felt frozen in time, the tension stretching out as if the world had paused just to see how this would play out. Finally, the silence was broken by the patriarch's voice, calm yet carrying the weight of authority. And how do you propose to do that? Underscore 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 un. As Elder Naiwei stood there, watching the scene unfold, he couldn't help but reflect on how far the Heavenly Marks family had fallen. He remembered the glory of their name when he was just a boy, the strength, the pride, the respect they commanded. They were warriors, renowned across the land, their reputation rivaling even the great Snowwind family. But now, decades later, that legacy had withered, and Elder Naiwei had been forced to watch it decay. Piece by piece, their lands were taken, their warriors slain or exiled over the pettiest of disputes. The family's power drained away, all under the weak leadership of Naihai. Naihai, Elder Naiwei thought bitterly, he's too blind to see that he's led us to ruin. But he saw it. He saw the family crumbling before his eyes, and he knew deep in his bones that if the Heavenly Marks family was going to survive, it would need new leadership. His leadership. But despite his growing age, Naihai was still formidable, too strong for Elder Naiwei to challenge directly. So he had waited, biding his time, waiting for the inevitable day when nature would claim Naihai, and he could finally take control. But then this boy, Nai Li, with his impudent challenge, had thrown the entire hall into chaos. I can prove to you that I am the strongest of the next generation. Those words echoed in Elder Naiwei's mind as the room fell into stunned silence. At first, he thought to dismiss the boy's arrogance. Who does he think he is? A child with no power, no standing, thinking he could challenge the patriarch? But then, an idea took root in Elder Naiwei's mind. Perhaps this is the moment I've been waiting for. And how do you propose to do that? Naihai said. Elder Naiwei could feel the wheels turning in his head, the possibilities unfolding. This could be his opportunity, the catalyst he needed to push forward with his plan. If I play this right, he thought, Naihai's reign might end sooner than I expected. Before he realized it, Elder Naiwei was speaking. Patriarch, I have a suggestion. The room shifted. All eyes turned toward him. Even Naihai, with his stone-faced authority, looked curious. And what might that be, Elder Naiwei? Naihai's voice was calm, but Elder Naiwei could sense the unease lurking beneath his words. Elder Naiwei straightened, feeling a surge of confidence. In 1 week's time, let's organize a tournament for the younger members of our family, with Nai Li participating as well. The last one standing should be recognized as the strongest of the next generation and named the next heir to the Heavenly Marks family. The moment he spoke, Elder Naiwei felt the shock ripple through the hall. He could see it in their faces, Nai Li included. It was audacious, and he knew it. But audacity was what this family needed. Naihai's eyebrows rose, skepticism clouding his expression. And what's the reason for this unusual suggestion? Elder Naiwei had anticipated his question. His voice remained steady as he replied, the reason, Patriarch, is simple. Our family is at a critical juncture. We are weak, our enemies grow bolder, and we are in desperate need of unity. What better way to ignite the fire in our next generation than through a competition that will showcase their strength and potential? He watched Naihai's face carefully, gauging his reaction. Naihai wasn't easily swayed. He was cautious, slow to change a trait that had, in part, led them to this decline. A tournament might showcase our young members' talents, Naihai said, but naming the victor as the next heir? That is a significant departure from tradition. Tradition, Elder Naiwei thought bitterly, as if you ever cared about that. He couldn't let Naihai's resistance stop him. Patriarch, traditions are indeed the foundation of our family, but even traditions must adapt if we are to survive. We cannot afford to cling to the past when our future is so uncertain. We must be bold. Around him, Elder Niwei could hear the crowd beginning to murmur. Some of them were swayed by his words, he could see it in their eyes. Others whispered their doubts, but the idea had been planted, and it was taking root. Sensing the shift, Elder Niwei seized the moment. Fellow members of the Heavenly Marks family, he called out, his voice rising. Do we not long to see our family rise again? Are we to sit by and watch as we fade into irrelevance? Or will we seize this chance, this opportunity to strengthen our bonds and reclaim our former glory? The murmurs turned into applause. Some were already shouting in agreement, swept up in the fervor of his speech. Elder Niwei could feel the momentum shifting in his favor. Nihai, though still wary, was no fool. He could see that the crowd was with him. With a heavy sigh, Nihai nodded slowly. Very well, Elder Niwei. We will proceed with your suggestion. Let this tournament be the crucible in which the future of our family is forged. Finally, Elder Niwei had to stop himself from smiling too broadly as he bowed, keeping his voice respectful. Thank you, Patriarch. You have made a wise choice. This tournament will mark the beginning of a new era for the Heavenly Marks family. But his triumph was short-lived. Elder Niwei noticed Nai Li watching him throughout the exchange. The boy's face was hard to read, but something about the way he looked at him gave Elder Niwei pause. Could Nai Li have seen through him? Could he know that Elder Niwei intended to use this tournament to solidify his power? Then, Naiha's voice cut through Elder Niwei's thoughts, and he stiffened. Elder Wei, what is Nai Li's soul force? Elder Niwei faltered for a moment but quickly masked his hesitation. He glanced at his records, and a sneer tugged at the corner of his lips as he read the number aloud. Nai Li's soul force is 5. Laughter erupted from the hall. The mockery was immediate and harsh. Elder Niwei couldn't help but smirk, indulging in the scorn of the crowd. This boy is nothing, he thought. How dare he think he can challenge the Patriarch with a soul force so pitiful? The jeers continued, biting and cruel. He's as strong as a newborn kitten, someone laughed. Maybe he can challenge the chickens in the yard, another added, the room bursting into more laughter. But then, the hall grew silent as Nihai raised his hand. His gaze was serious as he looked at Nai Li, cutting through the noise like a blade. Boy, he said, his voice calm but filled with authority, if you lose this tournament, you will compensate us with your head on a silver platter. You wanted a bet, and now you have won your life. In Glory City, one's standing, one's position, authority, word, reputation, and honor lied with something out of their control. A potential they are born with. This potential is known as Soul Realm. The sole indicative measure of talent in Glory City. There were 7 classes of Soul Realms. Red, at the lowest end of the spectrum, red symbolized weakness. Those with this realm were often looked down upon and considered common. It was an unfortunate mark, often leading to a life of mediocrity in the cultivation world. Orange, one step above red, the orange realm represented average talent. It was a common realm among cultivators, neither particularly weak nor exceptionally strong. Yellow, another step up the ladder, the yellow realm also denoted average ability, albeit slightly better than orange. Those with a yellow soul realm had the potential to be decent cultivators with enough effort. Green, here began the realms of geniuses. A green soul realm was rare, with individuals possessing this realm naturally having an easier time cultivating and were considered prodigious. Cyan, just above green, the Cyan realm was also in the genius category. Those with a Cyan soul realm were often regarded with envy, their talent undeniable and their potential vast. Azure, the Azure realm was the stuff of legends. Individuals with this realm were few and far between, their very existence often turning them into important figures through history. Indigo, the pinnacle of soul realms, indigo was the stuff of myths. Those with an indigo realm were destined for greatness, their paths often intertwined with the heavens themselves. Underscore. First timeline. Naiming and Nai Li were riding together in their wagon, feeling the breeze brush against their faces. Today was a significant day, the day Nai Li would discover his soul realm. Leading up to the ceremony, Nai Li had let his mind wander, imagining what his realm might be. Maybe I'll be Azure, he daydreamed with a chuckle, knowing deep down it was a long shot. Cyan? That would be amazing. Green? Definitely a possibility. Yellow? I'd be happy with that. Orange? Not great, but I could make it work. But reality had other plans. In a twist that felt like a cruel joke from the universe, Nai Li's soul realm was revealed to be red. The thought weighed on him like a label of being just average, a mark showing that he, a farmer's son, was meant for nothing special. Dad, I am sorry, Nai Li said, gazing at the setting sun, his voice tinged with regret. Nai Ming's lips tightened before he spoke. Nai Li, he started, his voice heavy with emotion, do you know my biggest regret? It's letting you think that your value depended on some random measure of talent. Letting you feel lesser because of a color, a realm. For that, I'm deeply sorry. But isn't our family's honor linked to how strong and talented we are? Nai Li questioned, the confusion clear in his eyes. Nai Ming took a moment, looking for the right words. To the world, perhaps. But not to a father. Your worth, to me, to your mother, to us all, isn't about your soul realm. It's about the kindness in your heart, your character's strength, and your actions' integrity. Nai Li was stunned, absorbing his father's words. Nai Ming continued, I blame myself, Nai Li. If there's any lack in your talent, it's my fault. I never wanted you to feel inferior over something beyond your control. Tears welled up in Nai Li's eyes. Dad, I thought. His father placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. What matters is what you do now, with the time and chances you get. Forget the past. Look to the future, son. You have so much to offer, so much potential. Don't let a realm or color define you. Remember, effort will never betray you. Talentless, so what? Just keep trying, again and again. Even for the talented, effort is key, working hard for oneself. Second timeline. Present day. As Nai Li queued up, waiting for his moment, he watched the ceremony unfold. One by one, teenagers stepped up, pressing their palms against the soul crystal. The crystal, in response, would gleam with a color, declaring the soul realm of each individual. The hall buzzed with a cocktail of feelings, excitement, hope, and nerves. Nai Li's gaze then shifted towards the main family members of the Heavenly Marks family, who were celebrating their results. To outsiders, the joy over yellow soul realms might seem misplaced, as yellow typically signified nothing remarkable. Yet, for the Heavenly Marks family, this was a cause for celebration. They were, after all, a family of mediocrity standing within the aristocracy of Glory City. Their continued recognition as aristocrats hinged solely on the patriarch's gold rank. Should he pass away, their status would vanish overnight. Yet, there they were, basking in their own pride, seemingly oblivious to their position. Nai Li couldn't help but feel a mixture of disdain and frustration as he observed their self-congratulatory behavior. They really live in their own bubble, he thought, a bitter taste in his mouth. Their arrogance is astounding. The Heavenly Marks family doesn't need enemies when it has such members. In the center of the hall stood the soul crystal, a stunning centerpiece drawing everyone's eyes. It looked as pure as water from the most pristine lakes, set upon a dark metal base adorned with complex engravings. Only a handful knew the truth behind these markings, they were key to measuring a person's soul force. An orange soul realm? Step aside now. Nai Li, it's your turn. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Nai Li moved toward the soul crystal, his mind filled with whispers from the past. As he touched the crystal, Nai Li felt an unusual connection, as if there was an invisible link formed between him and the crystal. It was the inscription array, a script that commanded soul force to manifest in visible form. As his soul force flowed into the crystal, the room was suddenly engulfed in a red light. Whispers turned to loud murmurs, and laughter filled the air. Nai Li let out a sigh. So, nothing's changed, even after going back in time, he thought to himself. As the jeers and mocking filled the air around him, he took another deep breath. A red soul realm? My little sister did better than that, someone jeered loudly. How disappointing. I thought the Heavenly Marks family might surprise us this year, laughed another, barely hiding their amusement. Then, a younger voice added with feigned pity, oh, poor Nai Li. Maybe he's just a late bloomer. This comment set off a wave of laughter among a small group. Another added, with a soul realm like that, he's doomed to be average. Why even bother trying? Nai Li understood all too well why he was the target of their ridicule. He was the first to reveal a red soul realm, making him an easy mark for these insecure people, desperate to feel superior. They needed someone to mock to distract themselves from their own mediocrity and avoid facing their own insignificance in the vast world. Nai Li looked for his dad in the crowd, noticing how his father's head was lowered. He could tell his dad wasn't feeling let down or embarrassed, but scared. He was scared of the challenges and tough times his son would now have to face because of his soul realm. Nai Li turned his gaze to his father. The words that his father had once given him, words that had become a beacon of hope in his previous life, now came to the forefront of his mind. Nai Li whispered, talentless, so what? Move it, trash. Elder Wei's harsh words broke the moment as Nai Li tightened his grip into a fist. If only I could help make this family better, Nai Li thought. Then, everything around him stopped. People's mocking smiles, their hushed talks, and even the tiny dust particles hanging in the air, all of it froze, as if time itself had paused. The world turned into a silent, grey shadow, except for a blue-black window that appeared right before Nai Li, something he had seen before and was now becoming a strange comfort in this chaos. Simulation system initiated. Input, player's desire, if only I could help make this family better. Process, analyzing simulation of decisions to fulfill player's desire. Analyzing. Progress, 1%. Progress, 2%. Progress, 10%. Progress, 50%. Progress, 60%. Progress, 80%. Progress, 100%. Analysis complete. Simulation system initiated. Input, player's desire, if only I could make this family better. Process, analyzing simulation of decisions to fulfill player's desire. Analyzing. Progress, 1%. Progress, 2%. Progress, 10%. Progress, 50%. Progress, 60%. Progress, 80%. Progress, 100%. Analysis complete. Result, mission generated, rebirth of the Heavenly Marks family. Objective, utilize knowledge from past life to elevate the status and fortune of the Heavenly Marks family. Actions required. Directive, select from the provided options. Warning, non-selection will result in mission failure and the inability to achieve the player's desired outcome. Nai Li's gaze darted across the screen, his mind racing faster than the countdown itself. Option 1, my name is Nai Li. Option 2, Patriarch Nai Hai, do you have the courage to make a bet with me? Option 3, remain silent. 500. 499. 498. Nai Li pondered, can these choices truly improve my family's situation? How? Nai Li stood there, his mind racing as he considered his options. Each one seemed like a different path in a dense forest, leading to unknown destinations. The first choice, simply stating my name is Nai Li, felt too ordinary, almost pointless. Just announcing my name. What good would that do? He thought. I'm just a farmer's son. Wouldn't saying my name out loud in such a grand manner make me look foolish, like I'm pretending to be more important than I am? Then there was the second option. Option 2, Patriarch Nihai, do you have the courage to make a bet with me? This was daring, almost reckless. It was like throwing down a challenge right in the Patriarch's face. But what if he says no? Nai Li worried. Would I look weak, or would it make him seem scared? And what's the bet about anyway? Do I even have a solid plan for this gamble? The third choice, option 3, remain silent, appeared to be the path of least resistance. Isn't keeping quiet the same as giving up? Or does it mean I just avoid making things worse? He pondered if silence was really the safest bet, or if it was merely a quiet surrender, a missed opportunity to change his fate. As Nai Li weighed his options, he realized each choice came with its own set of risks and possibilities. With each tick of the countdown, Nai Li's heart pounded louder in his chest. 3 paths lay before him, each leading to a future unknown. He could stand tall and reveal who he was, challenge the powers that be, or stay hidden in the background. But Nai Li knew deep down he didn't come back to this point in time to just watch life pass him by. The countdown numbers dropped quickly. 250. 200. 150. Time was running out. This decision, it's not just for right now. It's for the future, for my family's future, Nai Li thought, feeling the enormity of this moment. These options were indeed tied to the mysterious system that allowed him to travel back in time, then there had to be a reason for them. A reason bigger than he could see right now. And so, with a deep breath and a sense of purpose fueling his heart, Nai Li made his choice. Selection confirmed. Player Nai Li has chosen option 1. My name is Nai Li, he declared, his voice strong and clear, cutting through the noise of the hall like a sharp knife. Everything and everyone around him seemed to freeze. The previous laughter and mocking looks suddenly stopped in their tracks. The crowd looked at him, puzzled. Their faces filled with confusion, as if they were all thinking, why would he just say his name like it's something big? Before anyone could break the silence or start whispering again, time seemed to stand still once more. The screen that had been counting down flashed urgently in front of Nai Li. Option 1, Patriarch Nihai, do you have the courage to make a bet with me? Option 2, remain silent. Nai Li's heart was racing. The system seemed to be nudging him towards a bold confrontation he hadn't initially intended to face. There was no turning back now, he had to move forward. Silence wouldn't protect him here. As he prepared himself for what was to come, he felt the weight of his decision heavy on his shoulders. It was a gamble, a step into the unknown, but he was ready to take that leap of faith. He needed to change his future, and this was his chance. Taking a deep breath, which felt as significant as if it were his first, Nai Li made his choice. Selection confirmed. Player Nai Li has chosen option 1. As soon as time resumed its flow, Nai Li found himself saying, Patriarch Nihai, do you have the courage to make a bet with me? The entire hall turned to him in shock. His challenge, bold and direct, silenced the crowd. The idea of him, a young man of mediocrity standing, daring to challenge the Patriarch was unheard of. Every face in the room turned towards him, their expressions a mix of disbelief and curiosity. The silence deepened, weighed down by the audacity of Nai Li's words. Nai Li could almost hear his father's unspoken questions. What are you doing? Nai Li, feeling the sudden shift in the room, raised his gaze. The figure that now commanded the attention of all was a portrait of authority sculpted by time itself. Patriarch Nihai, the venerated gold-ranked demon spiritualist of the heavenly Marks family, emerged from the shadows like a deity from the folds of history. His appearance was both formidable and dignified. His white hair, the symbol of his longevity and wisdom, was neatly tied atop his head, and his long, segmented beard seemed to accentuate the sharpness of his features. His eyes, narrow and deep, bore the weight of countless battles and decisions, and his stern, commanding expression was a testament to the burdens of leadership. Draped in traditional attire befitting his status, he sat on a throne-like chair that seemed to hold not just the man, but the legacy he carried. The elder's pride and the young man's defiance both paled in the presence of such gravitas. A pause hung in the air, filled with unspoken questions and unease. Then, with a voice that carried the resonance of authority and a trace of curiosity, Patriarch Nihai addressed Nai Li directly, his words like stones cast upon the surface of a still pond. "Quite the bold declaration you have there, boy. Pray tell, what is this bet?" His question was not just an inquiry, it was an opening a chance for Nai Li to speak, to justify his challenge before the assembled family. All eyes were on the young man, whose heart beat with the ferocity of a war drum in his chest. Nai Li noticed something different in the eyes of some branch family members' admiration. The adults among them, who had long harbored dreams too big to voice, found a sliver of respect for Nai Li. Despite thinking his actions might be because he was retarded, they couldn't help but admire his courage. Now, all eyes were on Patriarch Nihai, waiting for him to respond to this unexpected challenge from the most unlikely member of their family. The tension in the air was palpable, as everyone held their breath, waiting. The whispers and quiet laughter that had filled the hall were cut short by Elder Wei's stern rebuke. "Such insolence," he thundered, disbelief and anger twisting his features. "To speak in such a manner during the soul ceremony is to disgrace your ancestors and the very name of the heavenly Marks family." His words were heavy, meant to put Nai Li back in his place and remind everyone of the order within their family. But before the full impact of Elder Wei's rebuke could hit him, a new sound caught everyone's attention: the slow, deliberate creak of wood. The room fell silent, as if the sound had sucked all the noise out of the air. Every eye turned, drawn to the source of the sound as if pulled by invisible strings. The heavy gaze of Patriarch Nihai settled on Nai Li, expecting a response to the bold declaration that had echoed through the hall moments before. But silence unfurled from Nai Li instead. His eyes darted around the room, a silent plea for the mysterious text of the system to grant him guidance. But there was nothing: no text, no options, no cryptic advice. Just the expectant eyes of the patriarch and the growing impatience etched on his aged face. Nai Li's mind was a tempest of questions. The system had thrust him into the limelight with a challenge, a bet, but had left him without a script in this critical scene. As the patriarch's expression began to shift from curiosity to disappointment, the murmurs started anew. Mocking smiles and sneers crept into the faces of those around him, the hall echoing with the sound of their disdain. The system had been my crutch, my hidden guide, but now, it was silent, completely inactive. Why? This lack of response, the total absence of any direction, was eating away at me. Had I misunderstood its purpose all along? What path was it trying to lead me down? Inside me, tension swelled, a growing resolve pushing back against the heavy cloak of uncertainty. "You know what? Fuck it," Nai Li thought, his frustration reaching a boiling point. "I'll make a bet. Any bet. It's better than standing here silent." Just as he steeled himself to voice his challenge, time ground to a halt. The mocking faces froze mid-jeer, and the patriarch's shifting eyes locked in place. Before Nai Li, the screen flickered to life, blooming with options. Suddenly, it hit me like lightning. The system hadn't left me behind, it was just waiting, waiting for me to decide to act on my own. In that moment of stillness, I got it. It wasn't about the system guiding me step by step. It was about me, my own decision to push ahead, to take a stand, no matter how the system tried to steer me. Looking at the choices on the screen, waiting for my pick, I understood this was only the start. The real challenge was just beginning. Elder Naiwei had long understood the grim reality that the Heavenly Marks family was fading away. As a child, he had witnessed their glory, a proud family of warriors whose fame could rival even the Snowwind family. But as the decades passed, he watched helplessly as their power diminished. Their lands were seized over trivial disputes, their warriors either killed or exiled, all to satisfy the whims of rival families. In Naiwei's eyes, the once great heavenly Marks family was already a relic of the past, its downfall orchestrated by the feeble leadership of Naihai. He believed the family's only chance for revival rested in his hands, under his rule. However, Naiwei faced a significant obstacle. Despite his age, Naihai remained a formidable force, far beyond Naiwei's ability to challenge directly. So, Naiwei bided his time, waiting for nature to claim Naihai, dreaming of the day he would take over. But then, something unexpected happened. Patriarch Naihai, do you have the courage to make a bet with me? Nai Li's words echoed through the hall, surprising everyone, including Naiwei. Under normal circumstances, Naiwei would have dismissed such audacity with a scoff. However, this time was different. As he processed Nai Li's challenge, Naiwei's mind began to whirl with possibilities. Perhaps this was the moment he had been waiting for, the chance to enact his plan and claim the leadership of the heavenly Marks family for himself. Nai Li focused on the screen before him. Option 1, I have a way to save the heavenly Marks family. Option 2, I challenge you to the seat of the Patriarch. Option 3, give me 1 week, I can prove to you that I am the strongest of the next generation. Option 4, stay silent. The first choice. Option 1, I have a way to save the heavenly Marks family. It felt too daring. Making such a bold statement was risky because the system would likely put me in a tight spot to back up my claim. I doubted I could just talk my way out of that situation. Then there was option 2. Option 2, I challenge you to the seat of the Patriarch. But that felt like jumping off a cliff without wings. I wasn't even close to being a bronze rank, let alone gold rank. What was I thinking? That I'd challenge him and then what? Hide and hope he'd just pass away from a stroke? Option 3, give me 1 week, I can prove to you that I am the strongest of the next generation. This option caught my eye. This option had something tangible about it, a challenge, a chance to show what I could do, not just empty words. It was a promise of proof, a real goal. But the big question lingered, could I actually pull it off? And finally, option 4, stay silent. Well, that ship had sailed the moment I opened my mouth. Selection confirmed, player Nai Li has chosen option 3. Give me 1 week, I can prove to you that I am the strongest of the next generation, Nai Li declared, leaving everyone stunned. The room fell into a deep, unnerving silence, with every pair of eyes locked on him. Patriarch Naihai's gaze was the sharpest of all, slicing through the quiet. After a moment that seemed to stretch on forever, the Patriarch finally broke the silence. And how do you propose to do that? He asked, his voice steady and calm. To everyone's surprise, it was Elder Naiwei who answered. Patriarch, I have a suggestion, he said, capturing the attention of everyone in the room. What might that be, Elder Naiwei? Patriarch Naihai inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Elder Naiwei, standing tall and confident, proposed, in 1 week's time, let's organize a tournament for the younger members of our family, with Nai Li participating as well. The last one standing should be recognized as the strongest of the next generation and named the next heir to the heavenly Marks family. The suggestion sent a wave of shock through the hall, leaving everyone, including Nai Li, utterly astonished. Patriarch Naihai, his eyebrows raised in question, looked at Elder Naiwei. And what's the reason for this unusual suggestion? He inquired. The reason, Patriarch, is simple, Elder Naiwei began, his voice steady and convincing. We are at a crucial point in our family's history. Our strength has waned, and our enemies circle like vultures. What we need is unity, a demonstration of our resolve to rise again. What better way to ignite the spirit of our family than through a competition that showcases the strength and potential of our next generation? Patriarch Naihai appeared unconvinced, his stance firm. A tournament could indeed showcase our young members' talents, but naming the victor as the next heir? That is a significant departure from tradition. Traditions are the backbone of our family, yes, but even traditions must adapt in the face of survival. We must be bold, patriarch. Let us empower our youth. Let them lead us into a new era. The crowd began to murmur among themselves, the idea taking root. Some nodded in agreement, while others whispered their doubts. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Elder Niwei seized the moment. He turned to face them, his voice growing louder, more impassioned. Fellow members of the Heavenly Marks family, do we not desire to see our family regain its former glory? Are we content to watch as others surpass us, or do we take this chance to rise? The crowd's murmurs grew into voiced support. Patriarch Nihai, feeling the shift in the room, still held his ground, but his voice softened. Elder Niwei, while your words stir the heart, we must consider the implications. Is this truly the best path forward? What better path than one that unites us under the banner of hope and strength? Let us make a stand, here and now, for the future of the Heavenly Marks family. The hall erupted in applause and shouts of agreement, the crowd swayed by Elder Niwei's fervor. Patriarch Nihai, looking around at the faces of his family members, felt the weight of their collective will. With a heavy sigh, he gave a slow, deliberate nod. Very well, Elder Niwei. We will proceed with your suggestion. Let this tournament be the crucible in which the future of our family is forged. Elder Niwei, triumphant, bowed deeply to the Patriarch. Thank you, Patriarch. You have chosen wisely. This tournament will mark the beginning of a new chapter for the Heavenly Marks family. Hearing Elder Niwei's passionate speech, Nai Li couldn't help but wonder if the old man was being influenced by the same mysterious system that guided him. Meanwhile, Patriarch Nihai, the eye of the storm, regarded the source of the upheaval with a patient gaze. The task of selecting an heir had become a migraine he hadn't asked for, knowing full well the victor, likely from the main family, would only serve to complicate his reign further. His eyes settled on Nai Li, the catalyst of this chaos. Elder Wei, what is Nai Li's soul force? Nihai asked, his tone so casual it bordered on indifference. Elder Wei, barely containing his disdain, hurried to consult his records. Nai Li's soul force is 5, he declared, a smirk twisting his features as laughter broke out, filling the hall with a cruel mirth. The crowd didn't hold back their scorn. He's as strong as a newborn kitten, watch out, someone called out, sparking a wave of mockery. A soul force of 5? My little sister sneezed and blew away a stronger soul force, another added, provoking more laughter. The jeers kept coming. Is this a joke? Because I forgot to laugh, and maybe he meant the strongest in terms of audacity. Certainly not in soul force. Hey, maybe he can challenge the chickens in the yard. That's a fair fight, right? A younger voice chimed in, drawing snickers from the crowd. With a soul force like that, he'd struggle to light a candle, let alone fight a demon beast, a seasoned warrior added, causing an uproar of laughter. He's the strongest, all right at stirring up a good laugh, another voice mocked, their laughter harsh in the heavy air of the hall. But then, silence fell like a curtain as Patriarch Nihai raised his hand. The laughter died, and all eyes turned to him. His gaze, unlike the derision that had filled the hall, was serious and piercing as he looked at Nai Li. Boy, if you lose this tournament, you will compensate us with your head on a silver platter. You wanted to have a bet, you have won, and now you are betting with your life. Was it you, or my words that did that? Nai Li wondered, staring at the system screen that had guided him through so much already. Even as he sat there, still reeling from the events that had just unfolded, the thought lingered. Elder Niwei had stepped in, seemingly to help him, but why? If it was the system, if this strange power had somehow manipulated Elder Niwei into supporting him, then maybe Nai Li could relax a little. But if it was his words that had pushed the Elder to act, then things were much more dangerous. If Elder Niwei had an agenda, and Nai Li had unwittingly become part of it. This situation was far more complex than he'd realized. Nai Li shook his head, forcing himself to refocus. He didn't have time to worry about Elder Nai Wei's motives right now. What he needed was power, and he needed it fast. The tournament would be his chance, but he wasn't strong enough. The sound of horses' hooves clattering against the dirt pulled Nai Li from his thoughts. He glanced over to see his father sitting in silence beside him. His father's face was blank, his gaze distant, lost somewhere far away. Nai Li watched him for a moment, trying to read his expression, but it was like staring at a mask. "What are you thinking, father?" he wondered. Was his father angry? Worried? Proud? He couldn't tell. The silence between them felt heavy, like an invisible wall that neither of them could break. Nai Li wanted to ask him, to hear his thoughts, but something held him back. Maybe it was the uncertainty in his own heart, the fear that his father might not understand what he was trying to do. Nai Ming sat there in silence, but inside, he was in a state of complete panic. To say he was freaking out would be an understatement. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat echoing the terrifying thought that in just a week, his son, his Nai Li, could be dead. Dead. The word sent shivers down his spine, making his hands tremble as he gripped the reins. How did this happen? How did everything spiral so far out of control? What kind of father lets his son face such a fate? Nai Ming couldn't shake the guilt that weighed on him like a mountain. He had always encouraged Nai Li. He had believed in him, never once telling him to temper his dreams or hold back. He wanted his son to chase greatness, to believe that anything was possible. But now, as he sat here with the grim reality of Nai Li's situation staring him in the face, he couldn't help but wonder, was this my fault? He should have been more stern. He should have told Nai Li that achieving greatness wasn't just a dream you could reach for without consequence. He should have told him that sometimes, the world isn't kind to dreamers. Maybe if he had, Nai Li wouldn't have stood up in that hall and challenged the patriarch on a whim. Maybe if he had prepared him for the harshness of reality, Nai Li wouldn't be facing death in this foolish tournament. But it was too late for regrets. Wishing for the past to change wouldn't help Nai Li now. His son was already set to compete in a tournament that he had no hope of winning. A sole force of 5. That's all Nai Li had. How was he supposed to survive, let alone win, against the elite youths of the Heavenly Marks family? These weren't ordinary opponents. They had been trained rigorously since childhood. They had access to the finest resources, medical pills, weapons, armor, everything a fighter could dream of. And Nai Li? What did he have? A family that could barely afford to buy him a decent dagger. The odds are stacked against him. Nai Ming knew that. Everyone knew that. And the thought of Nai Li losing, of watching his son be executed, was unbearable. His chest tightened with each breath, the pain so real it felt like a physical wound. Nai Ming wanted to scream, to break down and let out the tears that were threatening to spill over. But he couldn't. He couldn't let himself fall apart, not now. He had to stay strong for Nai Li. He had to find a way out of this, something, anything that could save his son from the doom he was walking into. But what could he do? The tournament was already set. The patriarch's word was law, and there was no turning back now. Every second that passed felt like sand slipping through his fingers, and with each grain, Nai Li's life slipped further away. Nai Ming couldn't lose him. He wouldn't lose him. The wagon creaked with each bump over the cobblestones, the sound filling the silence between Nai Li and his father. He sat in the back, absently running his fingers over a wooden talisman, feeling the grooves and ridges as if they could somehow steady the storm of thoughts in his head. As dusk faded into night and the stars began to prick the sky, the silence between them grew unbearable, like a tension coiling tighter and tighter. Finally, Nai Ming broke it, his voice shaky with fear. "Nai Li, I've thought of a way to fix this," he said. There was a tremor in his voice that sent a chill through Nai Li. "You should apologize to the patriarch." I'd even give my arm if it would make things right. You. Nai Li glanced at him, seeing the pain in his eyes, a pain that was more than just fear. It was desperation. The thought of losing his son was tearing him apart. Nai Li swallowed hard, trying to keep his voice steady. Father, I can handle this, he said quietly, though the conviction in his words was unwavering. Suddenly, Nai Ming yanked the reins, and the wagon jerked to a stop. He turned to face Nai Li, his expression twisted in anguish. No, you can't. His voice cracked, and Nai Li saw tears welling in his eyes. Do you realize what you've done? In 1 week, I could lose you, my only son. His words hit Nai Li like a punch to the gut. He understood his father's fear, the raw terror that only a parent could feel. To Nai Ming, the situation was black and white. His son, with a pitiful soul force, walking straight into disaster. Nai Li could see it in his father's eyes. He was a lamb among wolves, completely outmatched. But his father didn't know. He didn't know who Nai Li really was, what he carried within him. Father, Nai Li said, his voice calm but firm, I'm not going into this blindly. Nai Ming looked at him with such pain in his eyes, tears spilling over. We're going back, he declared, his voice cracking. The patriarch can take my head instead. Nai Li felt a lump rise in his throat, an ache in his chest at his father's words. Nai Ming was willing to offer his life for his sons. His love was so deep, so powerful, that he would face death without a second thought if it meant saving Nai Li. I can do this. No, you can't. Nai Ming shouted, his voice breaking with emotion. I won't lose my son to his own ego. The tension between them was thick, Nai Ming's fear clashing with Nai Li's resolve. Father, please believe in me, Nai Li pleaded. I have insights, knowledge that can help. I'm not as defenseless as you think. How can I trust in what sounds like delusion, Nai Li? He asked. Your insights offer no guarantees. The patriarch and the elders have years of experience. What could you possibly know that they don't? Nai Li bit his lip, trying to find the right words. I can't explain everything, but you have to trust that I'm not being reckless. You're asking me to trust in the unknown, to risk everything on a mere possibility. Wisdom comes with age, Nai Li. What could you possibly see that we've missed? Sometimes, Nai Li said, searching for the right analogy, it's the young sapling that bends and sways with the wind, while the old tree stands rigid and breaks. He looked his father in the eyes, hoping he'd understand. Let me face the storm, father. I am that sapling. Nai Ming's face twisted with pain. And if you break? What then? His voice rose, full of raw emotion. It's not just about you, Nai Li. The whole family will suffer. Your mother, your uncle, your aunt, cousin, and me. What happens to us if you fail? Nai Li hadn't expected his father's words to hit him so hard. He stammered, struggling to respond. I. His father was right. Nai Li hadn't thought about the consequences for the rest of their family. I can win. Nai Ming searched Nai Li's eyes, looking for the boy he once knew, for any trace of doubt. Nai Li could see how badly his father wanted to believe him, but his fear was stronger. I can't lose you, Nai Ming whispered, his voice trembling. Trust me, father. I'm not just your son in this moment, I'm someone who sees a chance for our family to change. Suddenly, Nai Ming's face hardened. Get out, he screamed, his patience shattered. Father, wait. Out. His voice left no room for argument. Nai Li stepped out of the wagon, the cool evening air hitting his skin. The dust stirred as his boots hit the ground. He felt lost, confused, as he watched his father follow him outside. He heard the thud of something heavy, a sound that made his heart race. Turning, he saw an axe embedded in the ground near him, its handle quivering in the earth. A father stood there, his eyes locked onto his son, filled with a grim resolve as sharp as the blade itself. If you can defeat me here and now, Nai Ming said, his voice cold and steady, then do as you wish. You're too stubborn to see the danger ahead. Win, and I'll believe in your delusions. But if you lose, he continued, we go back. You will apologize to the patriarch and tell him you weren't in your right mind. I'll offer my life for yours if I have to. If the patriarch isn't satisfied, you and the family will flee. Nai Li stared at the axe, then back at his father, the weight of his challenge sinking in. He was serious. He would fight him to save him, to protect him, even if it meant standing in his way. Nai Li took a deep breath as he grabbed the axe. Player Nai Li has equipped item Old Farmer's Axe. Item, Old Farmer's Axe. Type, Tool/Weapon. Description, this sturdy axe has seen many seasons, its blade worn but still sharp. Crafted from high-quality steel and a handle made from the finest oak, it embodies the resilience and hard work of the farmers who wield it. While primarily used for chopping wood and other farm work, it can serve as a makeshift weapon in desperate times. Rarity, common. Effects. Wood-cutting efficiency, increases the speed of gathering wood by 20%. Battle power boost, plus 100 BP when wielded. Nai Li gripped the handle of the axe tightly, feeling the worn wood beneath his fingers. A smile tugged at his lips as the system notification blinked before him. Yeah, I can do this, he thought, his heart steadying. System, he called out silently in his mind, you work on my desires, right? So fulfill this one. Show me the path to win. System notification. Input, player's desire, show me the path to win. Process, initiating simulation based on player's desire. Simulation system activated. Analyzing player Nai Li's memories for potential skills. Progress, 1%. 50%. 80%. 100%. Analysis complete. Activating combat style, turn-based strategy. Due to combat style activation, the system has searched through the player's memories and generated a new skill. Skill created, 24 Plum Blossom Sword Technique. Nai Li took a deep breath, his eyes glued to the words in front of him, 24 Plum Blossom Sword Technique. The name alone sent a thrill through him. He had heard stories, rumors about ancient techniques skills so powerful they could turn an ordinary person into a legend. But seeing it here, now, in front of him, made his pulse race. He had to remind himself to breathe, to keep calm. He wasn't just holding any sword technique, this was something complete. Something from a time when humanity was at its peak, before everything was lost to the chaos of the Demon Beast Wars. The Holy Orchid Institute was known throughout Glory City, but what did it really stand for? To most, it was just a school, a place where the city's youth were molded into warriors, protectors of their fragile existence. But in truth, it was more than that. It was the lifeblood of their survival, the heart of learning, the place where students were taught the skills needed to fend off the endless threats outside the city walls. They learned how to cultivate their powers, engage in combat, hunt demon beasts, and survive in the wilds. They studied herbology, inscription arts, the manipulation of soul force, everything that should have been essential for humanity's prosperity. But Nai Li knew better. All of it, every technique and skill they were taught, was just a pale shadow of what had once existed. Watered-down versions of the ancient empire's knowledge, fractured and incomplete. But this technique, this 24 Plum Blossom Sword Technique, was different. It wasn't just another half-baked fragment handed down through generations. No, what Nai Li held in his hands was a complete technique, untouched, straight from the era of the Saint Spirit Empire, one of the strongest sects in that time. The implications of that realization hit him like a sledgehammer. This wasn't just some relic, this was power. Real, undeniable power. And this came from his memories? A flood of memories from his past life hit him hard. The Holy Orchid Institute, the place where he had spent his first life, unaware of so much. Back then, he had been nothing more than a cocky fool, trying to impress a girl by pretending to read some ancient book from the untranslated section of the library. It had been a laughable attempt, just to seem smarter than he was. That stupid act had meant nothing to him at the time. But now, that stupid, reckless act had handed him something beyond his wildest dreams, a technique that could make him the strongest of his generation. Skill: 24 Plum Blossom Sword Technique. Level 1. Grade: Novice. Description: the signature sword technique of the prestigious Mount Hua sect. This style is inspired by the elegant dance of 24 plum blossom petals carried by the wind. It emphasizes freedom, fluidity, and unpredictability, allowing the practitioner to move with the grace and precision of petals in a storm. Effects: novice swordsmanship knowledge. Grants basic mastery over sword techniques, improving the user's precision and understanding of blade combat. Leaf of plum blossom, white. Special attack of the sword technique that mirrors the first leaf of plum petals. Locked. Windborne grace. Increases movement speed by 10% and enhances the fluidity of sword strikes. Knowledge, stances, footwork, everything flooded into Nai Li's mind, so clear, so profound that a tear slipped down his cheek. His entire focus was locked on his father. Nai Ming stood before him, not like a seasoned warrior, but like a man shaped by years of hard labor. His stance was rough, unrefined, the kind of posture someone develops when they've learned to fight through necessity, not training. His body was riddled with openings, flaws that any experienced fighter would have seen and taken advantage of instantly. But despite that, Nai Li couldn't deny the strength his father possessed. There was power in him, the kind of raw, untamed force that comes from a lifetime of work. His muscles, built from years of carrying burdens, of hauling and lifting, were more than a match for Nai Li's. He wasn't foolish enough to believe he could overpower him. His father, even without the cultivation of others in Glory City, was stronger than him in sheer physicality. As the thoughts spun through his head, searching for a plan, a strategy, the familiar glow of the system window appeared before him. Simulating combat style. Please select the following. Right pointing black triangle attack. Defend. Run away. You have selected right pointing black triangle attack. How do you want to simulate an attack? Right pointing black triangle martial arts. Item. Spell. Player Nai Li doesn't have any spells for simulation. Nai Li gave a slight nod, acknowledging the information. His focus shifted as he then selected the martial art option. Player Nai Li has selected martial art, 24 plum blossom sword technique. As soon as the fight began, Nai Li felt the system's guidance kick in, sharpening his senses and guiding his movements. He wasted no time. With a quick flick of his wrist, he hurled the axe toward his father, aiming straight for his chest. His father's reaction was fast. His own axe rose to block Nai Li's. The two blades collided with a loud clang, the impact jarring through Nai Ming's arms, but Nai Li saw him stagger slightly from the force. He's not expecting me to be this aggressive. Without giving his father a chance to recover, Nai Li closed the distance, his feet moving with purpose. He kept low, adopting the principles of the 24 plum blossom sword technique, focusing on quick, efficient movements. He darted in, aiming a direct strike toward his father's midsection. His hands were quick, targeting weak points in his father's guard, his ribs, his shoulder. Nai Ming's axe swung up to block, but it was too slow. Nai Li's first strike connected with his father's side, not hard enough to injure, but enough to knock him off balance. His body jerked from the hit, his face tightening with shock. Nai Li didn't let up. Shifting his stance, he brought his elbow up and slammed it into his father's chest. The hit landed solidly, and Nai Li felt the air rush out of his father as he grunted in pain. His footing wavered, and Nai Li could see him struggling to keep his stance. Now! Nai Li spun, keeping his body low as he swept his leg out, targeting his father's knees. His shin connected hard with Naiming's legs, and with a surprised grunt, he toppled backward, crashing to the ground. His axe slipped from his grip, clattering to the side. Without hesitation, Nai Li planted his foot firmly on his father's axe, pinning it down to keep him from reaching for it again. His eyes stayed locked on his father as he raised his own axe high, and in one swift motion, brought it down, stopping just inches from Naiming's head. Naiming lay there, stunned, staring up at his son. The fight was over. Nai Li had won. I won, Nai Li said, the words simple, but they carried the weight of everything he had just proven. He wasn't the weak boy his father thought he was. Naiming dusted himself off, sitting up with a grunt, trying to scowl despite the exhaustion in his eyes. Quiet, you idiot. Just remember, it's only because I didn't want to embarrass you in front of the birds, he joked, though the weight behind his words was clear. Nai Li forced a smile, but it faltered as he caught the serious look in his father's eyes. He wasn't fooling Nai Li, his worry was as clear as day. Are you sure you can win? I'll win. Naiming met his gaze, his shoulders slumping as if the fight had finally left him. Nai Li, he said, his voice softer now, if you lose, I'll come visit you in the afterlife and drag you back home to your crying mother. His words, meant to be a joke, carried the weight of his fear. No one's going to cry, father. Nai Li clenched his fists. I'll win. Even if those snobby young masters have better resources than me, I have something they don't. His father's eyebrows lifted slightly. What's that? Nai Li glanced at the system, the silent, invisible advantage he had over everyone else in this world. This little secret helper of his was the key to everything. But he wasn't ready to share that yet, not even with his father. I'm not saying, Nai Li replied with a mischievous grin, trying to lighten the mood. It was enough to make Naiming roll his eyes, but at least he got a faint smile from him. Fine, keep your secrets, boy, Naiming muttered. But get off me, will you? We need to head back before your mother sends out a search party. She'll have my head if I return with her two favorite men looking like they've wrestled with a wild boar. Nai Li laughed despite himself, offering his hand to help his father up. As the wagon creaked along the familiar road home, the silence between them was different now. Not heavy with fear, but filled with the quiet of shared understanding. Naiming didn't need to say anything more. Nai Li knew what his father was thinking. His faith in him wasn't complete, but it was enough. Eventually, Naiming broke the silence, his voice low but filled with the weight of a question that had clearly been nagging at him. Do you have a plan? Nai Li glanced at the system screen, its subtle glow still present in the back of his mind. System, do your thing. Simulation system initiated. Mission, plan to win the Heavenly Marks Family Heirs competition. Objective, secure victory in the competition to determine the heir of the Heavenly Marks family. Potential outcomes. 1. Ascend to the 1-star bronze rank fighter. 2. Increase BP to 10k. Yeah, I have a plan. Good, Naiming said, a note of relief softening his tone as their house came into view. Standing outside was Nai Li's mother, her face brightening at the sight of them. Even from a distance, Nai Li could see the worry lines on her face soften, her arms opening wide as she waited for them to arrive. Let me do the talking, Naiming said quickly, shooting Nai Li a look that said, let's not give her a heart attack. Nai Li nodded, letting out a small breath. One step at a time, Nai Li reminded himself. There was so much ahead of him, so much he had to prove. But for now, for this moment, he was just happy to be home. The Holy Orchid Institute was a name known to all in Glory City, but what did it truly represent? It was more than just a school, it was the heart of learning for the city's youth, the only place where they could learn the arts essential for survival and prosperity. Here, students were taught how to cultivate their powers, engage in combat, hunt, deal with demon beasts, and survive in the wild. They learned about herbology, ancient histories, the art of inscription, and the nuances of soul force manipulation, among many other critical skills. In his first life, Nai Li had been a part of this esteemed institution. However, he wasn't exactly a model student. Far from it, he was mediocre at best, struggling to keep up with his peers in almost every discipline. But there was one exception, one glimmer of excellence in his otherwise unremarkable academic record. Nai Li had mastered a martial art, a feat that had even earned the praise of his teachers. It was his one true achievement, the single point of pride in his life at the Holy Orchid Institute. Now, in his second life, Nai Li found himself reflecting on that achievement. Skill: the Orchid Garden Weapon Art. Level 1. Grade: Low. Description: a low-grade martial arts technique, inspired by the graceful fall of orchid leaves in the wind. Created by a talented gardener who mimicked the movements with his broom, this art emphasizes fluidity and adaptability. It can be applied to any object wielded as a weapon, allowing the practitioner to move with the unpredictable elegance of falling leaves. Effects: Agility Boost: increases user's agility by 10%, enabling quicker dodging and more fluid movement. Weapon Flexibility: improves the efficiency of using unconventional weapons by 15%, allowing for greater adaptability in combat. Wind Trace: grants a 5% chance to execute a counterattack that mimics the unpredictable movement of wind-blown leaves, confusing opponents. I pushed aside the pop-up from the system, giving it hardly a moment's thought. My entire attention was fixed on my father. Nai Ming stood there, a figure shaped by years of physical toil rather than by the disciplined practice of martial arts. His stance was unrefined, the kind you'd expect from someone who learned to fight out of need rather than formal training. He was full of openings that would have made any experienced warrior cringe. But even with those flaws, there was undeniable strength in him, a potent force born from a lifetime of labor. I knew I couldn't beat that strength with brute force of my own. Even though my father wasn't a cultivator, his physical strength surpassed mine. I had to rely on my smaller size and faster reactions. But how could I turn that into my advantage? What was my next move? Just as I pondered this, the system window popped up in front of me, as if offering an answer to my silent question. Simulating combat style. Please select the following. Right-pointing black triangle attack. Defend. Run away. You have selected right-pointing black triangle attack. How do you want to simulate an attack? Right-pointing black triangle martial arts. Item. Spell. Driven by curiosity, I clicked on the spell option within the system's interface. Player Nai Li doesn't have any spells for simulation. A slight nod acknowledged the information. My focus shifted as I then selected the martial art option. Player Nai Li has selected martial art, the Orchid Garden Weapon Art. As the combat simulation kicked in, an instinctual guide surged within me, offering real-time advantages in the unfolding battle. With a flick of my wrist, the axe flew from my grasp, spinning toward my father. Nai Ming reacted purely on instinct, his axe swinging up to intercept mine. The collision sent vibrations jarring through my arms, and I saw him stagger, caught off guard by the intensity of my attack. Seizing the moment, my body moved with the fluid grace of a seasoned fighter, the principles of the Orchid Garden Weapon Art guiding my every motion. I adopted a defensive stance, preparing not to meet force with force, but to deflect and control the flow of the encounter. My feet shifted, my body angled just so, as I prepared to launch my next series of moves. Instead of relying on brute strength, I harnessed the momentum of my motion, darting forward. My hands shot out, delivering a series of precise strikes, each aimed at the openings in Nai Ming's guard. His response was sluggish in comparison, his movements lacking the fluid adaptability of a trained fighter. With a swift, sweeping leg movement, I anchored myself firmly to the ground while my leg lashed out, connecting solidly with his legs. Despite my stable stance, the force of my sweep was enough to send him tumbling backward. As he fell, I smoothly shifted my stance, slamming my foot down onto the axe to prevent my father from reclaiming it, ensuring he wouldn't be able to use it against me. There, with my father lying surprised on the ground, I finished my display of skill. The axe, which I had deftly reclaimed in the midst of my assault, was brought down in a swift arc, stopping mere inches from his head. This final gesture was not meant to threaten, but to underscore my control and precision, silently conveying to my father my true strength. Looking up at me, Naiming's expression was a mixture of shock and realization. In that frozen moment, with the axe hovering just above him, the truth was unmistakably clear. I had transformed from the boy he once knew. I had grown beyond the limitations he imagined, not driven by mere bravado or folly. I won, Nai Li said with a smile. Naiming dusted himself off and sat up, trying to scowl, but he was worried as he tried to joke to lighten the mood. Quiet, you idiot. Just remember, it's only because I didn't want to embarrass you in front of the birds. Nai Li's smile faltered as he saw Naiming's serious face. Are you sure you can win? The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of victory. I'll win. His father met his eyes and sighed, the fight gone from him. Nai Li, if you lose, I'll visit you in the afterlife and drag you back home to your crying mother. No one is going to cry. I'll win, even if those snobby young masters have better resources than me. I have something they don't have. What's that? Nai Li smiled as he looked at the system, knowing this little secret helper of his was better left a secret. I am not saying, Nai Li said with a mischievous grin. Fine, keep your secrets but get off me, boy. We have to head back before your mother sends out a search party. She'll have my head if I return with her two favorite men looking like they've wrestled with a wild boar. As they rode slowly back home in the wagon, Naiming broke the silence with a question that had been weighing on his mind. Do you have a plan? Nai Li glanced at the system screen, pondering. How exactly does this thing work? He wondered. The last time, it seemed to respond to my desires. Do I need to say something, or just think it, to get it started? Just as he was mulling over this, the system screen flickered to life, as if answering his silent query. Simulation system initiated. Mission, plan to win the Heavenly Marks Family Heirs competition. Objective, secure victory in the competition to determine the heir of the Heavenly Marks family. Potential outcomes. 1. Ascend to the 1-star bronze rank fighter. 2. Increase BP to 10k. Warning, selection of one of the outcomes will initiate simulation, rendering the player unconscious as the body enters auto mode to execute the plan. Actions required. Choose your desired outcome. Yeah, I have a plan. Good, Naiming responded, a note of relief in his voice as their house came into view. Standing outside, Nai Li's mother's face brightened at the sight of them. Let me do the talking, Naiming said. What is a mother's greatest fear? To hear that her child is going to die. Xiao Yun never thought she'd face that fear so soon. Living in Glory City meant she had learned to accept that death was always just around the corner, waiting for her or someone she loved. But she never expected this. Not like this. She was prepared for Nai Li to have a weak soul realm. They were farmers, after all. What great talent could be born from their blood? But none of that ever mattered to her. Indigo, red, gold, it didn't change anything in her heart. He was her son, and she loved him unconditionally. She was ready to support him no matter what. But when the news came, it was like the world tilted and nothing made sense anymore. Her son, her little boy, had challenged the patriarch. He was going to fight against the most skilled young masters of the Heavenly Marks family, and the stakes, if he lost, he would lose his life. Xiao Yun couldn't breathe. She wanted to believe this was some kind of nightmare, a twisted dream she'd wake from any moment. This can't be real. She counted in her head, desperate for the world to shift, for something to change. 3, 2, 1. She pinched herself, hard, hoping to break free from this suffocating terror. The sharp sting of pain didn't wake her. Instead, it confirmed her worst fear. This was real. Her son was going to die. The tears started then, hot and unrelenting, streaming down her cheeks before she could even attempt to stop them. She felt her knees give way, but before she collapsed, Naiming caught her. His arms, always so steady, held her, but even through her tears, she could see the pain etched on his face. Xiao Yun looked up at him, clutching at his robes like a lifeline. Please, Ming, tell me this is some kind of sick joke. She tried to laugh, but it came out broken, forced. But his eyes, filled with sorrow, told her the truth. He didn't say a word, but he didn't have to. The truth was there, in his silence. And that silence shattered something in her. Why didn't you stop him? She screamed, grabbing his collar, desperate to understand, desperate to make sense of this madness. He's just a child. He doesn't know. How could you let this happen? Her voice broke, her heart breaking right along with it. What could they do? They were nothing in this family, barely scraping by with what little they had. They had no power, no influence. How could they save their son from this disaster? It'll be all right. How? How? Her voice was shaking, barely holding together. When he didn't answer, the frustration, the helplessness, the fear, it all boiled over. Before she could stop herself, she slapped him, the sharp sound echoing in the silence that followed. Xiao Yun gasped, her hands flying to her face in horror. I am sorry, she whispered, but the damage was done. How could she lash out at him when he was suffering just as much as she was? Naiming didn't react, just placed a hand on her shoulder, his touch heavy with the weight of their shared grief. Before we came here, I planned to go back and beg the patriarch, he admitted softly. I didn't care what he wanted, as long as it meant our son would live. His words made Xiao Yun freeze. He would have given up everything, his pride, his dignity, even his life for their boy. But Nai Li wouldn't budge, he continued, his voice breaking a little. I had a fight with him. Xiao Yun turned, looking at her son, her heart aching. Why didn't you listen? Why couldn't you let us protect you? He defeated me, Naiming whispered, his voice thick with both pain and pride. Xiao Yun felt a chill run down her spine. Defeated him? Nai Li? Her heart couldn't process it. But the look in Naiming's eyes, that newfound respect, it left her speechless. I trust my son to win this tournament, he said with a certainty that took her by surprise. You should too. Xiao Yun couldn't speak, her mind racing as she tried to make sense of it all. She turned to Nai Li, looking at him with tears in her eyes. My son, what have you done? Nai Li, she called out, her voice trembling. Tell me this is a lie. Tell me this is some kind of joke. Speak, boy. But instead of answering her, Nai Li turned to his father. Do you have a sword? He asked, his voice calm, too calm for the situation they were in. Xiao Yun looked to Naiming, confused, but he only nodded towards where his brother stood silently watching. Bring me father's blade, Kai, Naiming said. Xiao Yun stood there, frozen in disbelief, as Kai nodded and moved to get the sword. She wanted to scream again, to beg Nai Li to stop this madness. But something in the way he held himself, something in his eyes, it made her pause. Could it be? Could her son really win? She didn't know what to believe anymore. Item: decorative sword. Type: decoration. Description: a beautifully crafted sword designed solely for ornamental purposes. While it may not be functional as a weapon, its intricate design and aesthetic appeal make it a prized possession for collectors and enthusiasts alike. Perfect for adorning walls or as part of a costume. Rarity: common. Effects: aesthetic value: significantly enhances the visual appeal of any room or ensemble it is part of. Prestige boost. Increases social standing or reputation among peers when displayed or carried as part of a costume. The decorative dao in Nai Li's hands felt heavier than it should have. It wasn't a weapon meant for battle, just something to look at, a relic of a past long gone. The blade was ornate, with intricate carvings running along its edge, delicate vines and flowers etched into the steel. The hilt was wrapped in red silk, worn from years of use but still holding a certain elegance. It was beautiful, yes, but it wasn't going to help him in a fight. Power was what mattered now. That was the only thing that could convince them. And thankfully, Nai Li had something far more powerful up his sleeve, the plum blossom sword technique. He gripped the dao tighter, feeling its weight as he stepped outside the house, every eye following him. Ahead of him stood the boulder. It was massive, twice the size of his father, a hulking piece of stone that seemed almost defiant in its immovability. But Nai Li knew what he was capable of. He could feel it deep inside him, the knowledge of the plum blossom sword technique burning in his mind. The boulder didn't scare him. How? Nai Li asked himself, but he already knew the answer. The 24 plum blossom sword technique was the key. Even though he only had the most basic knowledge of it, he understood its principles: 5 techniques, each one representing a petal of a plum blossom. The entire technique was an intricate dance, each strike flowing into the next like the petals of a blossom unfurling in the wind. Each technique was harder than the last, more refined, more difficult to master. But he didn't need all 5. He only needed the first. Mission initiation. Unlock White Plum Technique. Input, player's desire. Unlock the first technique of the 24 Plum Blossoms sword. Process, designing mission to unlock White Plum Technique. Analyzing. Progress, 1%. 25%. 75%. 100%. Analysis complete. Mission generated. Mastery of the Wind's Whisper. Objective. Follow the guide to master the first technique of the 24 Plum Blossom Sword Style White Plum. Nai Li's eyes widened. A shadowy figure, a silhouette in the shape of a human, appeared before him, standing between him and the boulder. It was black, like a void, but its presence felt heavy, real. None of his family reacted to it, their eyes fixed on him, unaware of what he was seeing. Okay, so only I can see it, he thought, a chill running down his spine. The figure moved, flowing with a grace that caught his breath. It was demonstrating the technique, the first of the 5 forms of the Plum Blossom Sword Technique, White Plum. The figure's movements were deliberate, smooth. It channeled soul force into its weapon, refining the energy into a razor-thin edge, as if the soul force itself became a blade sharper than steel. The first form, White Plum, was like the wind, swift, cutting, invisible until it struck. The knowledge flooded Nai Li's mind. I understand it, but just knowing isn't enough. I have to feel it. I have to try. He gripped the dao tighter, feeling his own meager soul force stir within him. His red soul force wasn't much, barely enough to form a proper blade, let alone channel it like the figure was showing him. But that didn't matter. He had to try. Just the tip, Nai Li reminded himself, focusing all his energy into that single point. His soul force, weak as it was, began to swirl, and he could feel it slowly shifting, bending to his will. In his mind, he imagined it sharpening, thinning out into a blade of pure energy. The red hue of his soul force began to change, lightening, turning a pale white as it funneled toward the tip of the sword. It wasn't perfect. Far from it. But it was something. Focus, Nai Li breathed. He took a deep breath, his heart pounding in his chest, and moved. The dao sliced through the air, its path mirroring the image burned into his mind. He aimed for the boulder, the blade glinting as it struck. The impact resonated through Nai Li's body, the vibration of the sword humming in his hand. He held his breath, waiting. For a moment, nothing happened. The decorative sword embedded itself into the boulder with a dull thud. But then, as he pulled the blade back, a deep crack began to form. The sound was subtle at first, a low groan from the stone, but then it grew louder, more pronounced. The crack widened, spider-webbing across the surface of the boulder. Nai Li watched in awe as the split deepened, cutting through the rock until the entire thing broke apart with a final, resounding snap. The boulder was split clean in two, each half collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. I did it. The thought hit Nai Li all at once, a rush of disbelief and triumph surging through him. His heart was racing, and his hands trembled as he stared down at the shattered stone before him. He had actually done it. Nai Li stood there, breathing heavily, trying to regain his balance. His mind was still reeling from the effort, from the sudden knowledge, from the sight of that mysterious figure. But he couldn't dwell on that now. He turned slowly, facing his family. Their faces were a mix of shock and disbelief. His mother's eyes were wide, her hands covering her mouth as she stared at him like she didn't recognize the boy standing before her. His uncle and aunt stood frozen, their expressions locked between awe and confusion. But it was his father's face that caught Nai Li's attention the most. There, in his father's eyes, was pride. Pure, unfiltered pride. Nai Li straightened up, his confidence swelling with the sight of their reactions. This was his moment, and he wasn't going to let it slip away. He gripped the dao, the weight of it familiar in his hand, and spoke with a voice that felt stronger than ever before. I'll become the next heir of the Heavenly Marks family. Skill, 24 Plum Blossom Sword Technique. Level, 2. Grade, Low. Description, the 24 Plum Blossom Sword Technique, the signature martial art of the Mount Hua sect, is renowned for its elegance and power. Each technique within the art is inspired by the delicate yet resilient plum blossoms that sway in the wind, combining swift and unpredictable strikes with an overwhelming surge of soul force. The user becomes one with the wind, their sword flowing like petals in the air, capable of delivering precise and devastating attacks. Mastery of this technique unlocks the ability to create a soul force domain where all attacks are enhanced. Effects. Novice swordsmanship knowledge increases the user's proficiency with swords by 10%, improving basic sword techniques and balance. 5 signature moves of the 24 Plum Blossom Sword Technique. White Plum. Description, the user coats their sword with soul force, refining the blade until it is as light and sharp as the wind. The blade glows with a pure white aura, representing the purity and precision of the plum blossom's fall. Active effects. Wind Blade increases weapon speed and cutting power by 20%. Soul Edge, attacks have a 15% chance to bypass armor and defenses, striking directly at the opponent's vitals. 2 Yellow Plum, unlocked at Silver Realm. 3 Pink Plum, unlocked at Gold Realm. 4 Blossom Plum, unlocked at Black Gold Realm. 5 24 Plum Blossoms, unlocked at Legend Realm. Cultivation. Nai Li let the word roll through his mind, over and over again, as he stared at the system screen floating in front of him. What exactly was cultivation? He knew the basics, sure everyone in Glory City did. Power. That's what it all boiled down to, didn't it? At its core, cultivation was the process of transforming oneself, becoming more powerful through focused methods. There were so many paths, so many choices. Some people lived and died chasing after a fraction of what cultivation could offer. But here Nai Li was, standing at the crossroads of 2 distinct paths, soul cultivation and body cultivation. Soul cultivation, that was the one he knew best. The most common, the most talked about. It was all about enhancing soul force using special techniques, consuming pills, relying on items to refine and grow the strength of one's soul. It was about unlocking a deeper reservoir of power, drawing from it like a wellspring that never ran dry. Then there was body cultivation. The path that demanded more than just energy. It was about pushing the body beyond its limits, harnessing the power of soul force to strengthen muscles, bones, everything. It required relentless physical training, enduring pain to reach new heights. In some ways, it was more straightforward. There was no room for shortcuts. You couldn't simply rely on pills or potions. It was raw, unyielding effort. Sweat and blood. Mission: plan to win the Heavenly Marks Family Heirs competition. Objective: secure victory in the competition to determine the heir of the Heavenly Marks family. Potential outcomes: 1. Ascend to the 1-star bronze rank fighter. 2. Increase BP to 10k. As Nai Li stared at the system screen, the options laid out before him, his mind couldn't shake the absurdity of it all. The first option was clearly pointing toward body cultivation, but something about it didn't sit right with him. Body cultivation? Nai Li thought, furrowing his brow. That takes months, even years, to show any real progress. The competition is just a week away. The confusion gnawed at him as he tried to figure out why the system would even suggest such a path. It felt off. There had to be more to it, so he flicked his finger over the system screen, pulling up more details. Option 1. Body cultivation. Description: upon selection, the system will cause player Nai Li's body to enter auto mode, where he will undergo intensive training for 3 days. This relentless regimen is designed to push his limits and achieve the rank of 1-star bronze fighter, enhancing his combat skills and abilities to meet the competition's demands. Nai Li almost laughed out loud. 3 days? The thought was ludicrous. Back at the Holy Orchid Institute, it had taken him 7 grueling months to reach the rank of a 1-star bronze fighter, and that was with the help of experienced instructors and powerful pills to speed up the process. And now the system was claiming it could make him achieve the same result in 3 days? His finger hovered over the screen, hesitating. The claims were outlandish, ridiculous even. But then Nai Li remembered this system had already done the impossible. It had turned back time, brought him to this point in his life again, giving him a second chance. If it can do that, he thought, who's to say it can't make this happen too? Skepticism wrestled with curiosity in his mind. It felt crazy. But at this point, what did he have to lose? The competition was looming over him like a shadow, and time was slipping away. He needed every advantage he could get. Maybe this was it. He shrugged, feeling the weight of the decision lifting off his shoulders. Well, there's only one way to find out. With a deep breath, Nai Li tapped on option 1. Let's see what this system can really do, he muttered under his breath, his heart racing with a mixture of hope and doubt. Selection confirmed. Player Nai Li has chosen option 1. The screen flashed, confirming his choice. Initiating auto training mode. Process: commencing intensive training regimen for 3 days to achieve 1-star bronze rank fighter status. The words scrolled before Nai Li, and before he could even process what was happening, a new message appeared, one that sent a shiver down his spine. Status: player Nai Li will now enter a state of unconsciousness as the body optimizes for peak performance enhancement. Unconsciousness? Nai Li blinked, a sudden wave of unease washing over him. He didn't like the sound of that. But before he could dwell on it, the screen continued. Estimated completion: 3 days. Nai Li barely had time to react before everything around him started to blur. His vision tunneled, his limbs felt heavy, and a deep, overwhelming fatigue settled into his bones. It was like his entire body was being pulled into a deep, dark abyss. What's happening? Panic fluttered at the edges of his mind. He tried to fight it, tried to stay awake, but it was useless. The world around him faded, and soon, there was nothing but darkness. 3 days. That was Nai Li's last thought before his mind slipped into the void. Nai Li's eyes fluttered open, his vision blurry and filled with nothing but holes in the ground. He blinked, groggy and confused, trying to piece together where he was and what had happened. His entire body felt numb. It was like he wasn't fully connected to it, as though he was floating just above himself, unable to fully feel anything. He groaned, forcing himself to sit up, every movement sending a dull throbbing pain through his limbs. He looked down at his hands. Dried blood, cracked and flaking off, stained his palms. His clothes were torn to shreds, barely hanging onto him. What the hell had happened to me? He thought. Nai Li glanced around, recognizing the forest surrounding him, the Yang Steel bamboo forest, near his house. But something was wrong. The bamboo, usually standing tall and indestructible like steel, was broken all around him, snapped and splintered like thin paper. It was as if a storm had blown through and shredded everything in its path. What just happened? He muttered to himself, trying to recall anything, but his mind was a haze of fragmented memories. The last thing he remembered was choosing the option in the system 3 days of training. But, what had I actually done? Suddenly, he heard a voice that snapped him out of his thoughts. Big brother, you're finally awake. Nai Li turned to see Nai Yu running toward him with a glass of water in her hand. Her face lit up with relief as she saw him sitting up. Without thinking, Nai Li grabbed the glass from her and gulped it down. The water was cool, washing away the dryness in his throat. He hadn't realized how parched he was until that moment, and he didn't care that he'd just stolen Nai Yu's drink. He drained the glass, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Hey, that's mine, Nai Yu pouted, but Nai Li was too thirsty to care. As he caught his breath, he looked at her, still trying to make sense of everything. Nai Yu, what happened to me? She tilted her head, her innocent expression adding to his confusion. I don't know, big brother. You suddenly ran out of your room and started doing circles. Circles, he echoed out loud, staring at her, trying to make sense of what she was saying. Nai Yu nodded enthusiastically, her eyes wide with excitement. She grinned and, without warning, attempted a somersault, landing awkwardly on her back with a soft thud. Nai Li couldn't help but laugh at her adorable attempt, the first bit of normalcy he'd felt since waking up. Anything else? He asked, still chuckling as Nai Yu sat up, pouting from her failed stunt. Yeah. Nai Yu said, standing up and trying to imitate some kind of strange movement, her arms and legs flailing about. You were doing this, she declared, moving in a ridiculous version of what Nai Li assumed was some kind of kata. He squinted, trying to recall what she was talking about, but he had no memory of it. And then you started doing this, she continued, sticking her thumb out and poking herself, mimicking a weird pose that made her giggle. Nai Li stared at her, more confused than ever. And then you began hitting the trees. Nai Yu said, pretending to punch the ground with an exaggerated motion. Mom said you went insane. He glanced around at the shattered bamboo trees, his mind spinning. Had I really done all this? As Nai Yu entertained herself with more of her imitations, Nai Li's gaze instinctively turned to the system. Name, Nai Li. Status, peasant. Cultivation level, White Soul Realm. Physique level, None 1-star bronze rank. Class, None fighter. Health points, 10,000. Soul force, 530. Battle power, 21,250. Class features, None, perception, endless vanguard. Equipment, worn torn clothing destroyed clothing. Description, born to a farmer in the Heavenly Marks family, a young boy harbors ambitions far greater than his humble origins suggest, along with a deep secret. He carries the burden of memories from a past life, where he witnessed the destruction of Glory City. Faced with the daunting task of altering destiny, he must navigate his new life's challenges. Will he succeed in preventing the catastrophe he once saw, or is history doomed to repeat itself? Cultivation. Nai Li mulled over the concept as he stared at the system screen before him. What exactly was it? In essence, cultivation was the process of making oneself more powerful through specific methods. There were numerous paths one could take on this journey, but the most common boiled down to two types: soul cultivation and body cultivation. Soul cultivation involved using special techniques, consuming pills, and utilizing mystical items to enhance one's soul force, thereby unlocking greater power. On the other hand, body cultivation required rigorous physical training, harnessing soul force to strengthen the body beyond ordinary limits. As Nai reflected on this information, he gazed upon the system screen. Mission: plan to win the Heavenly Marks Family Heirs competition. Objective: secure victory in the competition to determine the heir of the Heavenly Marks family. Potential outcomes: 1. Ascend to the 1-star bronze rank fighter. 2. Increase BP to 10k. Warning: selection of one of the outcomes will initiate simulation, rendering the player unconscious as the body enters auto mode to execute the plan. Actions required: choose your desired outcome. As Nai pondered his options, he realized that the first choice was pointing towards body cultivation. But a question nagged at him. Body cultivation usually takes months, even years, to show significant effects. The competition is just 1 week away. Why is this option even here? He thought, confused by the system's suggestion. With a flick of his finger, Nai interacted with the system screen, seeking more details about this seemingly impractical option. Option 1. Description: upon selection, the system will cause player Nai's body to enter auto mode, where he will undergo intensive training for 3 days. This relentless regimen is designed to push his limits and achieve the rank of 1-star bronze fighter, enhancing his combat skills and abilities to meet the competition's demands. Upon reading the description of option 1, Nai couldn't help but almost burst into laughter. 3 days. That's ridiculous, he thought. Back in the Holy Orchid Institute, it had taken him a grueling 7 months to reach the rank of a 1-star bronze fighter, and that was with the help of instructors and even pills to boost his progress. He paused, his finger hovering over the screen. The claims made by the system seemed outlandish, almost laughable. Yet, as he reflected on the situation, Nai remembered that this very system had somehow managed to turn back time, bringing him to this point in his life once again. If it can do that, who's to say it can't make this possible too? He mused, the skepticism in his mind battling with a growing sense of curiosity. Nai shrugged. Well, there's only one way to find out, he thought, his decision made. He tapped option 1. Let's see what this system can really do, Nai said to himself. Selection confirmed. Player Nai has chosen option 1. Initiating auto training mode. Process: commencing intensive training regimen for 3 days to achieve 1-star bronze rank fighter status. Status: player Nai will now enter a state of unconsciousness as the body optimizes for peak performance enhancement. Estimated completion: 3 days. As Nai opened his eyes, he found himself lying on the ground, his vision filled with potholes around him. Groaning, he pushed himself up, immediately noticing a throbbing pain throughout his body. Glancing at his hands, he saw they were stained red with dried blood, and his clothes were torn and tattered. He realized he was right outside his house. What just happened? Nai muttered to himself, trying to piece together his last memories. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. Big brother, you are finally awake. Turning, Nai saw his younger cousin, Nai Yu, running towards him with a glass of water in her hand. Without a second thought, Nai snatched the glass from her. Hey, that's mine, Nai Yu complained, but Nai was too parched to care. He gulped down the water as if it were the most precious thing in the world, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. After catching his breath, Nai looked at his sister. Nai Yu, what happened to me? He asked, his voice laced with confusion. I don't know, big brother. You suddenly ran out of your room and started doing circles. Nai Yu said with a hint of innocence in her voice. Circles? Nai echoed, baffled. Nai Yu nodded and then, with a burst of enthusiasm, attempted to do a somersault. Unfortunately, her coordination was off, and she ended up landing awkwardly on her back with a thud. Nai Li couldn't help but laugh at her adorable failure. Anything else? Nai Li inquired, still chuckling as Nai Yu sat up, pouting from the mishap. Yeah, you then started doing this, Nai Yu said, standing up to demonstrate some sort of peculiar kata, moving her arms and legs in an exaggerated manner. And then you started doing this, she continued, sticking her thumb out and poking her body in a funny pose, laughing at her own imitation. And then you began hitting the ground, Nai Yu added, mimicking a punch to the ground. Mom said you went insane, Nai Yu concluded with an innocent shrug, making Nai Li pause. As Nai Yu entertained herself with her imitations, Nai Li's gaze turned to the system. Name, Nai Li. Status, peasant. Cultivation level, White Soul Realm. Physique level, 1-star bronze rank. Class, fighter. Race, human. Health points, 1000. Soul force, 10. Battle power, 250. Class features. Perception. Endless vanguard. Allies, none. Equipment. Destroyed clothing. Description: born to a farmer in the Heavenly Marks family, a young boy harbors ambitions far greater than his humble origins suggest, along with a deep secret. He carries the burden of memories from a past life, where he witnessed the destruction of Glory City. Faced with the daunting task of altering destiny, he must navigate his new life's challenges. Will he succeed in preventing the catastrophe he once saw, or is history doomed to repeat itself? Nai Li stared at the information displayed by the system, hardly believing what he saw. I've reached a 1-star bronze rank fighter, in just 3 days, he marveled, astonishment coloring his voice. Standing up, he walked over to the nearest tree, curious to test his newfound strength. With a firm grip, he tore out a chunk of the tree as easily as if slicing through air. The realization hit him like a wave. Oh, heavens, I truly am a fighter. A laugh bubbled up from within him, a sound mixed with disbelief and exhilaration. Looking from the system screen up to the sky, Nai Li felt a surge of confidence. I can do it. I can save Glory City, I can save everyone. 3 days prior, while Nai Li's body was training on autopilot, his family faced their own challenges at home. Nai Ming, Xiao Yun, Nai Kai, and Miao Ling sat together in the living room, enveloped in silence, occasionally disturbed by the sounds of Nai Li's rigorous training outside. It looks like he's training hard, Nai Li's aunt Miao Ling observed, breaking the quiet. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yeah, but just training isn't enough. He'll need weapons, armor, Nai Kai pointed out. Pills and herbs for recovery, Nai Ming added, his voice laced with concern. And new clothes for his victory ceremony, Xiao Yun chimed in, her optimism drawing looks from everyone. It was clear she had unwavering confidence in her son's success. I'll sell the horses, Nai Ming declared, a hint of resolve in his voice. Is that wise? Those horses are our livelihood, Miao Ling questioned, worried about the implications. It doesn't matter, sister. If selling those horses gives my son even a slight advantage, I'll do it, Nai Ming replied. Nai Kai, thoughtful, asked, what are you planning to buy with the money? Herbs and pills for Nai Li's recovery. He needs it, considering the intensity of his training, Nai Ming said, just as another boom resonated from outside. The room fell silent, the weight of their situation settling heavily upon them. Breaking the silence, Nai Kai offered, I've saved up some money. I can use it to buy Nai Li some armor. Miao Ling and Xiao Yun exchanged a knowing look before speaking up. Xiao Yun and I can sell our dowries to buy Nai Li a weapon, Miao Ling said, and everyone nodded, recognizing the depth of their sacrifice. There was no competition or pride at play here. Each family member understood the significance of what the others were giving up. Naiming's decision to sell the horses meant he'd face double the workload without them. Naikai's savings represented years of hard work, set aside for emergencies. The dowries of Xiaoyun and Miaoling were not just valuable possessions but also legacies from their own families, meant to be passed down through generations. Yet, despite the weight of these sacrifices, no one hesitated. There were no tears, no second guessing. They were united in their purpose, to give Nai every possible advantage in the upcoming tournament. In their eyes, what value did these possessions hold if not to support their family when it mattered most? With Nai giving his all in training, his family was determined to do their part, sacrificing their treasures without a word of complaint. For them, the well-being and success of their family, especially Nai, outweighed any material possession. Naikai, Naiming, Xiaoyun, and Miaoling stepped into the local Dangpu house, a place that gave loans to people who pawned their personal belongings as collateral. As they approached the counter, Naiming took the lead. "We're here to secure a loan against some personal items," he said, his voice steady but carrying an undercurrent of unease. The man behind the counter, a shrewd look in his eyes, nodded. "And what items are we talking about?" he inquired, leaning forward. Miaoling carefully placed her dowry pieces on the counter, followed by Xiaoyun, who did the same. Naiming presented the deed to their horses. The man inspected each item with a practiced eye. "And how much are you looking to borrow against these?" the man asked, tapping his fingers on the counter. Naiming exchanged a glance with the others before answering, "We're hoping for 10,000 demon spirit coins." The man raised an eyebrow. 10,000, you say? That's a significant amount. The interest rate on such a loan would be... He paused, calculating, 15% per month. Naiming swallowed hard. The rate was steep, but they had expected as much. "We understand the terms. We'll be able to repay the loan and redeem our items within 2 months, he said, more confidently than he felt. Xiaoyun interjected, "Please, make sure our items are kept safe. They mean a lot to our family." The man nodded, "Of course. We ensure all pawned items are securely stored until they're either redeemed or sold. You have my word." As the paperwork was being finalized, Naikai remained silent. He had already withdrawn his savings, ready to purchase armor for Nai. He watched his family members, pride swelling in his heart at their collective sacrifice, yet a knot of worry lingered in his stomach about the steep interest rate and the risk they were taking. Once everything was settled, and the family was promised 10,000 demon spirit coins, they turned to leave. Naiming laid a comforting hand on Xiaoyun's shoulder, whispering, "This is for Nai." Xiaoyun nodded, "I just wish it didn't have to come at such a high cost." As they exited the Dangpu house, the family felt a mix of relief and anxiety. They had secured the funds needed to support Nai, but the weight of the loan hung over them like a dark cloud. Naiming glanced at his brother, knowing Naikai had a better grasp on handling money. Naikai understood the silent request and nodded, signaling his readiness to take charge. "Let's make a budget for everything Nai will need. The most important items will get the highest budget, and the less important ones will get less," he proposed, and everyone agreed. "What determines what's higher and lower?" Xiaoyun inquired. "Anything that can keep Nai safe should be prioritized. So, armor and weapons need a bigger budget. We can't afford for his gear to fail him during a fight," Naikai explained, his voice firm. "What about the herbs and pills?" Naiming chimed in, curious about their plan for recovery items. "We can buy and ask around. I'm pretty sure you and I can call in some favors to get herbs that might be growing on our friend's land," Naikai suggested confidently. "Yun and I can sew Nai's clothes. We just need to buy some cotton and leather," Miaoling added. "All right, let's break it down," Naikai started, organizing their plan. "A good quality sword could cost up to 10k, but if we skip the inscription array enhancements, we can get one for 2k. Good full body armor without inscription arrays will cost about 5k. That leaves us with 3K. We can buy the materials for making clothes and a chainmail for 1K, leaving us 2K. He paused, considering their next move. Medicinal pills are too pricey. Even the least effective ones are around 5K per bottle. Let's buy a pack of herbs and a recipe for a herbal bath with the remaining money. Does that sound good? Everyone nodded, the plan solidifying before them. With their budget set, they split the remaining money and headed into the market, each going their separate ways to purchase the items on their list. Naiming stepped into the herbal shop. He approached the counter, clearing his throat to catch the attention of the shopkeeper. I'm looking for something to help with body regeneration. Something like the tears of healing, he said, trying to sound confident. The shopkeeper eyed him for a moment before replying, tears of healing. Hey? That's quite an item. It's going for 1.5k demon spirit coins. Naiming felt a twinge of desperation. Please, could you consider 1k for it? It's for my son. He's entering a tournament to become the heir of our family, he pleaded, hoping for a bit of sympathy. The staff around the counter chuckled, one of them sneering, if you're haggling over a few coins, it doesn't sound like your son stands much of a chance. The mockery stung, and Naiming felt anger boiling up inside him. He was on the verge of shouting back when suddenly, a stranger stepped forward, laying 500 coins on the counter. Give the man his recipe, the stranger said calmly. Thank you, truly. This means a lot to me and my son, Naiming said with heartfelt gratitude. Turning back to the shopkeeper, Naiming then requested, I'll also need 1k worth of herbs, according to the recipe. Please, make sure they're of good quality. The shopkeeper, now a bit more respectful, began to gather the herbs. Of course, sir. We'll make sure to select the best for your son's needs. As Naiming waited, he couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. The disdain from the staff still echoed in his mind, but the kindness of the stranger and the thought of supporting his son overshadowed the negativity. Which family are you from? The stranger inquired. Oh, the Heavenly Marks family, Naiming replied. The stranger seemed to think for a moment before guessing. I suppose you're from the branch family, then. Naiming simply nodded in confirmation, wondering where this conversation might lead. Well, your son is going to need a lot of help, the stranger observed as the shopkeeper handed Naiming the herbs he had purchased. You know, I'm somewhat of an alchemist myself, the stranger revealed, causing Naiming's eyes to widen in surprise. The stranger's next words held a promise that piqued Naiming's interest further. Look, I can see you're a kind man who's just trying to do right by his son. Why don't you come with me? I'll show you a medicinal pill that could ensure your son's victory in the tournament. Why would you do that? Naiming asked, his curiosity mingling with skepticism. The stranger offered a simple explanation. Think of it this way, if your son wins, I get to establish a shop backed by an aristocratic family. It's a win-win. So, do you want the pill or not? Without hesitation, Naiming nodded, his heart racing at the thought of such an opportunity. But I don't have any more money, he admitted, the worry clear in his voice. The stranger's smile was reassuring. Oh, don't worry about that. We'll work something out, he said, signaling for Naiming to follow him. As Naiming followed the stranger out of the herbal shop, his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. The possibility of obtaining a pill that could ensure Nailee's success was beyond anything he had hoped for. Despite his reservations about the stranger's intentions and the uncertainty of what this arrangement might entail, the chance to give Nailee an edge in the upcoming tournament was too good to pass up. Class. This term describes the player's chosen role or profession, each with its own unique abilities and play style. Fighter. Fighters are warriors who have honed their bodies and skills to excel in combat, specializing in engaging demon beasts and enemies in close quarters. Their training focuses on physical strength, agility, and mastering various weapons to confront the fiercest of foes directly. Class features. These are the unique abilities and advantages that a player gains by choosing a particular class. Perception. Level, N/A. Type, passive. Description. This skill sharpens a warrior's ability to observe and interpret their surroundings, granting them heightened awareness on the battlefield. It allows for quicker responses to threats, better judgment of enemy movements, and improved understanding of complex situations. Boosts. Depth perception. Improves the accuracy of distance judgment by 30%. Hand-eye coordination. Enhances the synchronization between seeing and acting by 25%. Spatial awareness. Increases the ability to be cognizant of immediate surroundings by 20%. Predictive insight. Improves the prediction of enemies' next moves by 15%. Endless Vanguard. Level, N/A. Type, passive. Description. This skill symbolizes a warrior's undying fortitude and boundless energy. It bolsters a fighter's ability to withstand enemy onslaughts and sustain prolonged engagements, making them an unwavering force on the front lines. Boosts. Unyielding resilience. Boosts resistance to damage by 20%. Stamina monster. Increases the rate of stamina recovery by 30%. Second wind. Offers a 15% chance to instantly regain 25% of maximum health when it falls below 20%, subject to a cooldown of 10 minutes. Special attributes. Fearless aura. Lowers the morale of enemies in proximity by 10%. Leader's presence. Elevates the morale of nearby allies by 10%, enhancing their effectiveness in combat. Nai Li couldn't believe his eyes as he read through the details of his class features on the system screen. Do all fighter ranks get these abilities, or am I the exception because of this system that I have? Curious to test out his perception skill, Nai Li tossed 3 stones into the air. As they soared, he noticed something astonishing. It was as if time had slowed down. He could track each stone's trajectory with incredible precision. It's like I have eyes on the back of my head, he mused, amazed by his enhanced depth perception and hand-eye coordination, catching each stone effortlessly. Excited to see what else he could do, Nai Li decided to test his endless vanguard boosts. First, he focused on unyielding resilience. He lightly punched a wooden post, expecting a normal impact. Instead, the force felt reduced, as if his skin had turned into a subtle armor. Next, he sprinted around the house, pushing himself to feel the exhaustion, to test the stamina monster boost. In no time, he felt his energy returning at an alarming rate, allowing him to continue running without feeling tired. Well, I am sure the lucky girl who marries me is going to be very happy with this, Nai Li blushed, surprised by his body's rapid stamina recovery. Finally, curious about the second wind boost, though a bit cautious, Nai Li decided to simulate exhaustion by doing continuous push UPS. As he neared his limit, pretending his health was below 20%, he suddenly felt a surge of energy revitalizing his body, letting him push up with renewed vigor. Testing the fearless aura and leader's presence without an actual battle was tricky, but Nai Li had a devious smirk as he saw Nai Yu running around. He was going to prank him. No, he was going to test his skills on her. Wait, that sounds worse. He focused, trying to activate his fearless aura. The idea was to see if he could make her pause in her tracks, even if just for a moment. As Nai Yu continued her carefree frolicking, Nai Li couldn't help but feel a bit guilty about using his skills to prank a child. As he concentrated, he imagined his fearless aura enveloping him, a skill meant to lower the morale of enemies. To his surprise, Nai Yu suddenly stopped, looked around puzzled, and then shrugged, resuming her play. Hey, maybe I need to work on the intimidation factor, Nai Li thought, slightly disappointed but also relieved he didn't actually scare her. Next, he tried to employ his leader's presence, which was supposed to boost the morale of allies. Okay, if this makes her suddenly want to follow my lead or something, I'll admit I'm just having fun at this point, he admitted to himself. Nai Li called out to Nai Yu, Hey, Nai Yu, let's see how fast you can run to me. To his amazement, Nai Yu's eyes lit up with determination, and she sprinted towards him with more energy than before. As she reached him, panting and proud, Nai Li couldn't help but laugh. Wow, you're faster than a shooting star, he praised her, wondering if his leader's presence had actually worked or if Nai Yu just loved any challenge. Again. Again. Nai Yu exclaimed, completely unaware of being part of Nai Li's test. As Nai Li stepped into the house, carrying a dozing Nai Yu, the scene that unfolded before him was unexpected. His family sat around the table under a dim lantern light, their expressions solemn. Noticing the bruises and marks on his father and uncle, Nai Li's heart sank with worry. Father, is something wrong? Nai Li asked, his concern evident as he surveyed the room. His father beckoned him closer. Can I sit after I put Nai Yu to bed? Nai Li suggested, reluctant to disturb her peaceful sleep. Don't worry, your Aunt Ling can take care of that, his mother reassured him softly. Miao Ling stood up and gently took Nai Yu from Nai Li's arms, sharing a comforting glance with him. As Nai Li watched them leave, a knot of unease tightened in his stomach. Finally sitting down, Nai Li faced his family, the bruises on his father and uncle demanding an explanation. Some family members didn't take kindly to your bet with the patriarch, his father explained, the frustration clear in his voice. They tried to provoke us. It was a minor conflict, they left once our friends intervened. Nai Kai chimed in, actually, this has given some of our friends hope that their children can now prove themselves because of your challenge. I'm sorry, Nai Li whispered, struggling with the repercussions of his actions. His father placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. No need to apologize, son. These are just temporary setbacks, Nai Ming said, downplaying the injuries. Relieved yet still burdened, Nai Li hesitated before asking, is that all you wanted to talk about? Not exactly, his aunt returned, joining them. We've got something for you. Surprised, Nai Li watched as his mother revealed a box from beneath the table, placing it before him. Player Nai Li has obtained the item, Homemade Gambeson. Item, Homemade Gambeson. Type, Armor. Description, a piece of padded clothing meticulously crafted using layers of cotton, leather, and chainmail by Xiaoyun and Miaoling designed specifically for Nai Li's protection. This gambeson is made with traditional techniques which offer enhanced defense without sacrificing mobility. Rarity, uncommon. Effects. Damage reduction, decreases incoming physical damage by 15%. Flexibility, increases agility and reaction time by 5%. Chainmail integration, provides a 20% reduction of damage from slashing and piercing weapons. Thank you, Nai Li said, his voice carrying the warmth of his heartfelt gratitude. The smile on his face was a true reflection of how much he appreciated their efforts. Nai Ming couldn't help but laugh, his deep chuckle filling the room with a sense of joy. See, what did I tell you? Both of you did an amazing job, he said, looking proudly at Xiaoyun and Miaoling, who both blushed at the compliment. Enough with that, Nai Kai interjected, bringing everyone's attention to the sword he placed on the table. It was a beautifully crafted dao, simple in design but radiating a sturdy elegance. The blade caught the lantern light, making it gleam enticingly. Item, dao sword. Type, weapon. Description, a dao sword, characterized by its single-edged blade, is a versatile weapon favored in many martial arts traditions. This particular dao has been expertly forged using ancient techniques, balancing sharpness, durability, and elegance. Its design allows for both swift, precise slashes and powerful chops, making it suitable for a wide range of combat styles. The hilt is wrapped in fine, grip-enhancing materials, ensuring stability in the wielder's hands. Rarity, rare. Effects. Sharpness, increases cutting efficiency, allowing for 20% greater penetration of enemy armor. Speed boost, Enhances the wielder's attack speed by 30%. Battle power boost, plus 300 BP when wielded. Nai Li, intrigued, glanced between the weapon and the system window. How did you get this? He asked, his curiosity clearly piqued. Nai Li, you shouldn't ask about the origins of a gift, his father gently rebuked him, trying to hide their sacrifices. It's considered impolite. Yet, Nai Li couldn't let it go. But how did you get this? The room sighed collectively before revealing the lengths they went to pawning their horse, dowries, and savings all to gather what Nai Li needed. As Nai Li absorbed their words, a deep sense of responsibility settled over him. It wasn't just the Dao or the items that mattered, but the unspoken declaration of love and belief from his family. They had given up so much, believing in his potential to succeed. In that quiet moment, Nai Li was hit by a wave of disgust towards his past self. Back then, he had unfairly blamed his family for his lack of talent, for not having enough money to flaunt in front of his classmates, for all his seemingly insurmountable problems. He realized now how misplaced his frustrations had been, how he had pointed fingers without ever truly attempting to change his circumstances. A strong urge to berate himself, to apologize for every unjust accusation he had made, surged within him. He wanted to express his regret, to seek forgiveness for his ingratitude and short-sightedness. Yet, he held back the tears that threatened to spill. Nai Li knew all too well that crying wouldn't undo the past, nor would it help carve a better future. The only way to make amends, he understood, was to take action. He had to become the heir of the heavenly Marx family, to rise above the petty concerns that had once consumed him. More importantly, he had to play a pivotal role in saving Glory City from the impending doom brought by the demon beast horde. With a newfound determination, Nai Li silently vowed to himself. He would no longer be weighed down by the mistakes of his past. Instead, he would use them as fuel, as motivation to push forward, to become someone his family and he himself could be proud of. As Nai Li sat enveloped in his own thoughts, Xiao Yun wrapped her arms around him in a comforting embrace. She could see the turmoil in her son's eyes. Nai Li, we all chose to do what we did because we believe in you, she said softly, her voice laced with conviction. Don't see our sacrifices as a burden. See them as the support they are meant to be. We have faith in you, we know you will win. Tears welled up in Nai Li's eyes as he looked around the room. His uncle gave him an encouraging nod, his aunt a warm smile, and his mother planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, while his father beamed with excitement. Breaking the emotional atmosphere, Nai Ming declared, enough of the waterworks. Let me show you all something really amazing. He then placed a small, unassuming box on the table, piquing everyone's curiosity. Ming, what's that? Nai Kai asked, eyeing the box with interest. Oh, it's my gift for Nai Li, Nai Ming replied with a hint of mystery in his voice. Didn't you already get the herbs and the medicinal bath recipe? Xiao Yun questioned, wondering about the contents of the box. Don't worry, I've got the herbs and the recipe. This, Nai Ming said, gesturing to the box, is something special I found that I believe will really help Nai Li. As he opened the box, a potent medicinal pill was revealed, its strong scent instantly filling the room. The sudden aroma was so overwhelming that everyone instinctively jerked back, taken aback by the intensity. Item: Failed Flying Dragon Pill. Type: Consumable, hazardous. Description: This pill represents a botched attempt at crafting the coveted Flying Dragon Pill. Despite its perfect exterior, manipulated to mimic the genuine article, the concoction within is fatally flawed. The alchemist responsible for its creation lacked the necessary skill, resulting in a dangerous and deceptive product. Rarity: uncommon. Effects: Fake aura. The pill emits a fragrance and aura indistinguishable from that of a genuine flying dragon pill, making it impossible to discern based on smell or superficial examination alone. Death: Consumption of this pill leads to immediate and irreversible consequences. The cultivator's soul force is violently expelled in an attempt by the pill to achieve equilibrium, following the law of balance. This process is lethal, resulting in the cultivator's death without exception. Ming, how did you manage to get that pill? Nikai asked, his voice muffled as he pinched his nose against the potent smell. Ming began to explain, well, I met this kind stranger who paid for the medicinal bath recipe. He was an alchemist and well, he showed me this flying dragon pill. The reaction was immediate. Xiao Yun, Miaoling, and Nikai's jaws dropped. This can't be the flying dragon pill, Xiao Yun exclaimed, disbelief coloring her voice. The flying dragon pill was legendary in Glory City, a treasure beyond the reach of all but the most powerful and affluent, known for its incredible properties to boost one's cultivation. Brother, you must be joking. Miaoling added, her voice echoing the disbelief that filled the room. Ming, for some reason, looked offended as he picked up the pill. As he held it, visible soul force swirled around it. This is the real deal, he insisted, defending his claim. Nikai, concern and incredulity mixing in his voice, pressed further, okay, assuming this is genuine, how on earth did you get it? Even the patriarch of our family couldn't afford such a pill. What did you do? Ming hesitated, then admitted in a hushed tone that made everyone lean in, I used the house as collateral at the Dangpu house for a loan. I got 100k demon spirit coins and bought the pill from that stranger. The room fell into a stunned silence. Nikai's hand went to his forehead, rubbing it as if to soothe the sudden headache that had sprung up. Xiao Yun and Miaoling sat frozen, shock rendering them speechless. Nai Li was overwhelmed with mixed feelings. He was moved by how much his father was willing to sacrifice for him, but at the same time, he realized that they had been deceived. My father was scammed by that stranger into buying a dangerous pill that might kill me if I try it, Nai Li reflected. Nai Li was at a loss for words. The thought of telling his father about the huge debt they were now in because of a dangerous, fake pill was unbearable. He also dreaded imagining how the rest of his family would react to such news. Then, Nikai's voice broke through the tension, almost reaching a scream. Ming, it's one thing to believe the pill might be real, but have you considered the interest rate? 15% per month is astronomical. We've never dealt with such amounts. Even if we take years to gather 100k, the interest alone will drown us. Ming, however, seemed unfazed by the concern. It's fine. Nai Li will take the pill, reach the bronze or even silver rank, and become the heir. Then, we'll easily pay off the debt. It's just an investment, he explained, placing the pill in front of Nai Li. Eat it, he urged. Inside, Nai Li was panicking. What do I do? Eating it is out of the question, it could kill me. But if I reveal the truth, it could devastate my father or worse, lead to a physical fight between him and my uncle. He felt caught between a rock and a hard place, unsure of which path to take. At that moment, Nai Li turned his gaze to the system, desperately hoping for some guidance or solution to help navigate this impossible situation. Simulation system initiated. Mission: find a way to fix this mess. Objective: player Nai Li is faced with a potentially fatal dilemma involving a deceptive pill. The challenge is to neutralize the threat without inciting familial discord or financial ruin. Potential outcome: 1. Eat the pill and use the Yama's furnace breathing technique to neutralize its deadly effects. Note: implementation of this plan requires 1 life coin due to the complexity and risk involved. Insert life coin. Player Nai Li's life coins. 2. Actions required. Confirm to spend 1 life coin and proceed with the chosen course of action. Nai Li blinked in confusion. He didn't understand any of the text. What the hell was a Yama's furnace breathing technique? What was a life coin? Why did he have 2? Nai Li didn't care. He needed to fix this mess. Take the life coin. I don't care. Just fix this. Life coin confirmed. Initiating simulation. Simulation progress. Preparing. Progress, 1%. Progress, 10%. Progress, 50%. Progress, 75%. Progress, 100%. As Nili held the pill in his hand, a surge of relief washed over him, fueled by the system's silent guidance. Under the watchful gaze of his father, who was clearly clinging to hope because of the great risk he had taken, Nili made a bold decision. Without further hesitation, he tossed the pill into his mouth and began to perform the Yama's furnace breathing technique, a method he had no personal knowledge of. Thankfully, the system took over. He didn't have to lift a finger. He just allowed the system to guide him. All he had to do was follow. As he concentrated on the breathing technique, Nili felt as if his body had ignited into flames, but not in a harmful way. It was as if a gentle fire was coursing through his veins, invigorating yet intense. He looked up, and to his astonishment, he saw soul force swirling around him, drawn to his body like metal to a magnet. The sight was mesmerizing, almost ethereal. This soul force didn't just hover around him, it began to penetrate his skin, seeping into his very being. As it merged with his own soul force, it started to expel the impurities of the failed flying dragon pill from his body. The process was visibly apparent as tiny beads of what looked like darkened sweat emerged from his pores, each droplet containing remnants of the pill's harmful components. It was as though his body was purging itself of poison, cleansing in the most literal sense. The expelled impurities didn't diminish the power of the soul force that continued to envelop him. Instead, what remained after the purification was purer, more potent soul force, free of any taint from the pill. This refined energy flowed towards his danshan like rivers converging into a sea. As it settled in his danshan, Nili could feel his soul force intensifying, strengthening. Simulation complete. Outcome: successful application of the Yama's furnace breathing technique following ingestion of the failed flying dragon pill. The potentially lethal effects have been neutralized. As Nili felt the pure soul force settle into his danshan, a sudden noise, like the cracking of a delicate shell, echoed through him. It was his danshan expanding, accommodating the influx of power in a way he had never experienced before. Naiming and the rest of the family instinctively took a step back as they witnessed an astonishing sight. Nili's body erupted in a brilliant hue of red, the light enveloping him like a cloak woven from the very essence of power. The sight was breathtaking and fearsome in equal measure. A single thought united everyone present: demon spiritualists. The term demon spiritualist referred to a unique class of cultivators known for their exceptional strength, surpassing that of ordinary fighters. These cultivators achieved their formidable power by absorbing soul force directly into their dantians, fortifying them to levels beyond the ordinary. Name: Nili. Status: peasant. Cultivation level: 1-star bronze rank. Physique level: 1-star bronze rank. Class: fighter, demon spiritualist. Race: human. Health points: 1000. Soul force: 110. Battle power: 1642. Class features: perception, endless vanguard, soul manipulation, third eye. Allies: none. Equipment: civilian clothing. Description: born to a farmer in the Heavenly Marks family, a young boy harbors ambitions far greater than his humble origins suggest, along with a deep secret. He carries the burden of memories from a past life, where he witnessed the destruction of Glory City. Faced with the daunting task of altering destiny, he must navigate his new life's challenges. Will he succeed in preventing the catastrophe he once saw, or is history doomed to repeat itself? Nili's mind was reeling from the revelations unfolding before him. His jaw practically hit the floor as he tried to process everything. The new battle power, the class features. I've actually ascended to a 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist, he thought. barely able to contain his shock. The realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. In his previous life, it had taken him 2 grueling years at the Holy Orchid Institute to achieve the 1-star bronze rank, and yet, here he was, reaching this milestone just days after his soul realm ceremony in this new life. Naiming's voice cut through the stunned silence like a jubilant thunderclap. "Yes, that's my boy, he screamed, his voice brimming with pride and joy. Without hesitation, he pulled his wife into a celebratory embrace, both of them sharing a moment of pure elation over their son's incredible achievement. Nikai, standing a bit off to the side, couldn't help but let out a whistle of admiration. "Oh heavens," he said, a wide grin spreading across his face. "Looks like we're going to have to start treating him with a bit more respect now, hey." Xiao Yun, overcome with emotion, had tears glistening in her eyes. "Are Nai Li, a demon spiritualist?" she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "I always believed he was destined for great things." "Truly remarkable," Miao Ling commented. "To think, he's achieved what many spent decades striving for." "Nai Li, are you feeling all right?" Naiming asked, concern lacing his voice, worried about any adverse effects from the sudden ascension. "I feel like I'm on top of the world," Nai Li beamed, a vibrant energy radiating from him. "No, you're currently in your house," Naiming quipped, trying to lighten the mood, which earned a chuckle from Nai Li. "Dad, can I talk to you privately?" Nai Li requested, and Naiming, sensing the seriousness, nodded as they both stepped outside into the quiet night, under the moon's watchful gaze. After a brief moment of silence, Nai Li broached the subject that weighed heavily on his mind. "Dad, can I ask you about that stranger?" "Of course," Naiming replied, open to the conversation. "Can you describe him?" Nai Li continued, probing for details. "Yeah, he was covered in a cloak. It was hard to see his face, but he had a deep voice," Naiming recounted. "And his shop?" Nai Li pressed on, seeking more information. "There was no shop. He showed me the pill in the back alleys. When I smelled it, I just knew it was the right thing. Plus, I trusted the guy, he helped me with the medicinal recipe," Naiming explained. "You know, I doubted if my gamble was right, but seeing you become a demon spiritualist made it all worth it," Naiming confessed, a mix of relief and pride in his voice. A pained expression crossed Nai Li's face, prompting Naiming to ask, "What's wrong?" "That pill was a failed product. If someone normal had taken it, they would have died," Nai Li revealed, delivering a shock that rooted Naiming to the spot. "But you became a..." Naiming started, confusion and disbelief mingling in his voice, only to be interrupted by Nai Li. 1-star bronze rank. If this was a true flying dragon pill, I would probably be at a 5-star silver rank by now, Nai Li clarified, the reality of the situation sinking in for both of them. Naiming's initial shock turned into anger, his features contorting as he prepared to storm off in search of the scammer, but Nai Li caught his hand, stopping him in his tracks. "I know you want to get the money back, but the scammer is long gone. You probably won't find him," Nai Li reasoned, trying to calm his father. The anger in Naiming's eyes faded to disappointment, his legs giving out as he slumped to the ground, overwhelmed by the magnitude of his mistake. "Now what?" Naiming asked, his voice small, looking up at Nai Li. "Now we win the tournament and repay this damn loan back." Heavenly Mark's family, Elders Hall. Patriarch Nihai stepped into what should have been the most illustrious room of an aristocratic family. Instead, he was met with a dull room, the grandeur marred by cracks hidden within its walls. As he entered, the elders rose to their feet in respect. "We greet the patriarch," they chorused, a formal acknowledgement of his presence. Nihai merely raised his hand, a gesture for them to sit, as he moved on to the matter at hand. "On to business, the air competition," he began, his voice laced with a hint of annoyance that did not go unnoticed by the elders. The room filled with a palpable sense of urgency as they discussed the dire situation of their family. The rules will be decided later on. For now, how are we going to fund it? Any suggestions? Nihai queried, opening the floor for ideas. One elder ventured, what if we invited the other noble families and charged them for attendance? No, we already have a dire situation with them. No need to antagonize them further. Nihai dismissed the idea quickly. Another elder suggested, what about increasing taxes on our members? Is that wise, though? Our family businesses have been sold off, Elder Naiwei interjected, his gaze fixed on Nihai, putting the patriarch under pressure. Consider Nihai was the one who decided it was good idea to sell their businesses to other noble families. If we tax them more, most of our members will be pushed into poverty. You're in charge of the family's finances, aren't you? What do you suggest we do? Nihai retorted, putting Naiwei on the spot. After a moment of contemplation, Naiwei proposed, we could allocate 100k demon spirit coins from this year's education budget for the tournament. Those who demonstrate their talents will receive further investment from the family. Silence engulfed the room as everyone processed the suggestion. Nihai clicked his tongue. Those that approve this action, raise your hands. It was a unanimous decision. Every hand in the room was raised. Ask the guards to spread the word, Nihai ordered. Naiwei raised an eyebrow, pondering the implications. With the news spreading among the members, Nili's family would undoubtedly face more troubles. Initially, only those unprepared were affected by Nili's bet with the patriarch, but now, with the budget cut announced, it was only a matter of time before the lower branch members began harassing Nili's family. The ripple effect of Nili's bold bet was becoming more evident, potentially alienating his family even further within the clan. Guess he really didn't like Nili's bet, Naiwei thought, casting a glance at the patriarch. The decision made was cold, calculated, and seemingly indifferent to the potential hardships it would impose on Nili's family. Whatever. None of my concern what happens to that talentless brat. Meanwhile, ignorant of the machinations and political plays of the elders and patriarch, Nili sat in his room, gazing upon the system. Soul manipulation. Level, N/A. Type, passive. Description, soul manipulation grants the cultivator unprecedented control over their own soul force, allowing for manipulation of this vital energy beyond conventional limits. Boosts. Soul force amplification increases the power of techniques and abilities that utilize soul force by 20%. Rapid soul recovery enhances the cultivator's natural soul force regeneration rate by 25%. Soul barrier allows the cultivator to create a protective barrier using their soul force, reducing incoming damage by 15%. Third eye. Level, N/A. Type, passive. Description, Third eye is a profound skill that leverages soul force to significantly enhance memory retention and recall. Practitioners of this skill can achieve an eidetic memory, allowing them to remember intricate details without forgetting. Boosts. Eidetic memory grants the ability to remember everything with perfect clarity, effectively eliminating forgetfulness. Information analysis enhances the capacity to analyze and interpret information by 20%. Focus amplification increases concentration and focus during high-stress situations, ensuring peak mental performance. Okay, so these class features aren't something everyone has. Back when I was a demon spiritualist, I never had such perfect control over soul force, nor did I have such an enhanced memory. Who cares? I get to enjoy these benefits now, and I have 3 days left before the tournament starts, he thought. Nili knew his chances of winning were high. After all, no one else in his age range had achieved the status of a 1-star bronze-ranked demon spiritualist. Yet, the sheer number of opponents and their varied skill levels presented a significant challenge. Glancing at the system, a thought crossed his mind. I wish I could just boost my skill level to surpass anyone in the Heavenly Marks family in just 3 days. Simulation system initiated. Input, player's desire. Wish I could just boost my skill level to surpass anyone in the Heavenly Marks family in just 3 days. Analyzing, generating outcome based on player's desire. Outcome, dream simulation. Description, player Nai Li will enter a dream state, engaging in combat against a series of opponents designed to rapidly enhance his skills. This immersive simulation is tailored to push Nai Li's abilities to their limits, offering an accelerated learning experience. Note, due to the unique nature of the player's desire, only one specific outcome has been generated. Actions required. Acknowledge to proceed with the dream simulation. Warning, engaging in this simulation will place Nai Li in a deep dream state for 3 days, during which his skills will be honed against formidable dream-constructed opponents. As always, I can rely on you. With a newfound confidence, he stepped out to inform his family that he would be dedicating himself to meditation in preparation for the upcoming tournament. He wanted no distractions. His focus was on honing his skills and maximizing the advantages granted by the system. But what Nai Li didn't know was that when he woke up, he would regret ever going into the dream rather than protecting his family. Entering the dream simulation was an odd experience, to say the least. Nai Li could confidently say it felt nothing like anything he'd known before. One moment he closed his eyes in the familiar surroundings of his room, and the next, he was opening them to an entirely different reality. Looking around, Nai Li found himself perched beside a crystal-clear lake, its serene waters stretching out before him. What's this? He wondered aloud, his curiosity piqued as he stood up to explore his new environment. That's when he noticed it, a 6-armed wooden puppet, standing a short distance away. Am I supposed to train with this? Nai Li pondered, a hint of intrigue in his thoughts. Venturing closer, he reached out to poke the puppet, only to recoil in shock as he realized his finger was missing, cleanly sliced by the sword the puppet was wielding. Did it just cut me? Nai Li exclaimed, stepping back just in time to dodge another swing from the puppet. Glancing at his hand, he saw his finger was perfectly fine. Didn't I just? Oh, right, this is a dream, he remembered, the realization dawning on him that the usual rules didn't apply here. So, am I supposed to think of a sword for it? Nai Li's thought process was abruptly interrupted as, almost as if on cue, a sword shot out from the water, landing neatly in his grasp. Convenient. Simulating combat style. Please select the following. Right-pointing black triangle attack. Defend. Run away. You have selected right-pointing black triangle attack. How do you want to simulate an attack? Right-pointing black triangle martial arts. Item. Spell. Player Nai Li has selected martial art, the Orchid Garden weapon art. With the sword in hand, Nai Li charged forward, soul force swirling around his Dao, creating a spectacle of energy that seemed to dance along the blade's edge. But then, something even more unexpected happened. Time itself seemed to halt, freezing everything around him in place. The water of the lake stopped rippling, and the wooden puppet stood motionless, its 6 arms suspended in mid-air. Hey! Alert! Enemy positioned for potential harm to player Nai Li directive. Choose from the following options. Right-pointing black triangle counterattack. Defend. Run away. Nai Li's eyes were drawn upward. There, he noticed one of the puppet's numerous arms, previously frozen mid-swing, now inching downward toward his head. In that moment of stillness, a realization dawned on him: this attack had triggered the system. Player Nai Li has selected right-pointing black triangle defend. The moment time resumed its normal pace, Nai Li instinctively raised his arms in defense. However, he was swiftly cut from the waist down by the puppet's precise strike. The experience was surreal. One moment, his instincts screamed that he was fatally wounded, and the next, he found himself standing unharmed at the spot where he had first begun, as if nothing had happened. This time, Nai Li decided on a change of tactics, opting for a long-range approach. From the water, he conjured a bow and arrow, aiming and releasing it towards the puppet. The puppet, unfazed, sliced through the arrow effortlessly. Then, in an astonishing display of skill, one of its arms produced an arrow and launched it back at Nai Li. Time seemed to freeze again, as Nai Li caught sight of the arrow just inches away from his eye, its tip suspended in space, a heartbeat away from impact. The sudden halt, the arrow frozen before him, Nai Li realized the system had again intervened, giving him a moment's respite and a chance to react. Alert! Enemy positioned for potential harm to player. Nai Li directive. Choose from the following options. Right pointing black triangle counterattack. Defend. Run away. Player Nai Li has selected right pointing black triangle run away. Time snapped back into motion, and Nai Li, acting on instinct, dodged the arrow. Yet, victory was short-lived as another arrow found the back of his head. The world went black once more, and Nai Li woke up at the starting point, a growl of frustration escaping his lips. What the hell am I supposed to learn from all of this? That I'm trash and I'm going to die. Nai Li lamented, the weight of his failures pressing down on him. He sat down, defeated, watching the puppet stand motionless in the distance. A realization hit him then, a small sliver of understanding amidst the confusion. At least I know that this thing doesn't attack unprovoked, he mused, trying to find some semblance of strategy in the madness. Exhausted, Nai Li laid down, staring at the sky as a thought wormed its way through his frustration. If only I didn't have this system intervene. Maybe I'd learn a proper path rather than just choose an option that I don't even know is the best. New combat style unlocked. Name: Freestyle. Description: Player is granted complete autonomy in combat. System intervention will be disabled, allowing for unrestricted actions and strategies. That works, Nai Li muttered to himself, determination setting in as he gripped a sword and charged at the puppet once more. Yet, his advance was swiftly met with defeat as the puppet sliced his head in half, sending him back to the starting point again. This time, however, something felt different to Nai Li, perhaps a sense of liberation. Freed from the constraints and suggestions of the system, he found himself engaging in the battle with a newfound perspective. He began to rely more on his instincts and skills, dodging the initial attack and then, leveraging his heightened perception, predicting the puppet's next move. Despite the progress in strategy, Nai Li was still cut down, but now, each defeat carried with it valuable lessons. He started to recognize his own errors and shortcomings. Every encounter, every cut he received, and every failed maneuver became a crucial part of his learning curve. This cycle of trial, error, and rebirth within the simulation taught Nai Li more than just how to fight. It taught him resilience, adaptability, and the importance of self-reliance. With each reset, he approached the puppet with a slightly altered strategy, gleaning insights from his previous attempts. This process, though fraught with failure, was shaping Nai Li into a more skilled and perceptive combatant, inch by inch. Nai Li took a deep sigh as he faced the puppet once again. "You've killed me 68 times, he said, almost conversationally, as if the wooden adversary could comprehend his words. "I think it's about time I returned the favor." A sly grin crossed his face, signaling a plan forming in his mind. With renewed vigor, Nai Li charged at the puppet, his grip on the sword tight and purposeful. In a bold move, he hurled the sword towards the puppet, which instinctively turned to block the incoming attack. But Nai Li had anticipated this. The sword was attached to a piece of his shirt, a makeshift tether that he yanked back, pulling the weapon back towards him. This maneuver left the puppet momentarily stuck in a blocking position, giving Nai Li the precious second he needed. Seizing the opportunity, Nai Li twisted his body and, with a swift motion, sliced through the puppet's right side. As the left side of the puppet turned to counterattack, Nai Li executed a flawless somersault, dodging the blade with inches to spare. Landing on his feet, he didn't waste a moment before slashing at the puppet's leg, further destabilizing it. Stepping back to survey his handiwork, Nai Li watched as the puppet flailed, its movements erratic like a headless chicken. Thanks. Due to continuous use, the Orchid Garden Weapon Arts grade has evolved from mid to high grade. Skill: the Orchid Garden Weapon Art. Level 1. Grade: High. Description: elevating from its mid-grade status, the Orchid Garden Weapon Art has reached new heights of mastery through diligent practice and profound insight. Inspired by the serene yet unpredictable dance of orchid leaves in the wind, this high-grade martial arts technique now encompasses a broader understanding of fluid motion and the harmony between wielder and weapon. Its application extends beyond mere physicality, incorporating a deep bond with the wielder's soul force to create movements that are not only unpredictable but also resonant with the essence of life itself. Effects: Agility boost. Increases user's agility by 30%. Weapon flexibility. Improves the efficiency of using unconventional weapons by 30%. Wind trace. Grants a 10% chance to execute a counterattack that mimics the unpredictable movement of wind-blown leaves, further confusing opponents. Soul force coating. Enhances the power of the weapon by 30% by coating it in soul force. Leaf's whisper. Enables the wielder to sense incoming attacks through subtle air vibrations, increasing evasion by an additional 25% and providing a near preternatural awareness of the battlefield. Special move: Gardener's Elegy. A beam of hot soul force. Activation: Southeast Arrow. B. Nai Li slowly drifted back to consciousness, the gentle rocking of the wagon beneath him pulling him from his dream. A poking sensation roused him further, and he groggily turned toward the source, finding Nai Yu, his little cousin, smiling down at him. But something was amiss. Nai Yu was sporting a bandage wrapped around her head. What happened? Nai Li exclaimed, concern lacing his voice as he sat up abruptly. Nai Yu just fell down, came Nai Ming's calm voice from somewhere nearby. Looking around, Nai Li found himself surrounded by his family inside the cart. His mom, aunt, uncle, and cousin were all there, with his dad pulling the cart from the front. Nai Li immediately offered, "I'll take over." "No, you stay. You need to save your strength for the tournament," Nai Ming insisted, not willing to put any additional strain on Nai Li. About to protest, Nai Li was silenced by his mom's comforting hand on his shoulder. "Nai Li, don't worry. Your father is strong," she reassured him. Nai Li's gaze shifted to his uncle, who offered a strained smile in return. "Sorry, but I accidentally broke my leg," he admitted, explaining his inability to help. "How about I do half?" Nai Li proposed, eager to contribute. "You know, I'm a demon spiritualist now, and I heard we need to warm up our muscles." After some persistent pestering from Nai Li, Nai Ming relented. To everyone's surprise, Nai Li took to pulling the cart with remarkable ease, a testament to his newfound strength as a one-star bronze rank fighter. Nai Yu, delighted by the turn of events, hopped onto Nai Li's shoulder. "Come on, you. Don't bother your big brother," Miao Ling chided gently. "Don't worry, auntie. I don't mind," Nai Li assured, a smile on his face as he accepted Nai Yu's weight with ease. Miao Ling nodded. "Yay!" Nai Yu cheered. Nai Li noticed something odd. His mother was wearing makeup, something she rarely did. His aunt sat uncomfortably on the edge of her seat, avoiding leaning against the wall. His uncle had a broken leg and wore a scarf oddly. And his father was deliberately keeping out of sight. Is something actually wrong? Or am I just overthinking because I'm worried? Nai Li wondered. As they neared the main family's castle, Nai Li felt an uneasy sensation. He noticed another family glaring at them with what seemed like genuine hatred, not just rivalry. Why would they look at us like that? Nai Li thought, puzzled. He felt even more uneasy when he noticed his cousin Nai Yu trembling with fear from the hostile stares of people around them, all from the branch families. Shouldn't they be at least indifferent, given their kids also have a chance to become the heir? These looks of hatred don't make sense, Nai Li thought. Then, Nai Yu whispered to him, Big brother, can you help me down? Nai Li could feel her fear as he helped her. But the moment he turned his back, he sensed danger, a sharp weapon aimed at him. Reacting quickly, Nai Li spun around, his soul force strengthening his shoes, and deflected the weapon. It was a dagger. Who did that? Nai Li wondered, turning to face the crowd. What he saw shocked him. Hundreds of people, men and women, were glaring bloody murder at him and his family. Suddenly, chaos erupted as some women in the crowd screamed out, You bastard! Hurling a stone towards Nai Yu. Nai Li's reflexes kicked in, and he caught the stone just in time, preventing it from hitting her. He looked at the stone in his hand and then back at the crowd. With a simple squeeze, he crushed the stone into dust, showcasing his strength. The crowd instinctively stepped back, fear taking over their anger for a moment. Nai Li, fueled by protective rage, drew his Dao sword and yelled, Try anything like that again and see if my blade doesn't cut you down. A voice called out. I suggest you reconsider harming your own family, it would be treason. Nai Li turned to the voice, the crowd parted, making way for Elder Nai Wei. Name, Nai Wei. Status, Grand Elder of the Heavenly Marks family. Cultivation level, 3-star silver rank. Physique level, 2-star bronze rank. Class, Fighter, Demon Spiritualist. Race, Human. Health points, 2000. Soul Force, 3100. Battle Power, 154k. Class Features. Perception. Soul Manipulation. Allies, the Heavenly Marks family. Equipment. Snake-scaled armor. Storage ring. Grand Elder uniform. Description. Born to the main family of the Heavenly Marks family, Nai Wei always wished to see his family succeed. But seeing its fall, Nai Wei blamed everything on the patriarch for the problems of the Heavenly Marks family. Seeing this, Nai Wei believes that if he is in control, the Heavenly Marks family will succeed. Nai Li's frown deepened upon seeing him. Silver rank? And he's what, 70? Shouldn't he be stronger? Nai Li thought. Despite the elder's presence, Nai Li stood firm. I don't care. If they try to harm my family again, my blade will move, he declared. Elder Nai Wei scoffed, arrogant trash. Nai Li remained unfazed, even as Elder Nai Wei pointed out Nai Yi's bandage, implying harm had already come to the family. Nai Li turned, noticing his family's guilty looks. Come with me. I'll explain the rules for the tournament, Elder Nai Wei said, his tone making it clear he'd rather be anywhere else. Can my family come with? Nai Li asked. I don't care, replied Elder Nai Wei, indifferent. With that, Nai Li and his family made their way into the Colosseum. Nai Wei gave a quick nod to a guard and said, Show him to his room. The guard understood immediately, just as Elder Nai Wei was turning to leave. Hey, what about the rules? Nai Li called out after him. You lose, you die. That's all you need to know, Elder Nai Wei said sharply before walking away. Nai Li, filled with confusion and concern, turned back to his family, ready to demand answers. But he stopped mid-sentence when he saw his father more clearly. His dad's face was heavily bruised, one eye completely swollen shut. It was clear now why his father had been trying to stay out of sight. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Nai Li looked at his family members with a newfound urgency. Tell me, everything. One day earlier. It was early morning, the kind of hour when the world is still quiet, everyone tucked away in their beds. Nai Li was deep in a dream simulation, honing his skills while his family slept peacefully around him. Unbeknownst to them, news was spreading that would soon shatter the calm. The announcement was shocking. The funds usually allocated to the education sector were to be halved to support the air competition. Only the children who demonstrated talent in this competition would be granted the opportunity for education. This decision sparked outrage among the farmers and the branch family members. The chance to send their kids to the Holy Orchid Institute, where they could gain essential skills for their future, was being snatched away from them. This wasn't just about education, it was about survival. In a world where strength and knowledge were the keys to a better life, denying education meant dooming their children to struggle and hardship. Driven by desperation and anger, people grabbed whatever they could use as weapons. The morning air was filled with the sound of dozens of families storming out of their homes, fueled by a sense of injustice. The branch families felt powerless against the elders and the patriarch who had made this decision. But they needed someone to blame, a target for their frustration. And Nai Li, known to be the reason for the air competition, became that target. In their eyes, if Nai Li hadn't pushed for this competition, their children would have been safely on their way to the Holy Orchid Institute, learning vital skills. With a clear target in mind, the enraged crowd set out for Nai Li, driven by a misguided belief that harming him could somehow reverse their fortunes. Nai Ming and Xiao Yun were deep in sleep when a loud crash and Nai Yu's terrified scream shattered the peace. Startled awake, they witnessed the chaos. A broken window had let the cold morning air swirl inside, scattering glass shards and a brick across the floor. Nai Ming rushed to the window, his heart sinking as he saw a furious mob outside. Nai Li, come out and face your punishment, they yelled, their voices laced with anger and hysteria. The crowd hurled more bricks and stones at the house, each one a message of their fury. Pay for what you've done. You can't hide from us, coward. Their threats and insults flew as thickly as the projectiles they threw. Suddenly they heard a shrill scream as Nai Ming and Xiao Yun ran towards another room. Nai Kai and Miaoling, too, had rushed out of their rooms, drawn by the commotion. They found her in a state of terror, bleeding from a head wound caused by the brick that had crashed through the window. The sight that met them all was heart-wrenching, little Nai Yu, crying and screaming in fear, her head bleeding profusely. Nai Kai's blood boiled as he realized the brick had struck his daughter while she slept. As more projectiles flew into the room, Miaoling's instincts as a mother kicked in. She shielded her daughter with her own body, taking the impact of the stones and bricks on her back. Amid the chaos, with projectiles raining in through the shattered window, Miaoling became a fortress of strength for her daughter. Blood streamed down her back from where the stones and bricks had struck her, but the physical pain paled in comparison to the ache in her heart at seeing Nai Yu's tears. With a courage that only a mother's love could muster, she wrapped her arms tighter around Nai Yu, her own body a shield against the relentless assault. Through the haze of her pain, Miaoling offered a smile of pure reassurance to her terrified daughter. Don't worry, my little Yu. Everything is going to be okay, she whispered, her voice a soothing balm in the midst of turmoil. Nai Kai and Nai Ming positioned themselves in front of the broken window, blocking the incoming barrage with their bodies. Seeing her husband and brother shielding her, Miaoling grabbed Nai Yu and ran out as her feet were cut by the glass on the floor, but she ignored the pain, focused solely on helping her injured daughter. Xiao Yun, thinking quickly, tore a piece of her nightgown to press against Nai Yu's wound, trying to stem the bleeding. After ensuring their family was safe, Nai Kai and Nai Ming made their retreat. Both were visibly battered from the onslaught. Their injuries were numerous and varied. Nai Ming had several cuts across his arms, the skin torn from where sharp edges of the bricks and stones had made contact. His hands were bloodied, scraped raw in his attempts to deflect the relentless barrage aimed at their home. Nai Ming sported a swollen, purple eye. Nai Kai, on the other hand, bore a deep gash on his forehead, blood trickling down into his eyes and blinding him temporarily during the chaos. His back was a canvas of bruises, each one blossoming in dark hues from the stones that hit him with merciless precision. Nai Kai limped painfully, a brick having struck his shin with brutal force. The limp in his step grew more pronounced with each moment, the impact of the brick likely to leave a lasting injury. Xiao Yun screamed for her son, rushing towards Nai Li's room, relieved to find it untouched since it was at the back of the house, away from the crowd's wrath. Xiao Yun tried to rouse Nai Li, but he was unresponsive. He's probably in a meditative state, Nai Ming explained, trying to keep everyone calm. In that state, cultivators don't respond to anything. He clenched his teeth with frustration, knowing if Nai Li were awake, he could easily handle the mob outside. What do we do now? Miao Ling asked, holding a sobbing Nai Yu close. Nai Kai, looking out the window, suggested, we could escape and hide in the forest. Everyone agreed but wondered how they would get down safely. Without hesitation, Nai Kai took a deep breath and leapt out the window, using a nearby tree to break his fall. Jump down, I'll catch you, he signaled quietly, not wanting to draw attention from the angry crowd. One by one, the family made their escape. Nai Ming carefully lowered Miao Ling, who then helped lower Nai Yu. Next came Xiao Yun, and finally, Nai Ming carefully lowered the still unconscious Nai Li into Nai Kai's waiting arms. The impact was too much for Nai Kai, and his shin snapped under the weight, forcing a muffled scream of pain. Nai Ming quickly followed, using the tree to ease his landing. He caught Nai Kai, who was biting his hand to keep from screaming, and they all hurried into the forest. For hours they stayed hidden, waiting for the mob to disperse. Once it was safe, the battered family returned to their home, now a scene of destruction and plunder. They bandaged their wounds in the remains of what was once their safe haven. Present day. As Nai Li stood with his family, he thought back to that terrifying morning. Anger surged through him as he looked out the window towards the Heavenly Marks family. One thought consumed him, they will pay. Calling the place where the Heavenly Marks family's air competition was to be held a coliseum was almost laughable. The ancient structure was more a ruin than an arena, with crumbling stones and overgrown vegetation peeking through the cracks. Its once grand arches and imposing walls now leaned precariously, as if they might collapse at any moment. This was no majestic battleground of ancient warriors, it was a forgotten relic, barely standing, yet it was here that the family had gathered. As all 6,000 members of the Heavenly Marks family settled into their seats, the buzz of anticipation filled the air. In the middle of the arena, Patriarch Naihai took his stand, his figure casting a commanding presence against the backdrop of ancient ruins. Today, he began, his voice rising above the whispers, marks a momentous occasion unlike any before. In the past, the mantle of leadership was decided in the quiet council rooms by our elders. But now, we turn a new leaf. Today, it is the valor of our youth, the strength of their spirit, and the fire in their hearts that will determine who is truly deserving to guide the destiny of our great family. His words ignited a fire in the crowd, their cheers echoing like thunder through the arena. The rules were straightforward, a single champion stood in the arena. Anyone who defeated this champion would take their place and rest for an hour before facing the next challenger. Let's welcome our champion, Nai Li. And remember, according to our bet, if he loses even once, he dies. With those words, Nai Hai leapt back to his seat among the other elders. The doors to Nai Li's room swung open, but no one emerged at first, prompting Nai Hai to exchange concerned looks with his fellow elders. Then, the atmosphere shifted palpably. A wave of bloodlust, thick and intimidating, washed over the Colosseum, causing everyone to turn their heads towards its source. Nai Li stepped out, adjusting his armor, his presence commanding an eerie silence. No one dared mock him now, the bloodlust he emitted was palpable, a tangible pressure that seemed to promise death. Bloodlust, a trait honed through countless brushes with death, acted as a stark reminder of one's experiences. It clung to an individual's soul force, a marker of their encounters. What, then, did this say about Nai Li, who had faced dozens upon dozens of deaths in his dream simulation? What about the fact that he had actually courted death in his first life? All in all, even without knowing it, when Nai Li's emotions stirred up his soul force, the bloodlust trait would activate to form this aura of death so intense that it would put most cultivators to shame. As Nai Li positioned himself in the center of the arena, the look in his eyes made one thing clear. He had no intention of showing mercy to anyone who dared face him. Name: Nai Li. Status: Peasant. Cultivation level: 1-star bronze rank. Physique level: 1-star bronze rank. Class: Fighter, Demon Spiritualist. Race: Human. Health points: 1000. Soul Force: 110. Battle Power: 2642. Class Features: Perception. Endless Vanguard. Soul Manipulation. Third Eye. Allies: None. Equipment: Deo Sword. Homemade Gambeson. Light Armor. Description: Born to a farmer in the Heavenly Marks family, a young boy harbors ambitions far greater than his humble origins suggest, along with a deep secret. He carries the burden of memories from a past life, where he witnessed the destruction of Glory City. Faced with the daunting task of altering destiny, he must navigate his new life's challenges. Will he succeed in preventing the catastrophe he once saw, or is history doomed to repeat itself? For the next few minutes, Nai Li stood still in the center of the arena, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Everyone waited in silence, wondering who would be the first to challenge him. The teens from the branch families, ready to compete, were clueless about what their parents had done to Nai Li's family. They had no idea of the depth of the wrongs that had been committed. Originally, Nai Li had planned to quickly knock out whoever dared to challenge him, aiming to end the fights as swiftly as possible. But now, his mind had changed. This time, he had no intention of showing mercy, regardless of whether his opponent came from the main family or one of the branches. To him, none deserved his leniency after everything that their parents had happened. For now, I'll wait. As time ticked away, Nai Li found his patience wearing thin, his simmering anger growing hotter with each passing moment. He longed for a chance to release his pent-up frustration, but his intimidating bloodlust kept potential challengers at bay, only serving to fuel his anger further. Then, breaking the tense silence, a voice shouted, "Bow to this young master." A reckless youth charged towards Nai Li, dagger in hand, intent on stabbing him. As the saying goes, fools rush in where angels fear to tread. Nai Li watched the boy approach, an icy calm in his gaze. With a dismissive flick, he tossed his sword aside and cracked his knuckles. The scene that unfolded was far removed from any notion of a fair fight. It was a brutal, one-sided onslaught. Nai Li, fueled by a storm of emotions from the mob's actions to the pain inflicted on his family, and the guilt of having allowed his loved ones to suffer, unleashed his fury on his opponent. The first punch landed squarely on the challenger's jaw, snapping his head back with a force that echoed around the arena. Before the boy could even begin to recover, Nai Li grabbed him by the collar and delivered a devastating knee to the face, sending blood spraying. Nai Li didn't just dominate, he overwhelmed. Grabbing the collar of the hapless youth, he yanked him back with a force that left no room for escape. The air was filled with the defeated cries of "Please, please," as the boy realized the futility of his pleas. But in Nai Li's eyes, those words meant nothing. Mercy had left the building. Nai Li's grip tightened, and with a swift motion, he spun the boy to face him. With precision, he landed a series of punishing blows, a jab to the nose, breaking it instantly, followed by a swift kick to the knees, buckling them and sending the boy crashing to the ground once again. He spun the boy around with a swift motion, only to land a powerful elbow to the back of his head, forcing him to the ground. The opponent, now a mere shadow of defiance, tried feebly to crawl away, but Nai Li was relentless. He picked the boy up, threw him into the air, and as he came down, Nai Li met him with a fierce uppercut, sending him flying once more. This wasn't just a beating, it was a display of sheer, unbridled anger. Nai Li took it too far, his every move infused with a vengeance that seemed to scream from the depths of his being. In just a few moments, the arena's ground turned into a chilling scene, drenched in red with the blood of Nili's defeated opponent. The adults in the crowd, including seasoned cultivators who had witnessed countless battles, found themselves turning away, unable to bear the sight. The violence Nili unleashed was unsettling, deeply disturbing even to those accustomed to the harsh realities of Glory City. The only sound that filled the heavy silence of the Colosseum was the weak, ragged breathing of the fallen challenger. As Nili moved to retrieve his sword, a cry pierced the tense air. Mercy! Nili stopped and turned toward the source of the plea. It was a woman he recognized. She was his neighbor. Gripping the beaten boy by the neck, he lifted him high for all to see, a grim trophy of his wrath. Look at you all, a bunch of cowards, he shouted, his gaze sweeping across the crowd as he pointed his sword at the woman. What? You can't find the courage to face me now that I'm standing right here. Why is that? Because I'm strong? Because I can defend myself? Why ask for mercy now? It was then that Nili's soul force, driven by his intense emotions, began to compress within his dantian, building pressure like a storm cloud ready to burst. And then, it exploded outward with a force that echoed through the Colosseum, a shockwave of power. In that moment, Nili's soul force manifested as blood-red wings unfurling behind him, twisting and writhing with a life of their own. To the onlookers, he appeared not as a young cultivator, but as the angel of death incarnate, a fearsome specter whose wrath was as boundless as the heavens themselves. Don't try to tell me you weren't part of it. I can see the evidence right on your hands, the dirt from my ruined home still under your fingernails. What did you do? Instead of reason, you formed a mob to terrorize an innocent family. I could almost understand if your anger was directed at me, but you targeted my family. That's where you crossed the line. So don't expect me to hold back. Nili held his sword high as he was going to make everyone who hurt his family pay. Patriarch Nihai had always kept his emotions under lock and key, never letting them show, not even when he lost his wife. He believed that showing emotion was a sign of weakness, something he couldn't afford in front of his people. So, when he first felt the surge of Nili's bloodlust, he was puzzled. What kind of training has this boy undergone to have such intense bloodlust? He wondered, but he didn't dwell on it too much. However, his indifference shifted as he witnessed Nili's overwhelming victory and listened to his fiery speech. To Nihai, these were just the angry words of someone he considered insignificant, until something extraordinary caught his eye. Soul wings. Soul wings, a symbol of the ultimate purity of soul force, Nihai thought, astounded. Only a demon spiritualist of exceptional talent, normally a gold rank, could achieve soul forming. And here is this young man, displaying such a feat. The realization struck him hard. Nihai had spent decades attempting to acquire these wings, without success. Seeing Nili achieve what he couldn't shook him to his core. The appearance of soul wings meant Nili's potential was enormous, indicating he could reach black gold rank or even higher. When Nihai remembered that just a week ago, Nili's soul force was at a mere 5, and now he had ascended to a 1-star bronze rank, a chilling thought crossed his mind. Am I looking at the next Yetmo? He questioned himself, a mix of fear and awe swirling within him. As Nili's defiant words replayed in his mind, they suddenly carried weight to them. The smile that had briefly crossed Nihai's face faded. Oh no, have I just made an enemy of someone with the potential of Yetmo? The color drained from his face as the gravity of the situation set in, his earlier indifference replaced by a growing sense of dread. Patriarch Nihai quickly shifted his thoughts from worry to strategy. He's still young. There's time to win him over, he reassured himself, watching Nili's every move in the arena. A young man from a humble background. I'll flood him with riches, tempt him with beautiful women, empower him with artifacts, techniques, and a powerful demon spirit. Anything to ensure he doesn't drift to our rivals. The wheels in Nihai's mind were turning fast. With Nili's unprecedented talent, the Heavenly Marks family could ascend to new heights, perhaps even become the leading family. The first step is clear, Nihai planned internally. name him the heir. Then, I'll make things right with him, compensate him for the past. He watched as Nai Li, still seething with rage, raised his blade. To Nai Hai, the outcome was irrelevant. If Nai Li was content, he could overlook any action, even something as drastic as murder. Leaning back, Nai Hai noticed the disbelief and shock on the faces of the other elders. A smug smile crossed his lips as he saw Elder Nai Wei jump up and bolt out of the room. Where could he be off to in such a hurry? Nai Hai mused with a hint of amusement. But he quickly dismissed the thought with a shrug. Right now, all that mattered was securing Nai Li's allegiance and ensuring the future prosperity of the Heavenly Marks family. As Nai Li's anger reached its peak, poised to decapitate his bloody, beaten opponent, a desperate cry echoed through the arena. Stop! He turned, his fury pausing for a moment, to see his family standing there. His father shook his head in silent plea, a clear message without words. Disappointment and anger were etched on his uncle and aunt's faces, fear shone in his little cousin's eyes, and most heartbreakingly, disgust was visible on his mother's face. In that moment, Nai Li understood. His family was different. They were not like the hate-filled mob. They wouldn't seek vengeance on an innocent for the sins of others. Without a word, Nai Li sheathed his sword, his resolve firm. I am not like them, he thought, as he looked at the boy who was barely breathing and at a couple of physicians on the side who were nervously looking at him. Nai Li just laid the half-beaten-to-death boy on the stretcher. Next, he declared, his voice echoing a silent command for the next challenger to step forward. Yet, what followed was not the sound of another stepping up to fight but a chorus of pleas for mercy. All the other children his age, whether they were from the main family or the branch, had been scared half to death by the beatdown Nai Li gave his previous opponent. No way were they going to fight such a monster. That was also considering the fact that everyone could feel that Nai Li was a one-star bronze-ranked demon spiritualist, which made everyone realize they stood no chance. The competitors, hundreds of them, began to kowtow before Nai Li, their voices blending into a cacophony of desperation. Please, spare us. I don't want to fight, one cried. We'll do anything you ask, just let me leave, another begged. Just let us live, we beg you, a third voice wailed. I'll hand over all my treasures, just please show mercy, another competitor offered, his voice trembling. My family's wealth, it's yours if you spare me, a fifth pleaded, the fear palpable in his voice. More and more came. Nai Li was surprised when he heard demon spirit coins raining from the sky. Please. Show mercy. From the stands, the parents, caught in the tide of fear and despair, began to throw demon spirit coins into the arena, their actions speaking louder than words. All of them asking for forgiveness and begging Nai Li to not harm their children. As the coins clinked and clattered on the ground, covering the arena floor in a matter of minutes, it became a scene unlike any other. Nai Li, standing in the center, as if a deity among his followers, with money raining down around him. Money that his family sacrificed so much to get was raining down at his feet. The people who he despised begging him. Nai Li didn't know what was going on. Looking up towards Patriarch Nai Hai, Nai Li saw the realization dawn on everyone's faces. With every competitor forfeiting, he had won by default. He was now the technical heir of the Heavenly Marks family. Just as Nai Hai was about to make the official announcement, a voice cut through the murmurs. Wait. Author note, in the original manhua, soul wings are called soul forming, which makes no goddamn sense to me since these are wings made of souls. Why the hell are they called soul forming? Soul forming what? Also, soul realm, the colors, are actually just that what color your soul force is. For example, Nai Li would have red soul force whereas Xiaoninger would have green soul force. Elder Nai Wei had everything planned out for the air competition of the Heavenly Marks family. His grandson was to enter, supported by the children of his loyal followers, all working to ensure the grandson's victory and, ultimately, Nai Wei's control over the family. It was a perfect plan for installing a puppet leader. But Nai Li's unexpected prowess threw a wrench into his plans. Feeling the surge of Nai Li's soul force, Nai Wei realized his scheme was in jeopardy. However, he wasn't one to surrender easily. Rushing down to the arena, he pulled aside his most trusted subordinate, his own son Nai Xiaofeng. "Father, what's happening?" Nai Xiaofeng inquired, confusion clear in his voice. Nai Wei handed him a mask, the Yang Yin mask artifact, capable of disguising one's appearance. "Wear this and take Nai Li down under the guise of your nephew," he instructed, his voice laced with urgency. Nai Xiaofeng hesitated, but isn't that cheating? He didn't want to be part of this deception, but a stern look from his father silenced any further protest. Reluctantly, he put on the mask, transforming his appearance to match that of his nephew. Nai Wei barely noticed the chaos of families pleading for mercy and throwing money at Nai Li to spare their children. He was too focused on his plan. "Father, what do I do?" Nai Xiaofeng asked, now disguised. "Subdue him. You're a silver rank, he's just a bronze. Knock him out, and I'll handle the rest," Nai Wei outlined the plan. "Don't use your demon spirit form, but I doubt a bronze rank can even contend with a handicapped silver rank. When you defeat the boy, I'll then show off by pleading to Nai Hai to spare Nai Li because of the bet, getting him on our side, and I'll claim the patriarch is the reason Nai Li's family suffered, getting him to not go to the patriarch's side." "It's a perfect plan." Nai Xiaofeng asked, "You really thought of that on the fly? Just stick to the plan and knock him out. Then, the Heavenly Marks family will be within our grasp, along with its greatest talent," Nai Wei concluded with a smirk, seeing a glimmer of hope for his ambitions. In a dramatic moment, Nai Wei shouted, "Wait," capturing the attention of everyone in the arena. "My grandson wishes to challenge you," he declared, pointing at Nai Li, who looked towards them with a raised eyebrow. "Name, Nai Xiaofeng. Status, illegitimate son of the Grand Elder. Cultivation level, 1-star silver rank. Physique level, 3-star bronze rank. Class, fighter, demon spiritualist. Race, human. Health points, 3000. Soul force, 1210. Battle power, 41,993. Class features: Endless Vanguard. Soul manipulation. Allies, the Heavenly Marks family. Equipment: Yin Yang mask. Enchanted armor. Ice blood spear. Description: born from an illicit relationship between Elder Nai Wei and his sister Nai Baihe, due to the laws of the family, they were separated, and after giving birth, Nai Baihe committed suicide. Elder Nai Wei used her suicide to make Nai Xiaofeng loyal to him under the promise that they are going to change the Heavenly Marks family for the better. Nai Xiaofeng always goes along with the plans of his father. Nai Li stood there for a moment, piecing everything together. It was clear now, Nai Wei had roped Nai Xiaofeng into this mess, aiming to tilt the scales of the family's power in his favor. The whole setup felt more like a burden to Nai Li than a concern. All he wanted was for this dreadful day to end, yet he couldn't afford to lose, not with the threat of death hanging over him. Winning was his only option. However, Nai Li faced a significant challenge. His opponent was of a higher rank. The one piece of good news in all of this was that Nai Xiaofeng, even though he was a silver rank, had his hands tied. He couldn't use all his powers or change into his demon spirit without giving himself away. Nai Li caught onto this crucial detail, and it gave him a glimmer of hope. His restraint is my opportunity, Nai Li thought, his mind racing for strategies. He knew that winning against a silver rank in a straightforward fight was unlikely, but if he could catch Nai Xiaofeng off guard with a surprise attack, using that skill, he might just have a chance. This is it. My moment to turn the tables. Nai Li faced off against the disguised Nai Xiaofeng, his confidence blazing. Look around you, see the power I hold. Do you really think you can defeat me? He taunted, his voice echoing through the arena. With a flourish, Nai Li began to execute a mysterious skill. His movements were peculiar, head tilting downward, then diagonally to the right, and finally sweeping from right to left. The crowd watched in confusion, unsure of what Nai Li was attempting. Undeterred, Nai Xiaofeng stepped forward, brimming with formal bravado. "It would be my honor to face you," he declared, raising his spear in challenge. Player action confirmed. Nai Li has activated Gardener's Elegy. Execution command. Southeast arrow, B. As Nai Li lifted his sword, an intense energy began to gather around the blade, wrapping it in a swirling, crimson glow. The arena crackled with an electrifying energy, a swirl of red-hot soul force that was impossible to ignore. From the experienced patriarch Nai Hai, who had seen countless battles and powers, to Nai Wei, whose schemes and ambitions had always kept him attuned to the fluctuations of strength, down to the youngest and most naive spectator, little Nai Yu, everyone felt the overwhelming surge of power. Nai Li brought down his foot as he unleashed a downward slash. A crescent beam of fiery soul force erupted from his sword, slicing through the air at incredible speed. Nai Xiaofeng, caught off guard by the ferocity of the attack, had no time to properly defend himself. And who could blame him? None of them have ever seen an attack like the Gardener's Elegy. His defenses shattered instantly, and he was hurled back, crashing into the wall with a deep, bloody gash across his chest. The sight of Nai Xiaofeng, embedded in the wall and barely alive thanks to his armor, left Elder Nai Wei speechless. The realization that Nai Li, who just a week ago had a meager soul force of 5, now, as a bronze rank, had effortlessly overpowered his silver rank son, sent shivers down his spine. Nai Wei's knees buckled under the weight of his astonishment and fear, especially at the sight of Nai Li's soul wings. "I need him on my side," was the only coherent thought Nai Wei could muster. Amidst the stunned silence, Patriarch Nai Hai rose to his feet. "Today, we have witnessed an unprecedented demonstration of strength, skill, and unparalleled talent," he began, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before settling on the figure standing alone in the center of the arena. "Nai Li has shown us not just his talent but a glimpse of the future glory of the Heavenly Marks family." The crowd listened, hanging on every word, as Nai Hai continued. "Such a remarkable display of power and potential cannot go unrecognized." He paused, allowing his words to sink in, the significance of the moment palpable in the air. "Therefore, with great honor and the consensus of the elders, I hereby bestow upon Nai Li the title of heir to the Heavenly Marks family." As the tournament wrapped up, everyone was in a flurry, not sure of what to do next. Nobody had predicted Nai Li's victory, especially not the display of incredible power and skill he had shown. This unexpected turn of events led the patriarch of the Heavenly Marks family to quickly redirect funds to organize a grand ceremony for Nai Li. He wanted to make sure Nai Li didn't get the impression that his talents were undervalued by the family. The whole Heavenly Marks family was now treading carefully around Nai Li, rushing home, and within hours, Nai Li and his family found themselves buried under a mountain of gifts. For Nai Ming and the rest, the situation felt so unbelievable they half wondered if they were dreaming. In all this commotion, Nai Yu found her own slice of happiness, indulging in the sweets given to her. She was blissfully unconcerned with the reasons behind the sudden shower of gifts. To her, the joy was in the treats. Funny how quickly tides turn. From indifferent to hatred to overly attentive, all it took was a display of talent. Let's see how far this goes. This world. It's all about power, isn't it? As Nai Li pondered, he watched his little cousin, blissfully unaware of the complexities surrounding them, a simple joy in her sweets. At least someone's enjoying the moment without second thoughts. Nai Li found himself sitting uncomfortably in the dressing room, surrounded by servants who were bustling around him, each tasked with a specific duty. One carefully trimmed his hair, ensuring every strand was perfectly in place, while another focused on clipping his nails, giving them a neat and tidy look. Others took his measurements with soft tapes, whispering numbers and notes to each other, deciding on the best attire for the ceremony. There were even a few applying mild fragrances and choosing accessories to complement his outfit. Throughout this ordeal, Nai Li tried his best to stay cooperative, noticing the evident fear in the eyes of the servants. He understood their apprehension. After all, the sudden change in his status within the family was unexpected, and his background as a farmer's son made him unaccustomed to such pampering and attention. The servant's nervousness mirrored his own discomfort with the situation. To distract himself, Nai Li's focus drifted to the system window floating in front of him. Player Nai Li has unlocked spell, Soul Wings. Skill, Soul Wings. Type, Active. Category, Spell. Description: Soul wings are ethereal manifestations of one's soul force, embodying the essence of flight and freedom. Effects: Cultivation boost. Temporarily increases the caster's cultivation stage by 2 ranks. Battle power surge. Increases the caster's battle power by 200% for 10 minutes. Blitz assault. Grants a 25% increase in attack speed during aerial combat, exploiting the heightened battle power for devastating rapid strikes. Feathered barrier. Forms a protective shield around the user for 5 minutes, absorbing up to 15% of incoming damage. Passive effects. Aerial agility. Improves evasion by 20%. Warning: utilization of soul wings will result in the complete depletion of the user's soul force. Employ this spell solely in critical situations. Nai Li felt a lump in his throat as he read through the description. In his past life, soul wings were hailed as the ultimate sign of talent, something only the truly gifted could wield. Now, the idea that he might naturally use them seemed unbelievable, especially given his red soul realm, which was universally seen as a mark of the talentless. Could this new ability be thanks to the system? The system had indeed indicated that he had unlocked it. This revelation led Nai Li to a startling question: were soul realms not actually linked to talent as everyone believed? Nai Li's deep thoughts were interrupted by a cough. He looked up to see his mother, Xiao Yun, standing at the door, with the servants quickly bowing in respect as she entered the room. Is something wrong? Nai Li asked. No, it's just overwhelming. The gifts keep coming, one after another. Your father and uncle are having a good time opening them, Xiao Yun explained. And what about Auntie and Nai Yu? Nai Li asked with a hint of curiosity. Your auntie is with Nai Yu. It turns out eating 2 baskets of candy was too much for her. She's a little sick, Xiao Yun replied with a light tone, just as they heard someone chuckling nearby. Turning, Nai Li saw a servant quickly stifling her giggle before she bowed, looking scared. Continue what you were doing, Nai Li said, feeling a bit awkward about the whole situation. The servants are nice. Xiao Yun asked him, breaking the brief silence. Yeah, they are. But it still feels weird. Just yesterday, we were figuring out who would do the laundry, and now. Nai Li trailed off. Yeah, Xiao Yun agreed, understanding the sentiment all too well. How do you feel? Nai Li then asked his mom, genuinely wanting to know her thoughts on their sudden change in fortune. Weird. I can't tell if this is really happening. It all changed so fast. And Nai Li. Xiao Yun paused, placing her hand on her son's shoulder. Thank you for not letting your anger lead you to do something you might regret. Nai Li placed his hand on top of hers, offering a gentle smile. It was only because of you and the family that I could hold back. That's my boy, Xiao Yun said with a proud smile, planting a kiss on his cheek. Let's go. You have a ceremony to attend. Nai Li stepped out of the dressing room, his breath catching at the sight that greeted him. The castle was adorned as if for a royal decree, with red lanterns glowing softly against the twilight, silk banners flowing in the gentle breeze, and the ground covered in petals of the rarest flowers. As he walked, the people around him bowed deeply, a sea of respect and fear parting for him as he was escorted to the ceremony's heart. Patriarch Naihai stood at the center, ready to begin the proceedings. At the heart of the ceremony, Nai Li was to perform 3 important bows. Bow of the people. In a circle gathered, eyes upon him cast. A gesture deep, a promise vast. Not for glory, nor for fame, but to serve, uplift, and claim. A leader for the people, in every task. This first bow, a solemn mask. Bow of the leader. To the patriarch, wisdom's keeper, guide so true. A bow of respect, a commitment anew. Acknowledging the path laid by his hand. A vow to honor, to understand. The weight of leadership, a mantle to wear. This second bow, a promise to bear. Bow of the past. Finally, to ancestors, a bow so grave. To those who gave all, who were brave. A history rich, sacrifices vast. A legacy built, meant to last. This final bow, a pledge to the old. To honor their story, forever told. The highlight was the passing of the heirloom of the heavenly Marks family to Nai Li, a pair of gauntlet-like bracelets. These weren't just ornaments but symbols of their lineage's resilience. The heavenly Marks family, once slaves in the Colosseums of the Sacred Empire era, had used these very shackles as weapons to break free and rise. Now, they were a testament to their warrior spirit, a poignant reminder of a slave turning his chains into a means of liberation. Nai Li couldn't help but think of the irony as he accepted the bracelets. From slaves to warriors, and now, what? A generation that hides behind the glory of the past. Patriarch Nai Hai then approached with a ceremonial cup, offering it to Nai Li. To our future, he announced, his voice carrying a weight of expectation. Nai Li took the cup, raised it high, and then drank deeply, signaling his acceptance of his role as the next leader. The crowd mirrored his action, a shared drink to symbolize unity and support for their new heir. The feast that followed was a blur of celebration, music, and laughter, but Nai Li's thoughts were elsewhere. This ceremony, these vows, they're not just words. They're a call to action. The heavenly Marks family, once mighty, has grown complacent, lost in the comfort of past victories, Nai Li reflected. But change is possible. It starts with one person, one decision. And maybe, just maybe, I can be that catalyst. Mission, rebirth of the heavenly Marks family. Simulation status, complete. As soon as Nai Li saw that, a thought filled his head. Let's change that thought I will be that catalyst. I will change the heavenly Marks family, and I will save Glory City. After the ceremony ended, Nai Li made his way to the room that had been gifted to him by the patriarch. With his new status as the heir, his family was now the proud owner of a mansion, and both his father and uncle had received significant job promotions. They were appointed as the manager and vice manager of agriculture for the family, overseeing everything from the sale of crops to the collection of taxes and the allocation of funds to farmers. Nai Li knew his father and uncle were well suited for these roles. Having been farmers themselves, they had a deep understanding of the land and a strong connection with the local farming community. Now, all they needed to do was adjust to their new responsibilities. As he thought about this, Nai Li couldn't help but rub his belly, feeling a bit stuffed from the feast. The sound of knocking pulled Nai Li from his thoughts. Without needing to check, he knew who stood on the other side of the door. Grand Elder Nai Wei. Nai Li's brow furrowed as he pondered the elder's motives. Is he here for revenge because I foiled his takeover plans? He wondered silently. However, he quickly reassured himself, considering the security of his location within the heart of the heavenly Marks family territory. Even if he's here with ill intent, I can escape and hold my ground with the Soul Wings spell until the Patriarch intervenes. Another knock interrupted his thoughts, leading to a realization. Nai Li's thoughts were met with another knock as an idea clicked in his head. He wants to suck up to me so that I don't become his enemy. Interesting. I am sure many more members of the Heavenly Marks family have the same idea when they saw my soul wings. You want to suck up to me? Well, I'll let you suck. Wait, that sounds wrong. Whatever, I'll let you suck until you realize I don't care what you give me. I was never on your side to begin with. Opening the door, Nai Li was met with the sight of Grand Elder Nai Wei. "Greetings, young master," said Nai Wei, his voice carrying a mix of respect and something else that Nai Li couldn't quite place. Nai Li raised an eyebrow in surprise. There was no trace of arrogance, no hidden contempt, just submission. So, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Marks family shows his true colors, strong with the weak, but spineless before the strong, Nai Li thought, a wry smile playing on his lips. "Would you like to come in?" Nai Li offered. Nai Li and Nai Wei sat together, wrapped in an awkward silence that seemed to stretch endlessly. Looking to break the ice, Nai Li ventured, "Would you like something to drink or eat?" "No, thank you. I am full from the feast earlier," Nai Wei replied, his voice steady but devoid of warmth. "That's nice," Nai Li said, the words hanging in the air between them. Then, Nai Wei dropped a bombshell. "You know, I am the reason you are now the heir." Nai Li almost burst into laughter at the absurdity but managed to keep it in. "How?" he asked, genuinely curious about Nai Wei's reasoning. "Well, if I hadn't convinced the patriarch about the competition, you wouldn't be in this position," Nai Wei explained. The statement held some truth, but Nai Li sensed there was more to Nai Wei's visit than mere bragging. "So, are you also the reason my family got hurt?" he asked, probing deeper into Nai Wei's intentions. "No, that was the patriarch. He was the one who approved taking funding from the education sector for the competition," Nai Wei quickly responded. Nai Li raised an eyebrow, his mind racing. "But aren't you in charge of the family's finances? Even if the patriarch initiated the idea, you were part of the process. However, the competition itself was you and had nothing to do with the patriarch." As the pieces fell into place, Nai Li understood Nai Wei's true motive. Nai Wei aimed to win him over, to have Nai Li support him over the patriarch in the family's political games. Nai Li's expression hardened. "Is that all you wanted to say?" he asked, his voice dripping with indifference. In response, Nai Wei took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. "A gift. I am sure you will like it. Item: jade pill bottle. Grade: rare. Description: encased within this exquisite jade bottle are soul formation pills, renowned for their potent effects on cultivators seeking to enhance their soul force. These valuable pills accelerate the gathering of soul force, facilitating faster ascension and breakthroughs in cultivation levels. Rarity: rare. Effects: soul force enhancement. Using this item grants the player an additional 200 soul force, significantly boosting their cultivation progress." Nai Li's eyes widened in surprise as he glanced at the system screen. Soul formation pills were known for being incredibly expensive. From what he understood, a single pill could fetch a price of around 10,000, but a whole jade bottle like the one Nai Wei presented was valued at a staggering 50,000. It was clear then, Nai Wei was making a grand gesture, hoping to win Nai Li over to his side. "That's a nice gift," Nai Li remarked, his voice calm as he took the bottle from Nai Wei. Player Nai Li has equipped item: jade pill bottle. Status update: applying effects on the player. Effect integration: additional 200 soul force is being added to the player's current reserves. The moment Nai Li accepted the jade bottle from Nai Wei, it shattered into nothing, releasing orbs of soul force that rushed into Nai Li's body. As the energy enveloped him, he glowed brightly, and he felt a significant shift within himself. There was a crack, a boom, and suddenly, Nai Li knew he had made a leap from 1-star bronze rank to 3-star bronze rank in a matter of moments. Turning around, he saw Nai Wei on his knees, bowing deeply in a gesture of utmost respect, or perhaps desperation. Nai Li couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the sight. It must be quite the shock, Nai Li mused internally, seeing someone ascend so quickly when he spent decades training. And here I am, achieving it in just a week. "What are you doing?" Nai Li asked, his tone mixed with amusement and a hint of annoyance. "Young master, I am but your humble servant. Please ask me anything," Nai Wei pleaded, his voice laced with eagerness to please. Nai Li couldn't help but think, this guy really knows how to lay it on thick. A professional suck-up for sure. Not exactly grand elder material. But Nai Li also knew the value of keeping such a person around, at least for the time being, as long as they could be of use. Cutting through the formalities, Nai Li got straight to the point. Tell me, Nai Wei, can you ensure that every member of my generation receives the proper education? He wanted to make sure others his age wouldn't miss out on opportunities simply because of their family's status or financial situation. Life in Glory City is tough enough. Let's not make it any harder for them. As long as the young master wishes it, your humble servant will see it done, Nai Wei responded almost too eagerly, his demeanor reminiscent of a dog eager to please its master. Nai Li was abruptly awakened by a servant, marking the start of a day unlike any he had ever experienced. First, two servants gently pulled the covers away, while another stood ready with a basin of warm water for washing his face and hands. The water, scented with jasmine, was supposed to be refreshing, yet Nai Li found the attention stifling. He missed the cold splash of water from the well back home, which did more than just wake him up, it revitalized his spirit. As he sat up, another servant approached with a fine-toothed comb to meticulously groom his hair. In the past, a quick run-through with his fingers would have sufficed, but now, every strand needed to be perfectly in place. Nai Li couldn't help but think, is all this really necessary just to start the day? Following the grooming, his attire for the day was presented. It was a set of robes, rich in fabric and color, a far cry from the simpler clothes he was accustomed to wearing. Dressing him felt like dressing a doll, with servants fussing over every fold and tie, ensuring that everything sat just right. Breakfast was next, served on fine porcelain that Nai Li feared he might break. The food was exquisite, each dish prepared with care and precision, but he longed for the simple meals cooked by his mother. They might not have had the complexity of flavors he was now being offered, but they were made with love and shared with family. Nai Li noticed his family's discomfort mirroring his own. His father and mother, uncle, and auntie, all of them looked as if they had been thrust into roles they never auditioned for. They were farmers just yesterday, their hands accustomed to the feel of soil and the weight of manual labor. Now, they sat like royalty, their uneasy glances betraying their internal struggle to adapt to this sudden shift in their lives. The only one who seemed unfazed was Nai Yu, the child of the family, who delighted in the novelty of their circumstances. Her innocence shielded her from the weight of transition, allowing her to enjoy the moment without the burden of adjustment. Is this really necessary? Nai Ming asked, his discomfort evident as a servant hastily adjusted his clothing, making Ming even more uneasy. You'll get used to it, Xiao Yun tried to reassure him, though it was clear she was the most affected by the change. Back in their modest home, she had always seen herself as the protector, the one who welcomed her husband and brother-in-law back from a hard day's work in the fields with a warm meal. She and Miaoling would clean, take care of the kids, and maintain the household. It was challenging, yes, but it gave her a sense of purpose, a role within the family that she valued deeply. Now, in this new, lavish setting where everything was handed to her, she felt her role slipping away. Miaoling and Nikai, despite their struggles with injuries, hers on the back and his on the leg, found the presence of servants somewhat beneficial. But for Xiao Yun and Nai Ming, the adjustment was proving to be a tough one. Nai Li observed his family. In a week, I'll be starting at the Holy Orchid Institute, so this new life will pause for me. But for them, it continues. I want to make their lives easier, not make them feel lost, he thought. Clearing his throat, Nai Li addressed his family. Mom, Dad, Uncle, Auntie. And Nai Yu. Nai Yu added eagerly. And Nai Yu, Nai Li agreed, smiling at his little cousin's enthusiasm. I was thinking, if you all want, we could buy back our old house. We could return to our previous way of life. The family exchanged glances, considering Nai Li's proposal. After a moment, Nai Ming spoke up. No need to worry, Son, let's just give it a month to see how things go. Your uncle and I have new jobs, and we're still adjusting. Change isn't necessarily bad, we just need time to get used to it. After a month, if everyone wants to go back, we can. If not, then that's good too. Change will always come, whether we like it or not. Let's not be like old men yelling at clouds, afraid of the rain. Nai Li smiled, touched by his father's wisdom. In the afternoon, a servant's message led Nai Li to the patriarch's office. The sight that greeted him was one of organized chaos. The old man was surrounded by towering stacks of documents, a testament to the heavy workload he shouldered. Despite Nai Li's mixed feelings about the patriarch, it was undeniable that the weight of leadership was pressing down on him. Nai Li couldn't help but be taken aback as he saw the system window. Name: Nai Hai. Status: Patriarch of the Heavenly Marks family. Cultivation level: 5-star gold rank. Physique level: 1-star gold rank. Class: Fighter, Demon Spiritualist. Race: Human. Health points: 100k. Soul Force: 50,000. Battle Power: 7m. Class Features: Perception. Endless Vanguard. Soul Manipulation. Allies: Heavenly Marks family. Equipment: Storage Ring. Description: Born into the main family, Nai Hai was thrust into the position of power at the ripe age of 10. He was a puppet leader for the elites of the Heavenly Marks family at that time. Wanting to help his family, Nai Hai did everything in his power to become strong while leaving the power to the elites who abused their power too much, leading to the decline of the family. Nai Hai, when he achieved gold rank, was able to gain his power back, but the damages were already done. It took him decades to control the situation back, but by that time, it was too late. The Heavenly Marks family was destined to die with him. But Nai Hai has now found a proper successor, but even so, as to not let another him happen, Nai Hai plans to protect Nai Li from the shadows from being tempted by others, by being trapped. Nai Hai wants Nai Li to be by his side as he wants to groom Nai Li into the perfect leader, one who wouldn't make the same mistakes he did. Nai Li stood before Patriarch Nai Hai, a man whose life story unfolded in front of Nai Li through the system's description. Born to lead at 10, a puppet to the elites, and only gaining true control after reaching gold rank, Nai Li read, his mind reeling from the revelations. The patriarch wasn't the greedy, selfing elder he had imagined but a leader who had struggled against internal sabotage, fighting to regain control only to find the family's glory days irretrievably lost. He sees a successor in me, Nai Li realized, yet his past decisions hurt my family. Forgiveness seems distant, but understanding breeds a reluctant respect. He fought on, despite everything. Patriarch, Nai Li greeted, bowing slightly. Nai Li, my boy, Nai Hai responded, his voice carrying a warmth that seemed newly forged. I hope the adjustment to your new life isn't proving too difficult. Nai Li was taken aback by the unexpected warmth in the patriarch's voice. For a moment, he allowed himself to be surprised before reality set in. This must be another tactic, Nai Li thought. After all, surviving in the harsh political landscape of Glory City isn't about being the nicest or the kindest. It's about being the smartest. Nai Li figured the old man probably knew about Elder Nai Wei's visit the previous night and was now trying to ensure Nai Li didn't fall into potential traps set by others. Yet, Nai Li wondered if the patriarch's efforts would extend beyond mere protection. The system had revealed the patriarch's intentions clearly, but Nai Li knew all too well that even the best intentions could lead to undesirable outcomes. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, he mused. Despite his skepticism, Nai Li resolved to make the most of the situation. I don't care about their political games, as long as my family benefits and stays safe. I'll play along with their schemes. We will need time to adjust, Nai Li replied, his tone neutral yet open. Nai Hai nodded, an understanding flicker in his eyes. Well then, You might be wondering why I've called you here, he began, sparking Nai Li's curiosity. With a nod, Nai Li prompted him to continue. The reason is simple. With your incredible talents, I want you to pick a few items from the Heavenly Marks family treasury. Normally, no one but me is allowed in there, but you, as the heir, will have this privilege. If one were to ask about the cornerstone of an aristocratic family's strength, the answers might vary. Some would say talent, others honor, and a few might point towards wealth. However, the true foundation of an aristocratic family's power lies within its family treasury. Why is the treasury so vital? It's not merely a vault for hoarding wealth and assets. A family treasury contains the legacy left by ancestors, a tangible link to a glorious past where humanity wasn't just surviving but thriving and conquering. In today's harsh world, where humanity teeters on the brink of survival, these legacies hold the key to a family's resurgence. Most families place greater importance on their treasuries than on anything else, understanding that within those vaults lies the power that once enabled their ancestors to dominate. This power comes in many forms: ancient techniques, journals filled with wisdom, miraculous pills, and weapons of untold strength. Each item holds the potential to elevate a family's status or protect it in times of dire need. Therefore, access to the treasury is often restricted to the most talented members of the family or opened in desperate times as a last resort. The logic behind this is clear: the stronger the legacy, the more others will covet it. Protecting these treasures becomes a family's top priority because, as the saying goes, in the strength of the past lies the salvation of the future. Nai Li couldn't hide his disappointment as he surveyed the nearly empty treasury of the Heavenly Marks family. This is pathetic, he thought to himself, feeling a mix of frustration and disbelief. The Heavenly Marks family, one of Glory City's oldest families, had a treasury that was practically barren. It made no sense to him. Patriarch Nai, noticing Nai Li's dismay, coughed awkwardly to regain his attention and gestured weakly, trying to explain. The family is in a dire situation, he admitted. I had to sell a few items. A few? Nai Li thought incredulously, looking around the empty room. This looks like you sold almost everything. Disappointment turned to anger. Okay, I take back every nice thing I thought about you. Who sells their ancestors' legacies just for some quick money? Those legacies should be used to strengthen the family, not sold off. Nai Li was appalled. The thought of how many irreplaceable legacies were lost to short-sighted decisions made his head spin. No wonder the family's in such a dire state with leaders like these, he mused. A grand elder who's nothing more than a sycophant, believing the family can only succeed under his watch. And a patriarch who's good with words but whose actions have done more harm than good. Feeling a headache coming on, Nai Li pinched the bridge of his nose and decided to voice his concerns. Patriarch, can I say something? He asked, keeping his tone respectful despite his growing frustration. Of course, you're my heir, Nai responded, offering a kind smile that did little to soothe Nai Li's irritation. Do you really think selling our legacies was a good idea? Nai Li asked, genuinely curious about the patriarch's reasoning. We were desperate, Nai replied, trying to justify the decisions. In his mind, Nai Li couldn't help but think, then you're an idiot for not using the legacies instead. But he held his tongue, understanding that he wasn't in a position to openly disrespect the patriarch. Why didn't you use the legacies, patriarch? Nai Li couldn't help but ask, genuinely curious about the reasoning behind such a critical decision. The family is split into different factions, Nai Li. If I were to give the legacy to one person, that faction would become too powerful and take control, Nai explained, revealing the depth of his concern. As Nai spoke, everything started to make sense to Nai Li. The patriarch feared becoming a puppet leader once more. The legacies held immense power, enough to potentially elevate someone to equal or greater strength than himself. The options were bleak: either become a figurehead for the dominant faction or be eliminated by those stronger than him. Despite understanding the patriarch's dilemma, Nai Li still thought it was foolish to sell off their ancestral legacies. In doing so, Nai Hai had inadvertently empowered outsiders who might grow greedy and pose a threat to the Heavenly Marks family. Why are you giving me this chance, then? Aren't you worried I'll align with a faction? Nai Li asked, pondering the inconsistency. He knew the patriarch was aware of his meeting with Elder Nai Wei. If Nai Hai was so concerned about distributing power within the family, why entrust him with the legacy? You are talented, Nai Hai finally said after a pause. Suddenly, it all made sense to Nai Li. From the moment his soul wings were revealed, his path to surpassing black gold rank was virtually guaranteed. The patriarch likely wanted to ensure Nai Li's loyalty to him over any faction. How many items can I choose? Nai Li inquired, intrigued by the offer. You are the heir, Nai Li, everything here belongs to you. Take anything you want, Nai Hai stated, his words holding a weight of finality. And if I wanted every item here? Nai Li joked, half serious. That can be arranged, Nai Hai responded seriously, surprising Nai Li. Nai Li realized then just how much the patriarch wanted to keep him from joining any faction. Simulation system initiated. Input, player's desire. Find me the items that can be most useful for me. Process, creating simulation to identify optimal items for player's needs. Analyzing. Progress, 1%. Progress, 2%. Progress, 10%. Progress, 50%. Progress, 60%. Progress, 80%. Progress, 100%. Analysis complete. Result, optimal item locations identified. Actions required. Proceed by following the indicated arrow to discover and acquire the items. Following the giant yellow arrow, Nai Li found himself drawn towards a corner of the treasury where a pair of rusted guitars caught his eye. These short, punch daggers, despite their worn and neglected appearance, were glowing under the guidance of the system, a sign that these were the items Nai Li needed. Then, the arrow led him to a plain-looking box, seemingly unremarkable and currently serving as a paperweight on a stack of old parchments. As he picked it up, the guiding arrow vanished. Hey? These are the optimal items for me. Nai Li couldn't hide his skepticism. A pair of rusted weapons in an unassuming box were what the system deemed perfect for him? What are these anyway? Nai Li wondered aloud, examining them through the lens of the system. Item, rusted guitars. Type, weapon, obsolete. Description, these guitars, once deadly in close combat, have been significantly dulled and corroded over time. Their blades, consumed by rust, can no longer serve the purpose for which they were forged. Grade, unknown. Effects. Inoperable, due to severe deterioration, these weapons cannot be used in combat or for defense. Item, plain box. Type, storage object. Description, an unassuming box bound by an unknown seal. Its origins and contents are a mystery, hidden away from the eyes of the world. The box awaits someone capable of breaking its seal to reveal the secrets it holds. Grade, unknown. Effects. Sealed. The box cannot be opened by conventional means due to a powerful seal. These items are useless, a weapon I can't use in a box I can't open, he thought, but a deeper intuition nudged him. The system had never steered him wrong. If it suggested these items were crucial, there had to be a reason. Turning to Patriarch Nai Hai, Nai Li announced, I have finished choosing. Simulation system initiated. Input, player's desire, the best way to use the items I got from the family treasury. Process, analyzing best utilization methods for acquired items. Analyzing. Progress, 1%. Progress, 2%. Progress, 10%. Progress, 50%. Progress, 60%. Progress, 80%. Progress, 100%. Analysis complete. Actions required. 1. Awaken the rusted guitars. Anoint the rusted guitars with your blood, then envelop your hands in soul force before picking them up. The rusted guitars will awaken and reveal their true power. 2. Purify the plain box. Incinerate the item known as the plain box. Warning: due to the unique properties of item 2, the plain box, the simulation system will provide direct guidance. It is imperative to adhere to the system's instructions meticulously, or player Nai Li risks entrapment in an unspecified state or location. Nai Li's heart raced as he read the system's warning. This was uncharted territory, even for him. With a deep breath, he pricked his finger with a knife, letting drops of his blood fall onto the rusted guitars. To his amazement, the guitars seemed to drink in his blood, and tiny cracks spider-webbed across their surface. Did I mess up? Nai Li wondered, eyeing the system for any signs of error. Yet, the system remained silent, offering no clues. Gathering his resolve, Nai Li wrapped his hands in a warm glow of red soul force and grasped the guitars firmly. In an instant, his soul force vanished into the weapons, the cracks now shining brightly, as if filled with the light of 1,000 stars. Then, something incredible happened. The guitars began to transform. The rust and even the metal flaked away like the shell of an egg being peeled off, revealing what lay beneath. Nai Li found himself holding a pair of guitars made entirely of pulsing energy. They shimmered in his grasp, vibrant and alive, their form perfect and lethal. The energy guitars seemed to dance with light. Item: Soul Guitar. Type: Soul Weapon. Description: a mystical item was given to the champion of the Colosseum in the era of the Sacred Empire. This item was stolen by one of the founding members of the Heavenly Marks family. The item that slaves fought to obtain it while the people of the Sacred Empire enjoyed their suffering. This item was the carrot on the stick for slaves and now will be the weapon that the liberated slaves use, but even they didn't know the true nature of what these guitars are. The only one who found its true nature is Nai Li. Rarity: mystical. Effects: Soul Bond. This weapon bonds with the user's soul, ensuring it can never be lost, persisting beyond death and into reincarnation. Soul Piercing. Attacks bypass physical defenses to directly harm the soul, making physical armor irrelevant. Soul Force Absorption. Absorbs the soul force of defeated enemies, replenishing the user's SF by 5% per absorption. Ethereal Damage. Capable of inflicting damage on ethereal and soul-constructed entities. Adaptive Assault. The weapon's effects adapt based on the demon spirit absorbed by the cultivator, with effects varying widely. Battle Power Boost. Plus 10 kbp when wielded. Nai Li couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Holy shit! He exclaimed, his voice a mix of awe and excitement. He was holding a mystical soul weapon, its effects beyond anything he had dared to imagine. Nai Li stood before the plain box, his heart pounding with anticipation and a trace of fear. After witnessing the transformation of the rusted guitars into something magnificent, his mind raced with possibilities about the box. If those guitars held such power, what secrets does this box conceal? He wondered, his curiosity piqued. With a deep breath, he tossed the box into the fire. The moment the flames touched its surface, an intricate inscription array appeared, weaving around the box like a protective barrier. Nai Li watched in fascination as the array suddenly fractured, emitting a strange aura. He felt an unsettling sensation, as if he were aging and reverting to youth simultaneously. Time seemed to warp, contracting and expanding in an impossible rhythm. Then, in a breathtaking instant, the box erupted in a blinding flash, tearing open a rift in space-time. Suddenly, everything around Nai Li came to a halt. The fire's dance ceased, and even a bead of sweat on his brow remained suspended mid-air. Nai Li blinked in confusion, attempting to consult the system for answers, only to realize he couldn't. Time had ensnared him too. Why did the system freeze time? He thought, puzzled. However, he quickly corrected himself. No, this is different. When the system stops time, I can still move. But not this time. This realization led him to a startling possibility. Was it something else, then, that had stopped time? His gaze inevitably drifted towards the rift in space-time. The swirling vortex seemed to exist outside the constraints of the frozen moment, pulsing with a strange energy. Is this box somehow connected to the system? Just as quickly as everything had stopped, Nai Li found himself regaining control. Path selection required. Option 1. Stab the temporal rift via the soul guitar and be transported to the temporal spirit library. Option 2. Stab the temporal rift via your hand and gain the mark of time. System recommends option 1. Nai Li had never heard of the temporal spirit library or the mark of time before. These terms were as alien to him as the concept of dating women. Yet, despite his confusion, there was a part of him, a deep, trusting part that believed in the system's guidance. So, without fully understanding what he was choosing, he opted for option 1, the temporal spirit library. His hand seemed to move with a mind of its own, guided by the system's invisible force towards the rift. The soul guitar in his grasp felt alive, eager to plunge into the unknown. As the weapon made contact with the rift, reality itself seemed to shatter. A brilliant, all-consuming white light enveloped everything in its path, sweeping away the world Nai Li knew. In that moment, just before the light overtook him, Nai Li's thoughts raced. What even is the temporal spirit library? Whatever, onto the temporal spirit library, whatever or wherever that is. As Nai Li's eyes adjusted from the blinding white flash, he found himself standing in what could only be described as the Library of Gods. The vastness of the library was incomprehensible, stretching infinitely in every direction. Shelves carved from what appeared to be starlight spiraled into the cosmos, each holding tomes that pulsed with celestial energy. The air itself was alive with whispers of ancient knowledge, and the very fabric of reality seemed woven with arcane symbols and runes. The architecture was an enigmatic blend of order and chaos, with staircases leading to impossible directions and books that floated serenely to their places without any physical guidance. The light here was not from any source Nai Li could identify, it was as if knowledge itself illuminated the space, casting shadows that twisted into forms too complex for the human eye to follow. As Nai Li tried to grasp the magnitude of what he was witnessing, his senses barely keeping pace with the onslaught of cosmic wonder, a presence made itself known behind him. What are you doing here, mortal? The voice that spoke was neither entirely male nor female, but a perfect amalgam of both, resonating with an authority that seemed to echo through the very essence of existence. In that moment, Nai Li's body froze, not out of fear alone but from an overwhelming instinct to surrender. It was as if every cell in his body recognized the divine authority behind him, knowing well that this entity, this god, held power beyond comprehension. Nai Li's mind accepted the futility of resistance, preparing for an end he deemed inevitable at the hands of this celestial being. Path selection required. Option 1. I am here for a book. Option 2. I am here for a book. Nai Li was baffled. For two reasons, time hadn't stopped, and the system's options remained unchanged. This had never happened before. Is it because I'm in the presence of a god? He wondered silently. Regardless, he chose option 1 again and responded with the system's aid, I am here for a book. As he spoke, the deity moved beside him, taking the form of a cosmic owl. This owl was not like anything Nai Li had ever seen or imagined. Its feathers shimmered with the colors of the universe, each one a tiny galaxy swirling with stars. Its eyes were deep voids, yet they sparkled with the light of nebulae, wisdom ancient and vast shining within them. You are the first mortal I have ever seen enter the temporal spirit library, the cosmic owl mused, its voice echoing the mysteries of the cosmos. I am curious how you managed it. Gods who visit must offer a piece of knowledge not yet contained within my infinite archives. But a mortal? This is unprecedented. Share your secret with me, and I will grant you any tome you desire from my collection, be it the God Tome, the Necronomicon, the Skin Bible, or the Eye of Existence and Oblivion. Anything is yours for the asking. As the owl spoke, Nai Li tried to glean more information about this celestial being using the simulation system, hoping to understand more about the entity that governed this ethereal domain. Name: Temporal Spirit Owl. Status: Conceptual Being. Cultivation Level: Redacted. Physique Level: Redacted. Class: God of Knowledge. Race: Redacted. Health Points: Aleph. Soul Force: Aleph. Battle Power: Aleph. Class Features: Redacted. Allies: Redacted. Equipment: Redacted. Description: Redacted. What does Aleph mean? Whatever, I wasn't expecting to understand a god anyway. Nai Li thought. Path selection required. Option 1. I came here using a page of the Temporal Spirit Book as a portal. Option 2. I came here using a page of the Temporal Spirit Book as a portal. Nai Li, puzzled by the system presenting identical options, decided to go with option 2 this time. I came here using a page from the Temporal Spirit Book as a portal, he explained, slightly unsure of the cosmic owl's reaction. To his surprise, the owl chuckled a sound that seemed to ripple through the very fabric of the library. I see, the shards of that book remain in the lower realm. And yet, that book is still tethered to this higher dimension. To use it as a portal to come here, astonishing. Truly astonishing, the deity praised, its celestial eyes shimmering with amusement. As the cosmic owl lowered itself to Nai Li's level, it asked, I'm curious. What book do you seek that compelled you to use a shard of the Temporal Spirit Book to enter my library? At the question, Nai Li felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. He turned to the system for guidance, wondering. Looks like getting a book from this cosmic entity was the best way to use that item, plain box, or whatever was inside that box, some kind of shard of the Temporal Spirit Book. Path selection required. Option 1. Give me the Heavenly Dharma Cultivation Technique. Option 2. Give me the Heavenly Dharma Cultivation Technique. Give me the Heavenly Dharma Cultivation Technique, Nai Li requested, echoing the choice he made through the system. The owl paused for a moment, its cosmic eyes fixed on Nai Li, before it began to speak. But to Nai Li, this was no ordinary speech. The deity's words were like the very fabric of reality unraveling and reweaving itself. Ancient symbols akin to cracks between worlds, appeared in the air around them, revealing glimpses of other existences, other truths. It was as if the universe itself was being torn open and stitched back together with each syllable. Then, with a motion that seemed both grand and intimate, the owl expelled an orb of light directly into Nai Li. The impact was immediate. Nai Li's knees buckled as a scream tore from his throat. The pain was indescribable. It was as if every inch of his being was being torn apart and reformed, his very soul aflame with a knowledge too vast and ancient to comprehend. Don't worry, mortal. I have merely inscribed the cultivation technique directly into your soul. And, well, I spat on you, the cosmic owl said, its tone betraying no hint of the monumental act it had just performed. Nai Li felt as though he was trapped in a hellish inferno. Every fiber of his being screamed in agony. Goodbye, mortal. I hope you can see the end of that cursed technique. Even Buddha wasn't able to see it to the end. I wonder if you will. Come and find me when you become the god of enlightenment. With those parting words, the owl spread its wings, and the reality around Nai Li dissolved into darkness, pulling him into a void-like sleep. As Nai Li succumbed to unconsciousness, the last thoughts that flickered through his mind were a mix of awe and fear as he looked at the profoundness of the heavenly Dharma technique. In the heart of Dong, a drop of dew awakes. First Dharma whispers, the cycle it partakes. Generosity's warmth, it learns to give. Reflecting sun's bounty, in which all live. Secondly, it trembles, morality's light. Guiding its essence, making its heart bright. Patience then follows, enduring the sun. Third Dharma's lesson, never to be undone. In the noon's embrace, vigor finds its place. Fourthly, it strives, through time and space. Meditation's calm, the fifth to be sought. In stillness, it finds the peace it had fought. Wisdom's lantern, the sixth, illuminates ways, showing paths hidden in the night and days. Truthfulness, the seventh, in whispers of wind. In its honesty, a new start is pinned. As the eighth arrives, determination stands, pushing the dew towards enlightening lands. And in its final form, it ascends, reborn, a deity of dew, in enlightenment's morn. Through cycles and lives, a journey so broad, from a simple dewdrop to a radiant god. In the dance of Dharma, under the sun's golden rod, it finds its true essence, in the realm of the god. In Glory City, the hierarchy is dictated not by wealth alone but by the strength of one's cultivation. This system ensures that those with power lead, protecting humanity from the brink of extinction, embodying the principle that the strong lead while the weak follow. Commoners, at the base of this hierarchical structure are the commoners, who possess no cultivation skills. Their lives are woven into the fabric of the city through their roles as servants, merchants, artisans, and farmers. They form the backbone of the city's economy, providing essential services and goods that keep daily life flowing smoothly. Aristocratic families, a step above the commoners are the aristocratic families. Each of these families boasts at least 10 silver rank cultivators or a single gold rank cultivator, setting them apart in terms of power and influence. These families often specialize in a single line of business or oversee a collection of businesses, predominantly in agriculture. They are the producers, supplying raw materials and goods essential for the city's sustenance and growth. High noble families, ascending further, the high noble families command even greater respect and power. With 10 gold rank cultivators or at least 1 black gold rank cultivator within their ranks, these families wield significant influence. They own networks of businesses that work in tandem with the aristocratic class, transforming the resources provided by the aristocrats into refined products and services. This symbiotic relationship ensures the prosperity and stability of both classes. Sovereign families. At the pinnacle of Glory City's hierarchy stand the sovereign families, each boasting 10 black gold rank cultivators or a singular legend rank cultivator. These families reign supreme over their respective domains, wielding power that shapes the destiny of the city. The Snowwind family controls the flow of knowledge on cultivation. They back most of the educational institutions, including the Holy Orchid Institute, and safeguard humanity's collective wisdom. Various independent organizations, such as the Alchemist Association and the Tower of Scribes, rely on the Snowwind family's protection, paying tribute for their continued safety and the sharing of knowledge. The Divine family is unrivaled in wealth and land ownership. Their influence pervades every corner of the city's market, from the most luxurious goods to the most mundane items. They possess the power to sway the economy, making even common rocks seem like precious commodities under their manipulation. Their wealth funds an expansive network of merchants and servants, ensuring their dominance in commerce and trade. Lastly, the Sacred Family boasts the most formidable army. Their military might is unmatched, with an arsenal and soldiers ready to defend the city against demon beasts and any other threats. Their strength not only serves as the city's shield but also cements their status among the sovereign families, making them pivotal to Glory City's survival and prosperity. This system of hierarchy, rooted in the power of cultivation, ensures that Glory City remains a stronghold for humanity, with each class and family serving as cogs in a larger machine that strives for survival and dominance in a world filled with peril. Glory City, Sacred Family. In the opulent office of a high-ranking elder of the Sacred Family, a striking figure caught the eye of everyone. Clad in a lavender outfit that highlighted her impressive figure, she radiated both stunning beauty and an effortless elegance. Standing tall, her slender legs and meticulously applied makeup only added to her aura of dignified grace. This was Shenqiu, the half-sister of the patriarch of the Sacred Family. As she sipped her jasmine tea, Shenqiu's gaze landed on the man sitting across from her. Shen Ming. the financial elder of the sacred family, was notorious for his predatory behavior towards women. Catching his inappropriate smile, Shen Qiu couldn't help but feel a mix of surprise and disdain. He's quite bold, lusting after me despite knowing I'm the patriarch's sister, Shen Qiu mused silently. A frog always dreams of eating swan meat, she thought. Just wait until my brother returns. I'll ensure you're put in your place. However, Shen Qiu held her tongue, fully aware of the delicacy of the situation. Despite her disdain for Shen Ming, she recognized his influence and power within the family. For now, she had to bide her time, knowing that openly challenging an elder of his stature was not a battle she could win, at least not yet. Welcome back, my dear. I hope you had a wonderful time attempting to break through to the gold rank. Shen Qiu replied with a hint of arrogance, her voice cool and detached. I thought to wait a little longer. I am young, after all. There's no rush. Her tone left no room for argument, yet it was clear to Shen Ming that she had not succeeded in her cultivation breakthrough and was now crafting excuses. Well then, I'm sure you're eager to know why I've called you here, he said, his gaze lingering on her chest bit too long. Shen Qiu nodded, maintaining her composed exterior. Shen Ming's expression turned serious, though the lecherous glint in his eyes never quite faded. You have a mission from the patriarch himself. He wants you to ensure that Shen Yu and Yeziun develop a romantic relationship at the Holy Orchid Institute. We're planning an arranged marriage with the Snowwind family in 5 years. It's your job to nurture their love. Understood. Shen Qiu's response was a simple nod. As Shen Ming handed her a file, she eyed it with curiosity. Shen Qiu's poise shattered momentarily as she felt Shen Ming's palm on her hand, an uninvited touch that made her skin crawl. Lifting her eyes to meet his, she was met with a smug, self-assured smile that only deepened her disgust. It's quite cold, don't you think? Shen Ming murmured, his voice dripping with false concern. Perhaps I could offer some warmth. Before the words fully left his mouth, Shen Qiu's hand burst into flames. Shen Ming quickly withdrew his hand, a flash of shock crossing his face. Yes, it is cold, Shen Qiu replied, her voice as icy as the chill she referenced, her tone sharp enough to slice through the tension in the room. Shen Ming, caught off guard by her response, could only manage an awkward cough in reply. These files contain information on the talents being admitted to the Holy Orchid Institute this year, Shen Ming explained. Our spies have identified these individuals. Your task is to recruit each one before other families have the chance. And should you fail, ensure their elimination. We have people who will make it look like an accident. Shen Qiu nodded, her expression unreadable as she flipped through the files until one caught her eye, a file marked in red, signaling its priority. Her gaze fixed on the name, Nai Li. Glory City, Heavenly Mark's family. Nai Li sighed, his eyes rolling slightly at the spectacle before him. A large caravan awaited, surrounded by a crowd of people cheering as children climbed aboard the carriages. Today marked the admission day to the Holy Orchid Institute, an event made even more significant for Nai Li's generation thanks to Elder Nai Wei's intervention. Using secret funds, Nai Wei had ensured that everyone from their generation could attend the prestigious institute, spreading rumors that Nai Li was behind this generous act. While Nai Li wasn't particularly bothered by the rumor, it seemed to mean the world to everyone else. Mothers with tears in their eyes approached him, showering him with thanks. Offering them only an awkward smile, Nai Li couldn't help but think, maybe I should have told Nai Wei not to pin this on me. Nai Li made himself comfortable in the carriage. Don't go causing trouble at school, okay? Nai Ming said. You know me, Nai Li retorted with a grin. That's exactly why I said it, Nai Ming shot back, eliciting a chuckle from the others. Eat healthily, Xiao Yun interjected, her voice soft but filled with maternal concern. But Mom, how am I supposed to eat healthy if you're not there to cook for me? Nai Li responded, his playful complaint earning him a tender pinch on the cheek. Cheeky brat, Xiao Yun scolded affectionately. Try not to bring back a wife, Nikai added with a smirk, only to receive a swift elbow from Miaoling for his trouble. How about I bring back two? Nai Li joked, earning a round of laughter. Haha, if you managed to talk to a girl, I'll give you 1,000 coins, Nikai teased. Bet, Nai Li accepted. We'll miss you, won't we? Miaoling turned to Nai Yu, who nodded seriously. Bring me something when you come back, she whispered, her young voice full of hope. Nai Li reached over to ruffle her hair gently. Sure thing, you. As the carriage began to move, carrying him towards the beginning of a new chapter, Nai Li leaned back, the voices of his family echoing in his mind. The real story begins now. Lying in his carriage, Nai Li couldn't help but gaze at the poster of the Holy Orchid Institute. As he read through the lofty promises, a snort of derision escaped him. The Holy Orchid Institute, he mused, the so-called cradle of every young cultivator's journey in Glory City. According to the poster, the institute was a beacon of hope, a place where the future guardians of humanity were shaped and honed. Yet, to Nai Li who had lived through the institution, these claims barely scratched the surface of the truth. Beneath its veneer of equality and opportunity, the institute was, in reality, a clever mechanism designed to maintain the fragile trust between the powerful elite and the vast majority of the weaker commoners. The starting line, the great equalizer, Nai Li scoffed internally. From the outside, it seemed like a noble premise that both noble and commoner children could start their cultivation journey on equal footing. But the reality was starkly different. Noble children were groomed from a young age, equipped with every advantage to succeed, while commoners were left to flounder in the institute's extensive curriculum. This notion of a fair start was a farce, only holding true for a brief initial period. Soon enough, noble offspring were whisked away to elite classes, leaving their less fortunate peers struggling in the dust. And then there's the idea of treating everyone equally, Nai Li continued his silent critique. On paper, the dormitory system suggested a semblance of equality, mixing students from all backgrounds. But the reality was a segregated existence where the natural divide between the strong and the weak was merely reinforced by the institution's tacit rules and biases. Teachers, too, played their part, often favoring nobles over commoners. The claim that the Holy Orchid Institute served the people was perhaps the biggest joke of all. In truth, it catered to the strong. Talented commoners were often absorbed into noble families through arranged marriages or other means, reinforcing the status quo where strength and lineage dictated one's fate. As Nai Li sifted through his memories, he noted the institute's claim of fostering unity and brotherhood among its students. Yet, the reality was a culture of fierce competition and isolation, where students were pitted against each other, and friendships were often casualties of ambition. Unity? Only if you are fighting for the scraps left by the nobles, he concluded. These reflections made it clear to Nai Li that the Holy Orchid Institute was, in many ways, a microcosm of Glory City itself, a place where the rhetoric of equality and opportunity clashed with the practice of privilege and power. Nai Li paused, his gaze lingering thoughtfully on the horizon. In my previous life, I was at the bottom, yet now I have the opportunity to stand among the strong. But does gaining strength make me right, just because I hold the stick? He pondered, the idiom might makes right echoing in his mind. Or will I choose a different path, one that doesn't repeat the mistakes of those before me? Nai Li let out a groan. This introspective, thoughtful guy isn't me. I was always the one goofing off with Liu Piao, he reminded himself, a hint of nostalgia coloring his thoughts at the mention of his best friend's name. But life had taken a sharp turn, and with this second chance and the powerful system at his disposal, he found himself standing where he had always dreamed of being. Yet, this dream came bundled with an existential crisis he hadn't anticipated. The root of it all was the heavenly Dharma technique, a cultivation method so potent it bordered on being overwhelming. While its strength was a boon, especially in his quest to save Glory City from the looming threat of demon beasts, it also cast a long shadow over what might come after. If I stop the horde, I could essentially hold control over Glory City. And that's a terrifying thought, Nai Li mused, the weight of potential future decisions pressing down on him. He recalled the air competition, a moment when his anger nearly led him to kill an innocent. What if I lose control again? What then? He questioned himself, the fear of becoming the very thing he despised, a noble cloaked in power and arrogance looming over him. The possibility of his future actions mirroring those he hated was a pill too bitter to swallow. Staring at the system that had granted him the heavenly Dharma technique, Nai Li couldn't help but lament, why did you have to give me such a strong cultivation technique? Now, along with the power it bestowed, he was burdened with the responsibility of wielding it wisely. Dealing with these thoughts, this fear of what I might become, wasn't part of the plan, he admitted to himself. Skill, the heavenly Dharma cultivation technique. Category, martial art. Description, originating from the enlightened practices of Buddha, the heavenly Dharma cultivation technique is a transcendent pathway designed to shed the confines of humanity and ascend to godhood. It requires practitioners to navigate through 8 distinct cycles of Dharma, each representing a step closer to divine existence. This journey transforms the cultivator's essence, enabling them to embrace the true form of a deity. Effects. 8-pin Dharma wheel. Within the cultivator's danshan resides a physical manifestation known as the 8-pin Dharma wheel. This sacred artifact allows for the accumulation of 8 unique demon spirits, each embodying different facets of enlightenment. Adaptation, enlightenment through combat. This technique empowers the cultivator with the wisdom to adapt and prevail, embodying the philosophy that every battle is a step towards transcendence. 8 godly weapons. The acquired demon spirits materialize into 8 divine weapons, each offering distinct abilities reflective of the paths to godhood. These armaments are not only symbols of power but also of the cultivator's mastery over their spiritual journey. Warning: the heavenly Dharma cultivation technique is currently inaccessible. Creation of the 8-pin Dharma wheel is required, necessitating a material of significant power and resonance. It is imperative that player Nai Li selects an extraordinary material for the wheel's forging to unlock the technique's potential. The process to get into the Holy Orchid Institute was straightforward. You'd enter a private room, reveal your soul realm and the amount of soul force you had using a soul crystal, and then the examiners would jot down your results. Based on that, you'd get your class tag and the key to your dorm room. Standing in one such room, Nai Li couldn't help but notice its resemblance to the grander Soul Realm Ceremony Hall, just on a smaller scale. Please come up, young master, one of the examiners called out. Nai Li couldn't suppress a confident smile as he stepped forward, catching the examiners off guard with his demeanor. With a confident smile, Nai Li approached, aware of the surprised looks his demeanor elicited. This confidence likely hinted at a strong soul realm, sparking curiosity among the examiners. Many wondered why families bothered with a soul realm ceremony before the admission exams, knowing well that talents could be assessed during the exams themselves. The reason was simple: no family wanted to showcase their prodigies too openly, risking them being snatched up by rivals. Hence, talents were often given special training before the exams to mask their true capabilities, presenting an average soul force amount in a dimmed color. Yet, other telltale signs like arrogance, ego, and confidence weren't as easily concealed. When Nai Li placed his hand on the crystal, the room was bathed in a bright red light, causing the initially excited examiners to dismiss him as just another overconfident youth. Their attention snapped back, however, when they noted his soul force amount, 70. The shock on their faces was palpable. How does someone with a supposedly useless talent have 70 soul force? They murmured among themselves, their curiosity piqued. Nai Li reveled in their astonishment, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Young Master Nai Li, your class will be the fighter rank class, the examiner announced after regaining composure, handing over the dorm key. As Nai Li left, the whispers continued behind him. Could he be an orange soul realm, having masked his true color? I doubt it. That shade of red doesn't seem like it could be faked. Then how does a red soul realm possess so much soul force? Nai Li, overhearing this, smirked to himself. If they knew my soul force was actually 300, their jaws would hit the floor, he thought, chuckling at the prospect. But his amusement was cut short. As he opened the door to leave, he froze. There, right in front of Nai Li, stood Liu Piao, his future best friend, the person who had made the ultimate sacrifice for him in his previous life. Nai Li was at a loss. He had known that sooner or later he'd cross paths with Liu Piao, but he hadn't expected it to happen so suddenly. He found himself completely unprepared, with not even a greeting rehearsed for this moment. His mind went blank. How does one even begin a conversation with someone who was their closest ally in another life, someone who had died so that he could live, especially when that person has no memory of any of those events? Only Nai Li carried the weight of those memories. Hey, you okay? Liu Piao asked, noticing Nai Li's intense stare. Right. That snapped Nai Li back to the present, if only for a moment. Liu Piao, unaware of the emotional turmoil he had just sparked, simply tiptoed past Nai Li to enter the admission room. He was already late and didn't want to risk angering the examiners further. Left in the corridor, Nai Li felt as if time had stopped the moment the door closed behind Liu Piao. The stares from others in the hallway blurred as his eyes welled up with tears. Without a word, Nai Li turned and ran towards the bathroom, overwhelmed by a flood of emotions. Reuniting with Liu Piao had reopened a vault of memories and feelings Nai Li wasn't ready to confront. Bathroom. Nai Li stood alone in the bathroom, the cold water from the faucet hitting his face, but it did little to cool the turmoil inside him. As the water ran over his skin, memories flooded his mind, each one hitting him like a physical blow. The most vivid was the image of Liu Piao smiling bravely as he punched Nai Li down a hole to safety, turning to face the snow yeti alone. That smile, full of resolve and sacrifice, haunted Nai Li. Damn you, Liu Piao. You shouldn't have betrayed me, you should have been like those selfish pricks. You were stronger than me, why didn't you just betray me so that I could hate you, so that I don't feel like this? Why did you have to sacrifice yourself? Nai Li's thoughts were a whirlwind of pain and guilt. The memory of being impaled by the snow devil yeti followed, the cold seeping into his bones, his life fading away. Yet, even as death claimed him, his mind was on Liu Piao, his friend's sacrifice, his laughter, their shared dreams, and the brutal reality of their world. He gripped the edge of the sink tightly, his knuckles turning white. The weight of his past life, the deaths, the losses, and the battles fought, pressed down on him. Nai Li's heart raced, and for a moment, he felt as though he couldn't breathe. The walls of the bathroom seemed to close in on him, the echoes of his and Liu Piao's past enveloping him in a shroud of despair. It was as if the cold from that final, fatal encounter with the snow devil yeti was creeping into his very soul, threatening to freeze him in place with fear and grief. As the sound of the doorknob turning reached his ears, Nai Li's instincts kicked in. Without a second thought, he leaped out of the bathroom window, propelled by a desire to avoid anyone seeing him in his current state. He wasn't ready to face anyone, not when his emotions were in such turmoil. Nai Li made a beeline for his dorm room, his steps quick and purposeful. Once inside, he closed the door firmly behind him and sank to the floor, a wave of exhaustion and distress washing over him. The room felt like a sanctuary and a prison all at once. Lying there, feeling utterly defeated, Nai Li turned his gaze to the system. It had always been a source of strength and guidance for him, and now, more than ever, he needed its support. Please help me with my feelings and thoughts he began, his voice trailing off. The weight of his emotions, the intensity of his memories, it all felt too overwhelming to articulate fully. Nai Li stopped speaking, the effort of even forming words too much to bear. He lay there in silence, grappling with the myriad thoughts racing through his mind. It was exhausting, this battle within, and for a moment, Nai Li wished for nothing more than a respite from his own mind. Simulation system initiated. Mission, therapy. Objective, resolving Nili's inner demons. Outcome, Q&A simulation. Description, in this session, player Nili will be guided through a series of reflective questions. These questions are designed to explore deep-seated emotions, thoughts, and conflicts. Based on the answers provided, the system will offer insights and suggestions to help Nili address and resolve these internal struggles, moving closer to achieving his desired state of mental and emotional well-being. Actions required. Engage with the Q&A simulation. Respond honestly to each question presented. Nili smiled. Path selection required. Questions 1. How are you feeling? Feeling like shit. Confused, overwhelmed, Nili answered, his smile wry despite the turmoil churning inside him. Questions 2. Do you have any idea why you are feeling like this? Nili sighed deeply, letting silence fill the space for a few minutes as he gathered his thoughts. Everything, I guess, he started haltingly. I never really stopped to think about how insane everything that's happened to me has been. Getting a second chance, becoming this talented heir. He paused again, the weight of his words heavy in the air. Seeing everyone I love support me, it was nice, but then, seeing Lu Piao, it was like hitting a brick wall. My emotions, my feelings, He trailed off, struggling to find the words, his voice laden with emotion. You know what I'm talking about. When I woke up in my bed, everything felt unreal. I had lost everything, but suddenly, I was back in time. Nili took a moment, his breathing uneven as he tried to compose himself. And because of the whole air competition ordeal, I could set aside my emotions, but now I have to deal with them. Questions 3. Do you want to deal with your emotions? If I'm being honest, no, Nili admitted, his voice faltering. If I could just push them aside, I would. But I can't. There was a heavy pause. I'm afraid. Questions 4. What are you afraid of? Nili hesitated, his eyes darting away as if he could escape the question simply by not looking at it. But the system persisted, unchanging, until finally, he sighed, resigning himself to answer. I am afraid of myself, he started. Afraid that I'll become like everyone I despised. He took a deep, shaky breath before continuing. In my first life, things were straightforward. Talentless, expected nothing more than to graduate from the Holy Orchid Institute and work on the farm. He paused, struggling to articulate the complexity of his fears. But now, I came back here with all this knowledge, with the countdown to humanity's extinction ticking away. I don't know who's friend or foe. Demon beasts are one thing, humans, entirely another. Nili's voice grew softer, more introspective. I was okay with the idea, in the beginning, that I could stop the extinction, by becoming strong. In hindsight, I didn't have a proper plan, I was just going with the flow. But then, the heavenly Dharma technique, it changed everything. Once it was etched into my soul, everything else felt small. Legend rank, glory city, even humanity's extinction. I thought I had found the answer to save Glory City, but then. He stopped, his voice choked with emotion as he recalled a recent encounter. A week ago, I saw him, the same guy I had beaten half to death in the air competition because his family hurt mine. He was unable to walk and I had Elder Niwei compensate him. But I felt something that scared me. I felt the thrill of power, of having others beg from me. It was intoxicating. Nili's confession turned darker, more pained. But that thrill, it scared me. I realized I could turn Glory City into my toy. And when I saw Lu Piao, all those thoughts of power, of using others for my ends, I couldn't push them away anymore. His words were heavy with guilt and fear. Lu Piao's sacrifice. I didn't want it to be just a step in some twisted power game of mine. I saw myself becoming a monster who didn't value the sacrifices of others, who saved humanity only to not lose its toy, who hurt others out of anger. He took another long, ragged breath, his confession laid bare. I'm afraid of becoming that monster. Question 6. What steps can you take to ensure you remain true to yourself and not become the monster you fear? I don't know. Question 7. Who can you rely on? The only people I truly trust are Lu Piao and my family, Nai Li started. But I don't want to make them involved in all of this. They deserve better. They don't deserve to help carry my burden. Question 8. Do you know the difference between a god and someone powerful? Hey, what does this have to do with anything? Nai Li muttered, his confusion evident. He let out a frustrated tch, his patience thinning. I don't know. Question 9. If a person finds an ant hill, gives it food, but then gets bored and starts killing the ants and destroying their home, is that person like a god to the ants, or just someone strong enough to cause them pain? I don't know. Maybe a god. Nai Li's response came out almost as a question, his voice steeped in uncertainty. Question 10. In what sense? The human can give the ants food, can kill them whenever they want, Nai Li said, his voice trailing off, filled with a palpable confusion. I think that's what a god is, an entity that can do whatever they want, to those lesser than them. Question 11. The ants were fine before the human came. They could still get food, they could still get killed. What the human represents isn't a god but rather just a very powerful entity. A god is something that without, the ants can't live without. For example, let's take the sun. Without it, the ants are doomed. They rely on it for food, for water, for life. And yet, to the sun, the ants don't matter. They can live their life however they please. Even humans are dependent on the sun. Do you agree that the human isn't God in our hypothetical question? Yeah, but the sun isn't conscious, unlike a human, Nai Li countered, his voice laced with confusion and a hint of frustration. He paused, trying to piece together the direction of the system's questioning. Shouldn't a god be conscious? Question 12. The sun being conscious doesn't matter. What matters is this idea of the difference between the powerful and what it means to be a god. You are worried about becoming the human to the ants. You should aim to become, beyond the sun, a god. Someone whom humanity can't live without, but also someone who is unbothered by humanity because of how strong a god is. Does this goal help negate your fear? Nai Li lay on the floor, quiet, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, pondering the system's words. After a moment of contemplation, he found clarity. I think becoming a god is quite the long road in a cultivator's journey. Yet, that's what it means to be a cultivator, to go against the chains that bind you. In stories, we are always told about this legendary cultivator who broke the chains of heaven and ascended beyond the stars. I guess he became the sun. I'll aim beyond him. I'll aim to be a god, Nai Li declared, a newfound certainty in his voice, devoid of any pauses or doubt. Laughing, Nai Li raised his hand, embracing the path the system had laid out for him, a path that transcended his fears and aimed for something far greater than he had ever imagined. The next day broke with Nai Li rising early, swiftly getting ready before making his way to the bustling breakfast hall. The air was alive with the sound of conversations and the clinking of utensils, a lively backdrop to the start of his day. His gaze swept across the room, searching for one face among the many. Then, he saw him. A boy of average height, with spiky dark hair and gray eyes, who was absently toying with his meal. Nai Li walked over and took the seat opposite him. You know, food is meant to be eaten, not played with, he said, a light note in his voice. The boy looked up, his expression one of mild annoyance mixed with curiosity. Aren't you that guy who was staring at me yesterday? Just so you know, If you're gay, I'm not interested, he retorted with a careless shrug. Nai Li couldn't help but laugh. Sorry about yesterday. Everything just got a bit too much for me, he explained. That's rough, buddy, the boy replied, his tone slightly softer now. Sucks to be you. Sitting there, a thought crystallized in Nai Li's mind. This boy before him, he'd consider him anew, distinct from the Lu Piao of his past life. It was the only way to truly move ahead, to not let the shadows of what once was dictate the now. This realization brought a sense of peace, a comfort amidst the storm of his emotions. Yes, this was the right path. Who are you? The boy then asked, his interest piqued. I'm Nai Li, he answered with a smile. And you? Lu Piao, the boy said, nodding slightly. So, you're from the Lu family then? Yeah, my dad's the head of a branch family. And you're from the Heavenly Marks family, right? Lu Piao guessed. Right, I'm the heir, Nai Li confirmed. Really? I thought your family head was pretty old, Lu Piao said, surprised. He is, Nai Li admitted, a playful tone in his voice. How does he have a son your age? Lu Piao asked, genuinely puzzled. I'm not his son, Nai Li clarified, enjoying the conversation. Then how are you the heir? Nai Li shrugged. There are other ways to be an heir than by blood. Lu Piao's eyes sparkled with mischief. So, I can just quit being an heir. Nai Li couldn't help but laugh. Lu Piao was the same as ever, trying to dodge his responsibilities. It felt good to have something familiar in this new life. Seriously, how do you become an heir without being related? Lu Piao leaned in, eager for the secret. It's a long story, Nai Li replied, smiling. Like what? Do you have to win some kind of competition? Lu Piao pressed on. Kind of, Nai Li said, keeping the details vague. Let's just say it's about proving yourself. Lu Piao groaned and slumped back in his chair. Sounds like too much effort. I was hoping for an easy way out. Laughing, Nai Li shook his head. Nothing worth having comes easy. Lu Piao sighed but then attacked his meal with new enthusiasm. Well, I'm still holding out for the easy life, he declared, making Nai Li laugh again. So, Lu Piao, if you could be any kind of demon spirit, what would you be? Nai Li asked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Easy, a sloth spirit, Lu Piao answered without missing a beat. Imagine all the sleeping I could do, and no one would question it because it's just my nature. Nai Li chuckled. A sloth spirit? Really? I always pictured you as a parrot spirit, you know, all talk and no action. Lu Piao feigned offense. Hey, I'll have you know my words are as powerful as 1,000 warriors, when I'm not too lazy to speak, that is. Right, and when was the last time your words did anything but get you out of chores? Nai Li teased. Lu Piao thought for a moment, then shrugged. Point taken. But speaking of chores, if you're the heir and all, does that mean you can get someone to do your homework? Nai Li laughed. You're looking for a homework spirit now? I don't think that's how it works. More's the pity, Lu Piao sighed dramatically. Imagine a spirit that could do all your assignments. I'd be the first in line to get one. Nai Li grinned. And here I was thinking you'd use a spirit for something like cultivating or fighting. Nah, that's what friends like you are for, right? Lu Piao said with a wink. So, Lu Piao, seen any girls at the institute that caught your eye? Nai Li teased, knowing his friend's laid-back nature. Lu Piao pretended to ponder deeply. Well, there's one girl who really stands out. She's got these beautiful, long, braids. And when she walks, it's like, slow motion. Slow motion? Hey. Nai Li raised an eyebrow, amused. Are you sure you're not just half asleep when you see her? Hey, it's a special skill to see the world in slow motion. It makes everything more dramatic, Lupr retorted with a grin. Nai Li chuckled. I guess in your slow motion world, you have more time to come up with your legendary pickup lines. Exactly. Lupr exclaimed. Like, hey girl, are you a demon spirit? Because you've possessed my heart. Nai Li burst out laughing. And how many times has that line worked for you? Still waiting for the first, Lupr replied with a theatrical sigh. But I'm sure it's just a matter of time. Yeah, a matter of a very, very long time, Nai Li joked. Lupr pretended to be deep in thought again. Maybe I need a line more poetic. How about if beauty were time, you'd be an eternity? Nai Li shook his head, still laughing. That's so cheesy, it might just work. Or get you thrown out of the room. Hey, there's a fine line between cheesy and romantic, Lupr defended his approach. A line that you've clearly crossed and left far behind, Nai Li quipped. Their laughter and jokes echoed through the breakfast hall, drawing glances from nearby students. After a while, Nai Li asked, What class are you in? Lupr looked up, a bit of sauce on his chin. Fighter apprentice class. You. The same, Nai Li responded with a nod. Great. We can be class buddies then. Just don't make me do any of the hard stuff, Lupr said with a grin. Nai Li rolled his eyes playfully. I wouldn't dream of it. I know how much you love taking it easy. Exactly. You get me, Lupr said, finishing his meal with a satisfied burp. Nai Li found himself drifting into a wave of nostalgia as he and Lupr settled into the back seats of the fighter apprentice class at the Holy Orchid Institute. Over 30 students filled the room, their focus directed towards the front, but Nai Li's mind was elsewhere. He couldn't help but smile, reminiscing about how he and Lupr had always been the backbenchers, even in their past life. Suddenly, Nai Li's nostalgic thoughts were ruined by the gossip around them. I heard that the new teacher, Shenqiu, is one of the Sacred Family's 3-star silver-ranked demon spiritualists, whispered one of the students nearby. Nai Li overheard the comment and leaned towards Lupr, whispering. Thoughts? Lupr, more interested in other matters, whispered back, Is she a hot babe? That's the real question. Nai Li chuckled softly. With you, it's always about looks, isn't it? Lupr grinned. Hey, a man's got to have his priorities. As they talked quietly, the teacher, Shenqiu, entered the classroom. As Shenqiu entered the room, her presence was undeniably commanding. Dressed in a purple outfit that accentuated her figure, she exuded both beauty and elegance. Her tall stature, complemented by slender legs and exquisite makeup, gave her an air of refined nobility. However, her eyes, full of pride and arrogance, betrayed her noble birth and high status as a 3-star silver-ranked demon spiritualist from the Sacred Family. Lupr couldn't help but comment, his eyes following Shenqiu's figure as she moved to the front of the class. Wow, look at her. That's what I call a stunning teacher. And those legs, man, he whispered to Nai Li, his tone laced with lust. Nai Li rolled his eyes in response. Sure, she's attractive, but don't let her looks fool you. That arrogance in her eyes? It's a sure sign of trouble. Lupr grinned, undeterred. A little bit of spice makes things interesting, doesn't it? Beauty with a bit of attitude. Nai Li just shook his head, knowing all too well the reality behind Shenqiu's facade. Her noble heritage and status as a 3-star silver-ranked demon spiritualist gave her reasons to be proud, but Nai Li remembered her personality from his past life. Her arrogance and haughtiness overshadowed her physical beauty, making her less appealing to those who knew her true nature. Out of curiosity, Nai Li used his ability to glance at Shenqiu's stats. Name, Shenqiu. Status, half-sister of the Patriarch of the Sacred Family. Cultivation level, 3-star silver rank. Physique level, 4-star bronze rank. Class, Demon Spiritualists. Fighter, Inscription Array Scribe. Race, Human. Health points, 36.4k/36.4k. Soul Force, 3000/3,000. Battle Power, 154k. Class Features: Soul Manipulation, Perception, Array Infuse. Allies, Sacred Family. Equipment. Description: the half-sister of the Patriarch of the Sacred Family. Because of her background, she is always under pressure to prove her worth to the family. To her, the honor of the family is important. To her, she is nothing without the sacred family, so she dedicated everything to the sacred family because she is nothing to herself. Even her pride of being a master scribe doesn't amount to much compared to the family, so she is here in the Holy Orchid Institute to complete her mission and prove herself to the sacred family and more importantly to herself. Nai Li leaned against the back wall of the classroom, his eyes scanning the information that floated before his eyes. Shen Qiu's profile was displayed in clear, crisp letters, revealing secrets about her that he never knew. As he absorbed the details of her status, cultivation level, and her ties to the sacred family, he found himself sinking into deep thought. Shen Qiu, the half-sister of the Patriarch of the sacred family, he mused silently, a flicker of realization crossing his mind. Always in the shadow, always trying to prove her worth. He could hardly believe that the Shen Qiu he remembered, the one who had looked down upon him and so many others, the one who carried herself with such unshakable arrogance, was driven by deep-seated insecurities. Her entire self-worth was entangled with the sacred family, a family that she had dedicated everything to, not out of love or loyalty, but out of a desperate need to find her own value. As nothing to herself, Nai Li repeated in his head, the words echoing with a sadness he hadn't expected to feel. He knew what it was like to be seen as less, to be dismissed because of perceived lack of talent. But to see oneself as nothing without the approval of others? That was a prison of a different sort. It dawned on Nai Li that Shen Qiu's harshness, her relentless pressure on those deemed talentless, was not about them at all. It was a reflection of her own fears, her own feelings of inadequacy. She needed to assert her superiority to mask her insecurities, to convince herself of her worth in the eyes of her family and, more critically, in her own eyes. As Shen Qiu took her place at the front of the classroom, her presence commanded attention. Cultivation, she began, her gaze sweeping over the students, lingering only on those of noble birth, is about absorbing soul force into the body. There are two paths one might follow. She paused, ensuring her words sank in. One involves channeling soul force into one's dantians, and the other, into the muscles. She walked slowly across the room, her steps measured, her voice unwavering. Those who absorb soul force into their muscles, after months, even years of rigorous effort, earn the title of fighter. But those, like myself, who channel it into the danshan, we ascend to become demon spiritualists. Shen Qiu stopped, her back straight, her eyes alight with a superiority that bordered on disdain. These paths are divided into ranks, she continued, her tone dismissive of anyone who might never reach them. I.e. the talentless. From the lowest, bronze, ascending through silver, gold, black gold, and to the pinnacle, legend. Each rank, from 1 to 5 stars. Her focus remained on the noble students, as if they were the only ones capable of understanding, of achieving. But let's be clear, she added, a cold smile playing on her lips. A demon spiritualist always stands above a fighter in power and prestige. Being a demon spiritualist is not for everyone, it's a privilege reserved for the truly talented. She paused, reveling in the moment, her pride palpable. We, demon spiritualists, can form a soul realm within our danshan, integrating captured demons into this realm. My demon, she said, her voice dripping with pride, is a scarlet flame fox. A demon spiritualist merged with their demon possesses unparalleled strength, far beyond what mere fighters can hope to achieve. As Shen Qiu spoke of her demon, the atmosphere in the classroom shifted. With every word about her scarlet flame fox, she began to change right before the students' eyes. Her face subtly altered, becoming sharper and more intense. Her teeth and nails lengthened, taking on a fierce, pointed appearance, while a scarlet tail unfurled from her back. The transformation was both mesmerizing and intimidating, leaving the class in silent awe. "This," she said, her voice taking on a new, commanding tone as she gestured to her changed form, "is the true power of a demon spiritualist. My demon spirit, the Scarlet Flame Fox, is of a 1-star gold rank." She let the words hang in the air, ensuring every student grasped the significance. "This means I can amplify my own power to match the gold rank, despite personally being at the 3-star silver level." The room was still, the students captivated by the visual testament to her words. "This is just one of the many reasons," Shen Qiu continued, her tail swishing behind her with a life of its own, "why a noble demon spiritualist stands far above any common fighter. We possess not just our own strength but also that of our demons." Name: Shen Qiu. Status: half-sister of the Patriarch of the Sacred Family. Cultivation level: 3-star silver rank. Physique level: 4-star bronze rank. Class: Demon Spiritualists, Fighter, Inscription Array Scribe. Race: Human. Health points: 56.4k/56.4k. Soul Force: 3000/3,000. Battle Power: 807k. Class Features: Soul Manipulation. Perception. Array Infuse. Allies: Sacred Family. Equipment. Description: the half-sister of the Patriarch of the Sacred Family. Because of her background, she is always under pressure to prove her worth to the family. To her, the honor of the family is important. To her, she is nothing without the sacred family, so she dedicated everything to the sacred family because she is nothing to herself. Even her pride of being a master scribe doesn't amount to much compared to the family, so she is here in the Holy Orchid Institute to complete her mission and prove herself to the sacred family and more importantly to herself. Name: Shen Qiu. Status: half-sister of the Patriarch of the Sacred Family. Cultivation level: 3-star silver rank. Physique level: 4-star bronze rank. Class: Demon Spiritualists, Fighter, Inscription Array Scribe. Race: Human. Health points: 56.4k/56.4k. Soul Force: 3000/3,000. Battle Power: 807k. Class Features: Soul Manipulation. Perception. Array Infuse. Allies: Sacred Family. Equipment. Description: the half-sister of the Patriarch of the Sacred Family. Because of her background, she is always under pressure to prove her worth to the family. To her, the honor of the family is important. To her, she is nothing without the sacred family, so she dedicated everything to the sacred family because she is nothing to herself. Even her pride of being a master scribe doesn't amount to much compared to the family, so she is here in the Holy Orchid Institute to complete her mission and prove herself to the sacred family and more importantly to herself. Nai Li's eyes widened in amazement as he witnessed Shen Qiu's transformation and the immense boost in strength it granted her. 8 times stronger, he whispered to himself, astounded. The thought of such power made his heart race. Imagine, he mused, his mind racing with possibilities, how strong I could become if I managed to use 8 demon spirits at once. That would be unbelievable. Just as he was getting carried away by his thoughts, imagining the untapped potential and the battles he could win with such power, a sudden chime snapped him back to reality. Hey! Nai Li blinked, momentarily confused. Narrative point detected. Select from the following. 1. Kill Shen Qiu. 2. Court Shen Qiu. Nai Li's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he read the options presented by the system. Kill Shenqiu, he thought, incredulously. That's like painting a giant target on my back for one of the most powerful families in Glory City. The idea was ludicrous, almost laughable if it weren't so terrifying. Then his gaze fell on the second option, and a mix of disbelief and revulsion washed over him. Court Shenqiu? Oh, heavens, just thinking about it makes me want to gag. But as he sat there, trying to process the absurdity of the situation, Nai Li couldn't help but remember the countless times the system had steered him right. It had always been a source of invaluable information, skills, and advantages that he could never have dreamed of otherwise. Choosing either option is bound to trigger a huge reward, he reasoned, his mind racing through the possibilities. The system had always provided benefits indirectly, from the world around him, but this was the first time it was offering something so directly. It promised to be significant. Option 1 is out of the question, Nai Li concluded quickly. Taking on the sacred family was a death wish, especially at his current level of strength. That left him with the second option, as unappealing as it seemed at first glance. All right, option 2 it is, Nai Li decided, a sense of resigned determination settling over him. I'll use this as an excuse to court Shenqiu. The very thought sent a shiver down his spine. Courting one of the most arrogant, yet undeniably beautiful women in Glory City. Great, I can't possibly see how this could go wrong. Nai Li hovered his finger over the option to court Shenqiu. But then, he paused, a sudden memory flashing across his mind. The first day he woke up in this new life, there had been a similar moment, a narrative point. Curiosity piqued. He tapped on the system. Narrative point defined. Description: narrative points represent pivotal moments within the player's journey. These significant instances possess the potential to fundamentally alter the player's character, including status, abilities, skills, and power, contingent upon the choices made. Connection to prime desire: each narrative point is intricately linked to the player's prime desire, serving as a catalyst for progression towards fulfilling this core ambition. Prime desire of player. Nai Li desires power to save Glory City. Implication: the sequence of narrative points Nai Li encounters will be orchestrated to align with his primal desire for the salvation of Glory City. Choices made at these junctures will directly influence his capability to achieve this overarching goal, shaping his path towards becoming the protector Glory City needs. I see, Nai Li murmured to himself, the realization settling in. He reflected on the first narrative point that had led him to become the heir of the Heavenly Marks family, a role he never anticipated but now held. With this newfound clarity, Nai Li's hesitation vanished. Option 1 or 2, killing or courting Shenqiu. I don't know how that is going to help me protect Glory City, but I am not complaining either way. Selection confirmed. Player Nai Li has chosen option 2, court Shenqiu. Process: simulating mission parameters and narrative development. Mission generation initiated. Mission: love and betrayal. Mission type: semi. Objective: court Shenqiu. Reward: AI combat style. Warning: this mission encompasses multiple potential pathways. Player will be presented with choices for directional selection. Nai Li gave a mental nod to the system, a brief moment of triumph flashing through his mind before a daunting realization hit him like a bucket of cold water. I have absolutely no idea how to court someone, he admitted to himself with a grimace. The thought was as alarming as suddenly finding out he was supposed to perform a dance routine in front of the entire school naked. Great, he mused sarcastically, even with the system's guidance, I still have to actually do the courting. And how do you even start courting a woman who would probably prefer to kill herself over a date with me? Then, a sliver of hope flickered in his mind. Ah, but I am the heir of the Heavenly Marks family. Surely, that must count for something. But as quickly as the hope appeared, it was extinguished by the harsh reality of Shenqiu's attitude. Oh, right. She'd likely toss me into the abyss for even suggesting such a thing. Being an heir is impressive unless you are trying to impress someone who considers your social standing slightly more appealing than that of a street rat. Shen Qiu found little joy in teaching, especially with a classroom filled to the brim with commoners. In her eyes, they were little more than time wasters, destined to be nothing but meat shields for the more powerful. She caught a glimpse of her nephew, Shen Yu, seated next to Yeziun. Good job, brat, she thought approvingly. Now, impress her just like I showed you. As she lectured, Shen Qiu couldn't help but notice the glances thrown her way by the male students. It wasn't surprising, of course. Her beauty was unmatched, and she was well aware of the allure she held. Being seen with her, gaining her favor, could open doors to the influential circles of the sacred family. While she understood the draw of her presence, acknowledging it as part of the natural order of things, there was a line that irritated her to no end. Commoners and those without talent, those she considered the dregs of society, dared to look at her with desire in their eyes. Know your place, she seethed internally, her disdain for their overstepping bounds clear in her mind. With a flourish, Shen Qiu picked up a piece of chalk and strode to the blackboard. As she began outlining the various classes within Glory City on the board, her intention was clear, to remind everyone of their place in the hierarchy. Let's make things clear, she stated, her voice carrying a weight of authority that silenced the room. In Glory City, not everyone is equal. As Shen Qiu continued her lecture, aiming her words like arrows to pierce the confidence of the commoners in the fighter assistant class, Nai Li couldn't help but find himself in a mix of despair and stress. Courting Shen Qiu, he mumbled to himself, the absurdity of the situation making him chuckle. Fantastic. Died a virgin in the first timeline, and now my grand romantic quest is to charm one of the most standoffish women in Glory City. He sighed deeply, pondering the ridiculousness of it all. And I can't even use the age difference as an excuse. She's only 3 years older. I am physically 15. She is 18. A wry smile formed on his lips as he considered the peculiar twist of fate. Though technically, I'm the older one here, given my whole dying and coming back to life escapade. Nai Li's thoughts wandered to the concept of courtship and age. Our ages should be perfect for courtship, not that it makes this any less daunting. He remembered all the arranged marriages within his own class during the 5 years in his past life. It seemed everyone was getting hitched left and right. Even Liu Piao, the eternal skirt chaser, managed to snag a fiancé, while I perfected the art of being a bachelor. He sniffed, a playful glint in his eyes as he considered his situation. So, how does one court the uncourtable Shen Qiu? Nai Li's brain was spinning with funny, yet terrible scenarios of him trying to woo Shen Qiu. He could just see himself tripping over his own words, trying to spit out something smooth and instead ending up looking like a complete fool. Or even worse, trying to charm her and somehow managing to offend her instead, which, considering it was Shen Qiu, seemed like a very real danger. Maybe flowers, he wondered, but quickly dismissed the idea. No, that's way too common, and she doesn't seem like the flower-loving type. What am I supposed to do? Serenade her under the moonlight? The thought alone made him chuckle. Poetry? Yeah, right, as if I could pen anything that wouldn't have her rolling her eyes at me. I can imagine it now. Roses are red, violets are blue, I'm on a mission, so could you maybe not hate me? That'll surely sweep her off her feet, he thought with a mix of humor and a touch of desperation. He sighed deeply, realizing just how big of a mountain he had to climb. I'm a cultivator, not some kind of ladies' man. How in the world am I supposed to do this without it turning into a complete disaster? Leaning over to Liu Piao, Nai Li whispered, Hey, man, got any tips on how to court a woman? Liu Piao beamed, confident. Of course. You've asked the right guy. Nai Li raised an eyebrow, already doubting this decision. Feels more like the wrong guy, honestly. Just trust me, Liu Piao insisted. That's what I'm scared of, Nai Li muttered under his breath. First tip, Lu Piao began. Compliments. Women love them. Say something like, "You're a fairy descended from heaven." Nai Li snorted in response. What's she gonna say? Which dumpster did you climb out of? Lu Piao tried again. What about poetry? Roses are red, violets are blue. Nai Li cut him off, and ended with, I'm bad at poetry, and guess what? So are you. Not happening. Lu Piao laughed. Okay, how about showing her how strong you are? Chicks dig strength. Nai Li just shook his head. Against a demon spiritualist like her? Might as well arm wrestle a twig. Gifts, then? Girls love gifts. How about a nice bracelet? Lu Piao suggested next. Nai Li replied with a dry tone. Yeah, so she can have something to strangle me with? Pass. Lu Piao then threw out, serenade her. And get a bucket of water for my efforts? No way, Nai Li shot back. After a moment, Lu Piao slumped back, then perked up again. Just be yourself then. Nai Li looked at him like he'd grown a second head. And achieve what? Instant rejection. Lu Piao chuckled. Alright, maybe try being someone else for a day. Despite the ridiculousness of their conversation, Nai Li found himself laughing along with his friend. Thanks for the advice, Lu Piao. Seems like I'll need a miracle more than a game plan. Miracles happen, Nai Li. Just look at us, sharing a class, Lu Piao quipped with a smile. Yep, the miracle of surviving your advice, Nai Li joked back, and the two shared a hearty laugh. As Nai Li and Lu Piao whispered and chuckled together at the back of the class, they were so caught up in their conversation that they didn't notice Shen Qiu's sharp eyes on them. Being a silver-ranked demon spiritualist, Shen Qiu had honed her senses to an exceptional level. Her mind and body worked in flawless unity, giving her an almost sixth sense for detecting even the slightest disturbance. Her eyes, especially keen, could pick up on the smallest details from afar. In the midst of Nai Li and Lu Piao's quiet laughter, Shen Qiu's voice suddenly pierced the air, clear and commanding. You two in the back, would you care to share what's so amusing with the rest of the class? As Nai Li scrambled for a response, time seemed to freeze around him, and the familiar system interface popped up, presenting him with options. Option 1 Teacher Shen Qiu, we wanted to ask you a question. Option 2 Shen Qiu, are you willing to be my Dao partner? Option 3 Bitch, I don't have to tell you anything. Staring at the options, Nai Li couldn't help but think the system was trying to get him into trouble. Seriously, system? Are you trying to get me killed? He thought. Option 1 was the safest, though it required him to come up with a decent question on the spot. Option 2 was a straight path to disaster, sure to ruin any chance of completing his mission, not to mention destroying his reputation. And option 3, well, that was just suicide. He mentally selected option 1. Teacher Shen Qiu, we wanted to ask you a question. Shen Qiu snorted coldly, her gaze piercing. What is it? Nai Li took a deep breath, hoping the system would come through with a sensible question. Time stopped again, and 3 new options appeared. Option 1 What's the color of your panties? Option 2 Glory City is the only one that survived the Age of Darkness, and we are the only surviving humans. What proof do you have of this statement? Option 3 Do you like me? Nai Li rolled his eyes. Really, system? Are you trying to get me killed on the first day? He thought. He quickly dismissed the first and third options as outright suicidal. The second option, while risky, at least had the potential to spark a meaningful discussion without landing him in hot water. He chose the second option. Glory City is the only city that survived the Age of Darkness, and we are the only surviving humans. What proof do you have of this statement? The class fell silent, some students looking shocked that Nai Li would dare question Shen Qiu's statement. Shen Qiu's eyes narrowed, but Nai Li noticed a flicker of intrigue in her expression. An interesting question, she finally said, her tone indicating that she wasn't used to being challenged. Let me enlighten you. Nai Li breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Qiu replied to Nai Li's question. The proof lies in the history and records of Glory City. Our ancestors have preserved these accounts through generations. It's not a matter of belief, it's a matter of fact. Nai Li nodded, feigning acceptance, when suddenly time seemed to halt again. Option 1, I don't find your answer acceptable. Option 2, why should I believe your rhetoric? Option 3, may I ask if you've ever ventured out of Saint Ancestral Mountains to visit places like the Endless Desert, the Toxic Forest, the Blood Moon Marsh, the Spirit Gulf, the Heavenly Luster Mountains, or the Northern Snow? Nai Li weighed his options. The first two were direct challenges to Shen Qiu's authority and likely to backfire. The third option, however, piqued his curiosity. He had never heard of some of these places and wondered how Shen Qiu would respond. Selecting option 3, Nai Li asked, have you ever explored beyond the Saint Ancestral Mountains, teacher Shen Qiu? Have you been to places like the Endless Desert, or the mysterious Heavenly Luster Mountains, perhaps? Shen Qiu frowned at the question. What Heavenly Luster Mountain? What Northern Snow? She was familiar with the Endless Desert, Toxic Forest, and Blood Moon Marsh, but only from legends. I've been in Glory City since birth and have never been to those places. As Nai Li pondered Shen Qiu's confident assertion about the survivors of the Age of Darkness, time seemed to come to a standstill, and the familiar system interface lit up with options. Option 1, oh, so you're just a frog in a well. Option 2, upon what qualifications are you supposed to teach us if you don't have any experience outside of your bubble yet spew out absolutes like they are facts? Option 3, since teacher Shen Qiu never went to those places, how can you be so sure that we are the only human beings alive? Nai Li pondered over the system's options with a sense of cautious amusement. Option 1 is just asking for a one-way ticket out of class, and probably the school, he thought, smirking at the thought of calling Shen Qiu a frog in a well. Tempting, but not wise. He glanced at option 2 and chuckled quietly to himself. Oh, how I'd love to ask her about her qualifications. Just to see the look on her face would be priceless. Imagining Shen Qiu's reaction brought a grin to his face. But alas, that would be shooting myself in the foot. So, he settled on option 3, the choice that balanced provocation with a semblance of respect. Since teacher Shen Qiu never ventured to those places, how can you be so sure we are the last surviving human beings? Nai Li asked, his voice laced with a blend of seriousness and a hint of playful challenge. As he posed the question, Liu Piao leaned over and whispered, are you trying to start a revolution, or just get us both kicked out? Nai Li replied with a whisper, just expanding our horizons. Who knows, maybe we'll discover a new world where women actually like us. Liu Piao snorted. In your dreams, Nai Li. In your dreams. Shen Qiu struggled to form a response. Her face shifted between irritation and contemplation, clearly not used to being questioned. The students in the class began murmuring among themselves, intrigued by the challenge Nai Li posed. Many of them had never even heard of the places Nai Li mentioned. Yezyun, seated at a distance, glanced toward Nai Li, her interest piqued. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she wondered how Nai Li knew about these obscure locations. Beside Yezyun, Shen Yu frowned, his gaze drifting towards Nai Li. He had to admit, somewhat begrudgingly, that Nai Li was quite handsome, not too far off from his own level of attractiveness. A sense of rivalry stirred within him, an unexpected feeling of competition. Shen Qiu, observing the whispering students, was visibly displeased. She scoffed, so what? How can you prove that we are not the last surviving human beings? Nai Li quickly glanced at his system interface, hoping for a bit of guidance. Nothing popped up. Looks like it's just me this time, he thought, steeling himself for what was to come. He stood, facing Shenjiu. Teacher Shenjiu, my apologies if I seemed disrespectful. But isn't being curious a big part of learning? Shenjiu's gaze hardened as she looked at Nai Li. Curiosity has its place, but it should know its bounds, especially when it questions the wisdom passed down by our ancestors. Nai Li nodded, his face the picture of calm. Absolutely, teacher. I hold our ancestors' wisdom in high regard. But isn't it also true that asking questions and seeking understanding can help wisdom grow? Shenjiu's expression grew even more stern. Are you implying our teachings might be lacking? Not at all, Nai Li assured her, his response smooth as silk. I'm just suggesting that we all have more to learn. Knowledge is like an endless sea, and we're merely sailors trying to chart our course. A few chuckles rose from their classmates, and some heads nodded in agreement with Nai Li's words. Shenjiu, however, remained unimpressed. This classroom isn't the place for philosophical discussions. I'm here to teach you the concrete facts our culture has established. Nai Li raised his hands in a peace-making gesture. I understand, Teacher Shenjiu. If my curiosity came off as challenging, I apologize. My aim was purely for academic. Shenjiu took a moment, her breathing deep as she worked to regain her composure. Make sure this is the last time we have such interruptions, she cautioned, then turned back to her lesson. Nai Li sat down, a wry smile tugging at his lips when time stopped. Option 1. Do you want to have a hot steamy night with me? Option 2. Teacher Shenjiu said, a commoner will always remain a commoner, they can never become a noble. I have a little question. Wasn't the legend-ranked demon spiritualist, Yemo, a commoner when he was still young? Option 3. Want to make a bet with me? He rolled his eyes at the first option. Really, system? That's just suicidal. He thought about the third option but felt it wasn't as impactful as he wanted. Option 2, however, struck a chord. It was a relevant, thought-provoking question that challenged Shenjiu's earlier statement about the rigidity of social mobility. Option 2 it is, Nai Li decided. Teacher Shenjiu, I still have another question, he said, standing up once more. At this, Shenjiu's frustration was palpable. She snapped the chalk in her hand and asked in a strained voice, what question do you still have? Nai Li took a deep breath and delivered his question. Teacher Shenjiu said, a commoner will always remain a commoner, they can never become a noble. But wasn't the legend-ranked demon spiritualist, Yemo, a commoner when he was still young? The classroom fell into a stunned silence, everyone's attention fixed on Shenjiu for her response. In the classroom filled with students, Nai Li's question about Yemo had visibly impacted the commoners. They knew of Lord Yemo's story, his rise from commoner to becoming the strongest. However, Shenjiu's earlier harsh words had dampened their spirits, leaving most of the commoners feeling disheartened when she went on her lecture about class. In the hundreds of years of Glory City, Lord Yemo's the only one able to climb to the peak by relying on his own ability, Shenjiu finally replied. Time halted around Nai Li, and the system options appeared. Option 1 well, I am the next Yemo. Option 2 that's an interesting answer. How about we spice things up? Want to make a bet with me? Option 3 what a pathetic answer built upon your narrow worldview. If Yemo did it, why can't anyone else? Why destroy their hopes? Nai Li weighed his options. The third option was tempting, a direct jab at Shenjiu's narrow-mindedness, but it was too risky for his mission. The first option was just plain over the top. He smirked, selecting the second option. Time resumed, and Nai Li spoke up. That's an interesting answer. How about we spice things up? Want to make a bet with me? Shenjiu, visibly taken aback by Nai Li's audacity, raised an eyebrow. A bet? And what might that be? Nai Li shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, nothing much. Just a simple bet to see if I can prove I'm the next Yemo. Laughter rippled through the class, some students shaking their heads in disbelief. Shen Qiu's face turned a shade of disbelief mixed with annoyance. You? The next Yemo? That's as likely as a pig learning to fly. Nai Li grinned, unfazed. So, is that a yes or a no? I mean, if pigs could fly, we'd all be living in a different kind of world, right? Shen Qiu retorted sharply, fine. If you're so confident, name your terms. If you can somehow prove you're as talented as Lord Yemo, I'll give you whatever you ask for. The class erupted into whispers and excited chatter. Nai Li's classmates looked at him as if he had lost his mind. Shen Yu, sitting beside Yeziun, glared at Nai Li, feeling a strange sense of threat emanating from him. Nai Li leaned forward, his voice laced with confidence. You heard the lady, folks. Time to see if pigs can indeed take to the skies. As for my terms, let's keep it a surprise, shall we? Shen Qiu, now committed to the bet, nodded stiffly. Very well. Surprise me. Nai Li took a deep breath and allowed his aura to radiate outward. A visible manifestation of soul force began to swirl around him, and the entire class felt the unmistakable presence of a bronze-rank demon spiritualist. The laughter that had filled the room moments ago was swiftly replaced by a stunned silence. With a wry smile, Nai Li quipped, You know, it's funny about pigs flying. Ever heard of the flying thunder boar? Seems like even pigs have their day in the sky. The class stared at Nai Li in shock. Even Shen Qiu, who had maintained her composure until now, hastily narrowed her eyes at Nai Li to check his cultivation. In her spy report, they were given that Nai Li had soul wings, but there was no mention that he was bronze rank. Shen Qiu suddenly stopped as chills went down her spine, and she stuttered, 3-3-3-star bronze rank. The revelation sent a wave of shock and awe through the classroom. The students, many of whom had initially dismissed Nai Li as just another boastful teenager, were now forced to reassess their opinions. Even Yemo, the legendary figure they all admired, hadn't been a bronze-rank demon spiritualist before attending the Holy Orchid Institute. This realization led them to one astonishing conclusion: Nai Li was either as talented as Yemo or, perhaps, even more so. The thought sent chills down everyone's spines. Shen Qiu, still trying to process the revelation of Nai Li's strength, managed to regain her composure. She cleared her throat and said, Congratulations. Nai Li, with a hint of satisfaction, reminded her, the bet. Shen Qiu, hesitantly, replied, Yes, what do you want? Time seemed to stand still as Nai Li was presented with the system's options. Option 1: I want you and me in a hot steamy night together. Choosing this option will allow you to complete mission Love and Betrayal. Option 2: I want you to leave your post as the teacher. Option 3: Why don't we take a rain check on that? Option 1: I want you and me in a hot steamy night together. Choosing this option will allow you to complete mission Love and Betrayal. Option 2: I want you to leave your post as the teacher. Option 3: Why don't we take a rain check on that? Nai Li weighed his options. Option 1 could swiftly complete his mission, but the idea of a hot steamy night with Shen Qiu set his imagination ablaze. Despite finding her personality less than appealing, he couldn't deny her physical allure. As time stood still around him, Nai Li glanced at Shen Qiu, who was frozen mid-sentence. He chuckled to himself, Well, if we're talking strictly looks, she's a feast for the eyes. But then, I'd probably have to gag her to survive the night. He shook his head, trying to clear the increasingly spicy thoughts swirling in his mind. Nai Li, focus, it's a mission. A mission, not your wedding night, he reminded himself, his face turning a deeper shade of red. His gaze lingered on Shen Qiu a moment longer before he turned away, embarrassed by his own thoughts. Nai Li sighed, realizing the absurdity of the situation. Here I am, trying to save Glory City, and I'm getting distracted by, what? Steamy fantasies? Get it together, Nai Li. With a shake of his head, Nai Li refocused on the task at hand, pushing aside his lewd thoughts. He needed to think strategically, not with his other head. Right, back to business, he said to himself, ready to make a more practical choice. Nai Li's mind raced as he considered the second and third options. Option 2, demanding Shen Qiu leave her teaching post, seemed too drastic and potentially harmful. Option 3, taking a rain check, was the safest, but it felt like a cop-out. As he mulled over his choices, a realization struck him. Wait a minute. The mission doesn't say anything about Shen Qiu agreeing to a hot steamy night. It just says I have to ask. So, technically, I just have to choose the option to complete the mission, regardless of her response, he thought, a grin spreading across his face. Well, system, you sneaky devil, Nai Li mused, you're not just testing my courage, but also my wits. He chuckled. So, if I choose option 1, I win the mission without having to actually. Shame. Nai Li shook his head. He glanced at the frozen Shen Qiu, imagining her reaction to such a bold proposition. I can already picture her face. It'd be like offering a cat a bath. A very, very cold bath. With a deep breath, Nai Li prepared to select the option, his mind already crafting an apology to Shen Qiu for the audacious request he was about to make. Well, Shen Qiu, I hope you have a good sense of humor. Because things are about to get interesting. As time resumed its normal flow, Nai Li, with a hint of nervous excitement, boldly said the words of option 1. Teacher Shen Qiu, for the bet, I'd like a hot steamy night together. Shen Qiu, utterly stunned, blinked several times. I think I must have heard you wrong. What did you say you wanted? Nai Li, maintaining a straight face amidst the jaw-dropped expressions around him, repeated, I would like a hot steamy night together, as my reward. The classroom was enveloped in a shocked silence, followed by murmurs and gasps. Nai Li, however, kept his gaze fixed on the system notification that popped up. Congratulations! The player has unlocked a new combat style. Combat style options. Right pointing black triangle turn-based combat system. Click for more details. Freestyle combat. Click for more details. Adaptive AI combat system. Click for more details. The classroom buzzed with a mix of reactions following Nai Li's audacious proposal. Liu Piao was grinning ear to ear. That's my boy. Going for the big fish, he shouted to a classmate, clearly proud of his friend's daring move. Du Zi, on the other hand, looked thoroughly disgusted. That's just gross. Can't believe he actually said that, he muttered, shaking his head in disapproval. Shen Yu's face was a picture of horror. He's insane, he whispered to Yeziun, who was sitting beside him. Absolutely insane. Yeziun, her cheeks flushed a deep red, avoided looking at Nai Li. She fiddled with a strand of her hair, her mind seemingly elsewhere. Xiaoning remained indifferent, her expression unchanging. She glanced at Nai Li and then calmly turned her attention back to her notes. The rest of the class was shell-shocked. Whispers and murmurs filled the air. Did he really just say that? One student asked in disbelief. I thought Nai Li was just a quiet guy. Turns out he's a total wild card, another remarked. A few girls in the class looked enviously at Shen Qiu, who was still hidden from view. She gets all the attention from the talented guys, one of them sighed. Some of the boys were visibly jealous. Why does Nai Li get to be so bold? If I said that, I'd be expelled on the spot, one complained. He's either very brave or very stupid. Maybe both, another boy added. One student joked, maybe Nai Li's just trying a new cultivation technique, the art of skirt chaser. Amidst the chaos, one girl whispered, I wonder what Shen Qiu will do to him. He's either going to be a legend or a victim or both. As the reactions continued to pour in, the classroom was a mix of shock, amusement, envy, and disbelief. Nai Li was still contemplating his choice of combat style. As the classroom buzzed with reactions to Nai Li's audacious proposition, Shen Qiu abruptly turned back to the blackboard, continuing the lesson as if nothing had happened. This unexpected response only added to the students' shock and confusion. Nai Li, however, seemed unfazed by the uproar he had caused and the varied reactions of his classmates. Whispers and murmurs continued to fill the room, but as time ticked by, the class gradually refocused on Shen Qiu's lecture. The tension in the air slowly dissipated, replaced by the routine of school life. Before anyone realized, the final bell rang, signaling the end of the school day. As the students began packing up their belongings, eager to leave the classroom and share the day's sensational events with their friends, Shen Qiu's voice cut through the clamor. Nai Li, stay back, she said firmly. A collective ooh rippled through the class, and the students hurried out, throwing curious glances back at Nai Li. The classroom quickly emptied, leaving only Nai Li and Shen Qiu in a tense, silent standoff. Sit, Shen Qiu commanded, her tone brooking no argument. Nai Li obliged, taking a seat with an air of calm composure. Shen Qiu stood at the front, her back to Nai Li, taking a moment before she turned to face him. Nai Li waited, his mind alert and ready for whatever Shen Qiu might say or do next. Author note, guess what Shen Qiu is going to do to Nai Li? People always scream at the heavens, decrying life's unfairness. They blame their circumstances, convinced things would be better under different stars. Shen Qiu was among them. Born into the prestigious sacred family, Shen Qiu was the sister of the family head. To the outside world, she was a princess, born with a golden spoon. Why would she ever complain? What did she lack? Many pondered this, but they didn't know the half of it. The sacred family lived by a simple creed: the strong lead, the weak follow. Shen Qiu's birth was a blemish in their illustrious lineage, the product of a night between the previous head and a prostitute. From the outset, she was seen as nothing more than a burden, a piece of refuse reluctantly accepted into the fold. Her mother, barred from the family due to her lowly status, left Shen Qiu to endure alone. She bore the weight of disdainful glares, looks tinged with jealousy, pity, and lust. As she blossomed into beauty, men fawned over her, but she quickly realized their interest lay more in her status than in her person. This reality, more than anything, filled her with loathing. She was nothing but a decorative piece, an ornament in their eyes. She was the sacred family's current head sister, after all. This fact disgusted her. It was a life with no real substance. Her own talent was mediocre. Despite all the resources at her disposal, she could only achieve silver rank, while peers like Yehan soared to gold. To the world, she was a beautiful flower, coveted for the status she could confer. But to herself, she was an object, worthless and talentless. The irony wasn't lost on her. The talent of nobles she so often boasted about felt like a source of shame. She hid her insecurities behind a mask of arrogance, creating a facade to keep men at bay, to survive in their cruel world. In truth, Shen Qiu had nothing. Her beauty was overshadowed by her family's standing, her power inconsequential. Her only real achievement, becoming an inscription array master, was self-taught, unaided by her family. Yet, she never boasted of this. What was it compared to the so-called honor bestowed upon her by birthright? Despite her disdain for this honor, Shen Qiu knew she had little choice. Stripped of her family and status, she was nothing. So she focused on the task at hand, ensuring her nephew's favorable standing with Yeziun, securing her future in the sacred family. Then came the brat, challenging her, proposing a bet. Want to make a bet with me? He had dared, stirring a desire in Shen Qiu to see him humiliated. Just a simple bet to prove I'm the next Ye Mo, he added. Amused and confident, Shen Qiu accepted. But the boy proved his mettle, surpassing even Ye Mo. When he requested a hot steamy night together as his winning prize, Shen Qiu's blood boiled. Who did this brat think he was? Shen Qiu knew about Nai Li, the heir of the Heavenly Marks family and one of the targets that were to either be recruited or killed off. So, Shen Qiu should be happy, right? She got herself a talent. She just had to spread her legs him, and the sacred family would gain a talent rivaling Ye Mo. But she didn't. Maybe it was the small sliver of pride in herself that she didn't have to go along with any of this. Maybe it was because she was publicly humiliated by him. If she accepted him, she would always be known to the world as his. Oh look, the black sheep of the sacred family. At least she made herself useful by spreading her legs, unlike her mother. Did he view her as nothing more than a trophy, a conquest like her mother was perceived? These questions set ablaze a storm within Shen Qiu's mind, each thought a spark igniting her fury. Was she just an object of desire, her worth measured only by her appearance? It seemed history was repeating itself. Her mother, merely valued for her beauty, and now her, viewed through the same demeaning lens. She felt her face heat up in anger. Shen Qiu stood with her back to Nai Li, the room thick with tension. She broke the silence, her voice firm yet tinged with an underlying sharpness. "What was your goal with all of this?" she asked, not bothering to face him. Nai Li hesitated before answering, his voice cautious. "I guess I was annoyed at your words," he admitted. "I wanted to show that things aren't as black and white as you said. The bet. I didn't really think it through." Shen Qiu listened, her anger slowly brewing. His words sounded like excuses to her. "Is that so?" she replied, her voice cool, her back still turned. Inside, her thoughts were racing. How dare he trivialize the situation? Did he not understand the impact of his words, the weight they carried? As Nai Li tried to explain himself, her anger continued to build. She felt a surge of resentment. To Nai Li, this might have been a simple bet, a game, but to her, it was a stark reminder of her insecurities, especially involving her mother. Her hands clenched into fists at her sides. "A game? A challenge? Is that all my dignity is to you?" she thought bitterly. With each word Nai Li spoke, her anger grew hotter, a fire stoked by years of frustration and the pain of being seen as nothing more than a trophy. Finally, unable to contain her fury any longer, Shen Qiu whirled around to face Nai Li. "You think this is just about winning and losing? You have no idea what it's like, living as I do, always judged, always under scrutiny." Nai Li looked taken aback, and Shen Qiu felt a brief satisfaction in piercing his composure. But it was fleeting, replaced by the burning realization that she had exposed her vulnerabilities, her inner turmoil laid bare. Nai Li looked worried and asked, "How can I fix this mess?" Shen Qiu, with a cold expression, replied, "Do you realize what you've done? Your bet has put your family in danger. The sacred family won't let this go. You've insulted the sister of the clan head, making it seem like she's no better than a woman from the Dark Light District. Do you think your family, the Heavenly Marks family, can handle the sacred family's backlash?" Inside, Shen Qiu felt even more frustrated knowing that the sacred family's actions would be to protect their image, not her honor. Nai Li appeared extremely distressed, nervously looking around as if hoping for a solution to just appear, which made Shen Qiu even angrier. When Nai Li asked again what he could do, Shen Qiu, overwhelmed by her own anger, said, "You can wash away this dishonor with your blood." Nai Li was shocked and could only utter, "What?" in disbelief. Suddenly, a system warning flashed before Nai Li's eyes. Warning. Shen Qiu has discovered Nai Li's weakness. How will you respond? Counterattack. Defend. Right pointing black triangle, run away. Nai Li's eyes widened as he realized Shen Qiu was about to attack him. Fuck, he muttered under his breath. The gravity of the situation dawned on him. Damn, I really didn't think this through, he thought, regretting his hasty judgment. Quickly selecting the defend option and grabbing a sword from his storage ring, he prepared for Shen Qiu's attack. Time resumed, and almost instantly, Shen Qiu spun around, her palm flying towards Nai Li in a swift, forceful strike. Nai Li, reacting just in time, raised his sword to block the attack. The force of the blow sent him crashing backward into the window, the sound of shattering glass filling the room. The classroom, once a place of learning, had turned into a battleground in the blink of an eye, with Nai Li at its center. He steadied himself, realizing the severity of the situation. This was no longer about a simple bet, it was a matter of survival. Nai Li narrowly avoided Shen Qiu's palm strike, feeling the rush of air as her attack demolished the wall behind him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly dashed to the front courtyard, his mind racing with strategies. As he looked around the deserted courtyard, he wondered about the absence of other teachers or the principal. "Where is everyone?" he thought. Shen Qiu's voice echoed behind him. "No one is going to come save you. The principal isn't in the school and the vice principal would take 5 minutes to come here. The teachers are either protecting their students or they don't want to interfere. No one will stop me from cleaning away my dishonor with your blood." From the settling dust, Nai Li saw flames ignite around Shen Qiu, realizing she had merged with her demon spirit. He quickly assessed her stats. Name: Shen Qiu. Status: half-sister of the Patriarch of the Sacred Family. Cultivation level: 3-star silver rank. Physique level: 4-star bronze rank. Class: Demon Spiritualists. Fighter: Inscription Array Scribe. Race: Human. Health points: 56.4k/56.4k. Soul Force: 3000/3,000. Battle Power: 807k. Class Features: Soul Manipulation. Perception. Array Infuse. Allies: Sacred Family. Equipment. Description: the half-sister of the Patriarch of the Sacred Family. Because of her background, she is always under pressure to prove her worth to the family. To her, the honor of the family is important. To her, she is nothing without the sacred family, so she dedicated everything to the sacred family because she is nothing to herself. Even her pride of being a master scribe doesn't amount to much compared to the family, so she is here in the Holy Orchid Institute to complete her mission and prove herself to the sacred family and more importantly to herself. He compared them to his own. Name: Nai Li. Status: heir of the Heavenly Marks family. Cultivation level: 3-star bronze rank. Physique level: 1-star bronze rank. Class: Fighter, Demon Spiritualist. Race: Human. Health points: 1000. Soul Force: 310. Battle Power: 16,350. Class Features: Perception. Endless Vanguard. Soul Manipulation. Third Eye. Allies: Heavenly Marks family. Equipment: Soul Guitar. Storage Ring. Enchanted Armor. Description: born to a farmer in the Heavenly Marks family, a young boy harbors ambitions far greater than his humble origins suggest, along with a deep secret. He carries the burden of memories from a past life, where he witnessed the destruction of Glory City. Faced with the daunting task of altering destiny, he must navigate his new life's challenges. Will he succeed in preventing the catastrophe he once saw, or is history doomed to repeat itself? The disparity in their strengths was staggering. Nai Li realized there was no way he could win this fight in a conventional manner even if he used the skill Soul Wings. Remembering that, Nai Li quickly pulled up his combat options. Turn-based combat style. Time combat, exchanging hits with each other. The system window is activated when the user shows a weakness or feels like he is in a crisis. Time stops and you can choose depending on the combat type. Advantages. 1. When the opportunity arises, you can't miss it, you can always make an effective attack. Disadvantages. 1. When you show a weakness, you take more damage than usual. 2. Combat focus is low. 3. Against a large number of enemies, may not activate, Time will not stop. Freestyle combat. Description: this style bestows the player with complete control over their actions in battle, removing any system-guided interventions. It emphasizes personal skill and strategic flexibility, allowing the player to craft and execute tactics without constraints. Advantages: unmatched flexibility enables the implementation of any strategy or technique the player has mastered, regardless of context. Creative freedom encourages inventive approaches to combat, potentially surprising opponents with unanticipated moves. Disadvantages: increased risk. Without system suggestions, the likelihood of errors or suboptimal decisions may rise, particularly under pressure. Higher skill requirement demands a comprehensive understanding of combat mechanics and situational awareness from the player. Isolation: in scenarios involving numerous adversaries, the lack of system intervention means time will not pause for strategic planning, demanding rapid, real-time decision-making. Adaptive AI combat style. AI intervention. User delegates everything to the system and only observes. Advantages: 1. Optimal performance due to total analysis of the situation, including user physical condition, weapons, and opponent's weakness. 2. Maximizes user's potential. 3. Accumulates combat experience, improving combat ability. Disadvantages: 1. No control until the battle is decided. 2. Decisions can be slow when dealing with multiple enemies. Nai Li exhaled deeply, realizing the severity of his situation. Against Shen Qiu, he had no chance of winning with his current abilities. The unknown AI combat system offered a ray of hope that might turn the tide in his favor. Looks like I have to put my faith in this AI system, Nai Li thought, feeling a mixture of apprehension and hope. It was a gamble, but it was better than the nothing. He quickly selected the adaptive AI combat system, surrendering control to the system. AI intervenes in battle. The notification flashed vividly as Nai Li, now a mere spectator floating above the battlefield, watched with a blend of horror and intrigue as the AI-controlled version of himself charged headlong towards Shen Qiu. Her growls filled the air, animalistic and menacing, as she swiped at him with her razor-sharp nails, transformed by her demonic spirit fusion. In response, the AI, with Nai Li's body under its command, moved with an almost inhuman precision. It swiftly calculated the most efficient path for an attack, lunging forward with a speed that seemed to bend the air itself. The soul guitar in his hand sliced through the space between them, aiming for a hit. But, to Nai Li's surprise, the guitar met nothing but air. Shen Qiu, rather than evading, had let the feigned attack pass harmlessly. I almost died there, Nai Li realized, momentarily forgetting he was not in control. The AI's strategy was beyond his understanding, executing moves with a level of perfection he had never achieved. Why so aggressive? Nai Li questioned mentally. A direct assault against Shen Qiu, especially given her massive battle power, appeared irrational. But he soon realized the AI's strategy was deeper than he anticipated. His body, agile and precise under the AI's command, narrowly dodged a ferocious strike from Shen Qiu, her nails grazing his cheek, leaving a thin red line of blood. The AI, having analyzed her attack pattern, seemed to know exactly when and where to move. Nai Li observed as the AI made another calculated charge. Shen Qiu's eyes flared with fury, her attacks becoming more ferocious, but the AI's movements were a dance of dodges and counterattacks. Every swing of the guitar was perfect, slicing through the air in a deadly ballet. The AI, having lured Shen Qiu into a false sense of dominance, suddenly changed its tactics. It feinted to the left, then spun swiftly, bringing the sword in a wide arc. The AI executed a decisive slash across Shen Qiu's face. The soul weapon moved with lethal precision, cutting through the air and leaving a trail of blood in its wake. As the blood spurted out, Nai Li witnessed a level of power and skill that was almost unfathomable. The AI had taken on an opponent whose strength was vastly superior and had managed to inflict significant damage. Nai Li looked on as Shen Qiu, her face marked by the horizontal slash. She was dazed, the shock and pain rendering her unable to continue the fight. The system updated Shenqiu's stats, the damage done by the AI's precise strike. Name, Shenqiu. Stats. Health, 39.48k, 16.92k, / 56.4k. Soul Force, SF 3000 / 3,000. Battle Power, BP 729,000, 78.51k, / 807k. Guess that amount of damage is because the soul guitar attacks the soul rather than the body. Nai Li's jaw dropped at the sight unfolding before him. Shenqiu, fueled by rage, erupted into a blazing inferno. Her demon spirit form, the flaming fox, became more pronounced, with fiery tails lashing out in a frenzied attack. The AI, controlling Nai Li's body, reacted with lightning speed. It dodged the fiery tails with a series of agile maneuvers, moving closer to Shenqiu. In a bold and unexpected move, the AI used Shenqiu's body as a springboard, planting a foot on her face to gain the necessary leverage to vault into the classroom. Shenqiu, humiliated and furious, chased after the AI with unrestrained ferocity. "I'll smoke you out like a rat," she growled, her voice echoing with anger as she unleashed a torrent of flames into the classroom. The room quickly became an inferno, the flames consuming desks and chairs, creating a scene of chaos and destruction. From his vantage point, Nai Li saw the AI skillfully hide beneath the front row of desks, almost blending in with the shadows. Shenqiu, in her blind rage, seemed unaware of the AI's location. "What are you planning?" Nai Li wondered, watching the AI's calculated movements. Shenqiu continued her fiery rampage, determined to flush out her opponent. Nai Li's eyes widened in horror as he watched the flames. As the AI jumped out, Shenqiu impaled him right through the stomach. "You are dead," Shenqiu growled, as seemingly the AI went limp, but Nai Li knew better as he saw Shenqiu throw him away, but what she didn't see was the soul formation pill in his mouth. Shenqiu immediately discarded her demon spirit form as her opponent was dead. That's when the AI used the pill to increase its soul force and health to the point it could live for a few more minutes as the AI used the soul wings skill. Crimson red wings greeted Shenqiu as she saw the AI's cold, dead eyes. Nai Li saw blood-red soul force warp around the soul guitar as he knew it was over. "You have activated Gardener's Elegy, Southeast Arrow, B." Nai Li blinked as the AI decapitated Shenqiu and sliced the classroom in half. Name, Shenqiu. Stats. Health, 0/56.4k. Shenqiu had been defeated. You have obtained 2 life coins. Nai Li was stunned. The AI hadn't just subdued Shenqiu, it had made Shenqiu dance to its tunes. The realization of what had just occurred was overwhelming. As the gravity of his actions dawned on him, Nai Li's brief smile faded, replaced by a sinking feeling in his heart. The realization that he had just killed Shenqiu, the sister of one of the most powerful family patriarchs in Glory City, sent waves of panic through him. "Damn it, no, what do I do now?" he thought. His mind was racing for solutions. Suddenly, a voice called out to him, snapping him back to reality. Nai Li turned, stunned to see his AI-controlled body looking directly at him. "Next time, do better," the AI said, its tone almost instructive. "Did you just talk?" Before he could process the situation further, he felt a jolt, and suddenly, he was back in his own body, amidst the ruined classroom. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, desperately trying to figure out a way out of this catastrophic situation. But before he could form a coherent plan, dizziness overwhelmed him. His body, weakened from the battle and the immense stress, gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. The system updated his stats, revealing his critical condition. Name, Nai Li. Stats. Health, 1/1000. Nai Li lay there, barely conscious, realizing he too was on the brink of death. Damn it! Fight! He thought, but his body refused to respond. Darkness crept in at the edges of his vision, enveloping him in its cold embrace. The last thing he saw before everything faded to black was the system notification. Player Nai Li has died. Floating in what seemed like an endless black sea, Nai Li found himself in a state of bewilderment. Is this the afterlife? He pondered, trying to make sense of his surroundings. It was then that the familiar system screen flashed in front of him. Select on the screen. Resume. Load a save point. Restart. Nai Li blinked in realization. He remembered this screen. It had appeared when he was on the brink of death last time. Could this be another chance to go back in time? He wondered, contemplating his options. He tried to select resume, but a warning flashed. Warning: conditions for resume haven't been met. Option can't be selected. Figures, Nai Li muttered. Even in death, there are terms and conditions. He then considered the start at save point option, noticing the save he had made just a few hours ago. Narrative points. First narrative point, support of the family. Second narrative point, kill or court. The first option is practically useless since I would have to go through everything again, but the second option could take me back just a few hours, Nai Li mused. But then I'd have to relive the whole Shenqiu debacle. Do I really want to go through that again? Well, Nai Li, looks like you've got yourself into a real pickle this time. Restart, and lose everything? Or go through the worst courting session in existence? Decisions, decisions. Nai Li hesitated for a moment before making his choice to start at the save point. Coins, 4-3. Life coin has been used to start at save point. Suddenly, everything around him vanished, and a hazy blur enveloped his senses. As the haze cleared, Nai Li found himself back in the fighter apprentice class at the Holy Orchid Institute. He blinked several times, disoriented, and pinched himself to confirm the reality of his situation. The sharp sting that followed reassured him that he was indeed back. As the realization sank in, Nai Li's emotions began to spiral. He had died and was now back again. The weight of this experience hit him like a ton of bricks. I was dead, and now I'm not. This is just insane, he thought, struggling to process the whirlwind of thoughts and feelings. He leaned back in his chair, feeling a wave of disorientation and disbelief wash over him. I've got a third chance, Nai Li mumbled to himself, trying to grasp the gravity of his situation. But at what cost? How many times can I cheat death? The class around him buzzed with the usual chatter and noise, but to Nai Li, it all seemed distant, almost unreal. As Nai Li sat in the classroom, watching Shenqiu teach with her usual authoritative demeanor, a wave of discomfort washed over him. The memories of their recent battle, facilitated by the AI, flooded back, overwhelming him with a mix of fear. In that alternate reality, they had effectively killed each other. Shenqiu had fallen to the AI's merciless attack, and he, in turn, had been fatally weakened by her flames. The realization that this was his third chance at life weighed heavily on him. Unlike his previous reincarnation, where gratitude had filled him for the second chance, this time, his emotions were muddled. The system, which he had trusted implicitly, had led him to a violent end. But then, a thought struck him, slicing through the turmoil. Wait, why am I blaming the system? It didn't make the choices, I did. It was my own greed, my own need to prove myself, that led me down that path. As he continued to berate himself, Nai Li realized the futility of it. Self-reproach wouldn't change the past nor help him navigate the future. He needed to focus, to learn from his mistakes. Thinking about what I could have done differently is pointless now. I need to move forward, not get stuck in a loop of regret. Nai Li took a deep breath, trying to steady his racing thoughts. He reflected on his actions, the choices he had made, and the consequences that followed. As Nai Li grappled with his tumultuous thoughts, Lu Piao's voice cut through his reverie. Hey, are you okay, man? Nai Li looked up, momentarily pulled from his introspection. I just don't know, Lu Piao. I just feel like I want to get out of this class. Same, man. I heard that the girls in the other classes are much prettier, Lu Piao replied. Nai Li couldn't help but smile at his friend's comment. Maybe it was the simplicity of Lu Piao's words or the normalcy of this interaction, but it was a reminder that life continued to move, with or without his internal struggles. He had been given a third chance, and he resolved to use it wisely, to learn from his past mistakes and be better. Just then, a system notification appeared, snapping Nai Li back to the reality of his situation. Narrative point detected. Select from the following. 1 kill Shen Jiu. 2 court Shen Jiu. Narrative point detected. Select from the following. 1 kill Shen Jiu. 2 court Shen Jiu. Nai Li couldn't help but feel the weight of the decision before him. The lure of upgrading his combat style was too tempting to pass up, but the risk of killed by Shen Jiu like last time was a real concern. As Shen Jiu began her lecture, her voice a melodious yet stern cadence in the background, Nai Li's thoughts wandered. He pondered over his options, each plan forming and dissolving like mist in his mind. Plan A, repeat my old stunt, but this time, just ask for a rain check on the bet. Sounds easy, right? Nai Li mused to himself. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized it was a bad idea. No way, that's like apologizing for stepping on someone's foot by stepping on the other one. When I try to court her, she'd never go for it after being publicly embarrassed. Then came plan B. Stay quiet, like a mouse. But wait, what if the system throws a curveball? It's like trying to guess the next move in a game where the rules keep changing. Nai Li scratched his head, feeling the pressure mount. Plan C seemed even less appealing. Bolt out of the class? Great, then I'll be Nai Li, the guy who ran away. Plus, with Shen Jiu's pride, she'd probably take it as an insult that I left during her lecture. He imagined her furious face and shuddered. It's like choosing between a rock and a hard place. He sighed, feeling stuck. What now? It's like I'm trying to solve a puzzle without all the pieces. He sighed, his gaze drifting to Lu Piao, who was feigning sleep with a comical seriousness. Lu Piao, what are you doing? Nai Li asked, half amused. Making bread, you want some? Lu Piao replied, his voice muffled behind his hands. Nai Li was about to respond when a spark of inspiration hit him. Lu Piao's absurdity, in a way, was the answer. Lu Piao, you are a genius, Nai Li exclaimed, a plan forming in his mind. Lu Piao peeked out from his hands, a confused but intrigued look on his face. Of course, I am. Wait, what did I do? Nai Li didn't respond. Selection confirmed. Player Nai Li has chosen option 2, Court Shen Jiu. Process: simulating mission parameters and narrative development. Mission generation initiated. Mission: love and betrayal. Mission type: semi. Objective: Court Shen Jiu. Reward: AI combat style. Warning: this mission encompasses multiple potential pathways. Player will be presented with choices for path selection. In the moment the system notification appeared, Nai Li executed a rather unconventional plan. With a swift, self-inflicted strike to his chin, he sent his brain into a momentary whirlwind. The world spun, and before he knew it, darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the desk, unconscious. The classroom fell into a mix of reactions when Nai Li suddenly ended up on the floor, unconscious. A few students couldn't help but chuckle, some remained indifferent, and most were just plain confused. Shen Jiu was among the confused ones, her eyes narrowing as she watched the scene unfold. She had been keeping an eye on Nai Li, considering him a potential recruit for the sacred family, but now she was beginning to question his mental state. Turning her attention to Liu Piao, Shen Qiu asked sharply, "You there, what happened?" Liu Piao could only offer a shrug in response, clearly as baffled as everyone else. Shen Qiu sighed, her frustration evident. "Useless," she muttered under her breath. Then, louder, she instructed the class, "Open to page 1 and start reading your textbooks. I'll take Nai Li to the infirmary." As she approached Nai Li, Shen Qiu reached down to grab his arm but paused. It was then that she heard a voice offering help. Looking up, she found Liu Piao's gaze on her chest, causing her irritation to flare. "Stand in the corner," she growled, and Liu Piao, understanding his mistake, quickly moved away. With Nai Li in tow, Shen Qiu made her way to the infirmary. There, she was greeted by one of the sacred family's many spies within the Holy Orchid Institute. "Young miss, what can I do for you?" the school physician asked, her smile polite yet professional. "Check this boy's cultivation and physique," Shen Qiu ordered. The physician complied, placing her hand on Nai Li's temple and sending a pulse of soul force into him before retracting her hand. She looked up in shock. 3-star bronze rank demon spiritualist, she exclaimed. "Good, I was making sure I wasn't hallucinating," Shen Qiu responded gravely. The physician's surprise turned into admiration. "Congratulations, miss. The elders will be pleased with you for uncovering such hidden talent." "No, he was already on the red recruitment list," Shen Qiu corrected, causing the physician's eyes to widen in shock. The red list was reserved for targets that the sacred family considered crucial, to be recruited or eliminated by any means necessary. "He was designated under the talent Soul Wings," Shen Qiu added, sending another wave of shock through the physician. "Soul Wings, and a 3-star bronze rank at such a young age? His talents rival those of Ye Mo," the physician murmured, clearly nervous. She then made a bold suggestion, "Miss, do you want me to seduce this young man into joining the sacred family? I am sure I can cement the idea of the older beauty falling for the younger man and snare him into an arranged marriage." Shen Qiu's frown deepened. "Which branch are you from?" she asked coldly. "The Ming branch," the spy replied. Shen Qiu's irritation was palpable. The Ming branch was part of Elder Shen Ming's faction, and she had no intention of letting them claim Nai Li's talent. "No need. I've already made plans with my brother, the patriarch," she stressed the title, "on what to do with this one. Your job is to stay in your lane and do your job." The spy nodded, understanding her place, and Shen Qiu left the infirmary with a plan forming in her mind and a coy smile on her face. As Nai Li regained consciousness, feeling the unwelcome splash of water on his face, he opened his eyes to see Liu Piao grinning down at him, bottle in hand. "What's with the grin, you lovesick puppy?" Nai Li groaned, wiping his face. Liu Piao's gaze shifted slyly towards the school's physician, a vision of beauty checking her notes. "Just appreciating the scenery," Liu Piao said, staring at the older woman's exposed, bare back. It was as if the woman was deliberately trying to catch the attention of hormonal teens. "So, did Cupid's arrow hit its target, or did you shoot yourself in the foot again?" Liu Piao's grin widened. "Let's just say I'm working on my bedside manners." Nai Li chuckled. "By pretending to care about health? That's like a cat pretending to be vegan." Liu Piao shrugged. "Hey, you gotta use what you got. And right now, I've got a charming smile and a fake illness." Nai Li shook his head, amused. "You didn't even try to help me, did you? Just saw an opportunity and took it." Liu Piao's smile faltered, but only for a moment. "Well, you seemed pretty comfortable on the desk. I didn't want to disturb your beauty sleep." "That's rich, coming from someone who uses 'I might be contagious' as a pickup line," Nai Li shot back, sitting up. Liu Piao laughed. "Hey, it's about making a lasting impression. Besides, You're not exactly Mr. Smooth yourself. Nai Li smirked. I'll have you know, I'm as smooth as a polished gem. You're more like a rough diamond in desperate need of some polishing. Lu Piao feigned offense. I'll have you know, I'm a rare gem in the rough. Just wait and see. Nai Li stood up, stretching. Yeah, a rare gem with the luck of a black cat crossing a path under a ladder. Nai Li gulped as he saw the physician winking at him. A woman advancing on him, that's new. Nai Li gave the physician a polite nod. Come on, let's get out of here before your charm causes a real medical emergency, Nai Li said, leading the way out. Lu Piao followed, still grinning. You know, for someone who hit his own chin and passed out, you're awfully cheeky. Nai Li laughed. It's a gift. Now, let's go before you start diagnosing yourself with love sickness. Lu Piao's smile was sly as he dangled the news like a carrot. Speaking of self-diagnosis, Shen Qiu's about to diagnose you with a severe case of expulsion. Nai Li sighed, rubbing his temples. Any idea where she is? In the teacher's lounge. It's 3 Shishan now, so evening, Lu Piao said, glancing at the sky through the window. Nai Li frowned. You think she's still there? Lu Piao nodded. She told me to tell you to find her, or next time you wake up, it'll be in the principal's office. Nai Li's eyebrows shot up. She's that mad. Furious. Your little stunt cut her first class short. You're officially on her hit list, Lu Piao said, barely hiding his amusement. Great, just the start I needed, Nai Li muttered sarcastically. He turned to the physician. Can I go? The physician nodded, and Nai Li started to rise, but not before catching Lu Piao's latest attempt at flirting. Miss, I think I might be contagious, Lu Piao said with a dramatic flair. The physician raised an eyebrow. With what exactly? With love, Lu Piao declared, his grin as wide as the Cheshire Cat's. Nai Li bit his lip to hold back laughter. The physician, however, didn't miss a beat. I think I have just the cure for that, she said, reaching into her pocket. Both Nai Li and Lu Piao leaned in with curiosity. The physician pulled out a small knife. It's called rejection, she quipped. Nai Li burst out laughing as he made his escape, leaving Lu Piao to deal with his diagnosis. Outside, the cool evening air did little to ease Nai Li's worry about facing Shen Qiu. He muttered to himself, from infirmary to inferno, my day just keeps getting better. Back in the infirmary, Lu Piao, still holding his ground, tried another angle. Are you sure that's the right cure? I was hoping for something more tender. The physician smirked. Tender? The only tender thing here will be your bruised ego. Lu Piao shrugged, undeterred. Can't blame a guy for trying. After all, love is the greatest adventure. As Nai Li wandered through the deserted corridors of the school, the silence around him felt almost oppressive. He chuckled to himself, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Shen Qiu, waiting for me? That'll be the day, he murmured. A memory from his previous life drifted into his mind, casting a vivid parallel to his current predicament. On that day, Shen Qiu had been a completely different person. She was enthusiastic, kind, and engaging as she explained the intricacies of inscription arrays to them. However, Nai Li would later come to find out that her warmth was nothing but a facade, crafted carefully for the eyes of the vice principal and some high-ranking visitors who were secretly evaluating her class. Her usually arrogant facade had momentarily fallen away, exposing her eagerness to impress those with power, like Elder Nai Wei and others. This change in her. Could it mean she's found out about my real strength and is now trying to recruit me? Or am I reading too much into it? Lost in his thoughts, Nai Li found himself standing in front of the teacher's lounge door. The door was unassuming, made of polished wood with a simple brass handle. With a deep breath, Nai Li refocused his thoughts. No matter her intentions, my goal remains the same. I need to court her and complete this mission, he resolved, his hand reaching out to the door handle. As Nai Li pushed open the door to the teacher's lounge. The walls were adorned with delicate paintings of landscapes, and the wooden floor creaked softly under his feet, telling tales of countless footsteps that had tread upon it over the years. A gentle aroma of incense lingered in the air, mixing subtly with the scent of old parchment. There, in the midst of this serene setting, sat Shenqiu. She was elegantly poised, her attention fixed on the scrolls of inscription arrays spread before her. The steam from her cup of tea curled up into the air. Teacher Shenqiu, Nai Li greeted, bowing respectfully as Shenqiu placed her cup down with a soft clink. Sit, she commanded, not lifting her gaze from the scrolls. Nai Li raised an eyebrow at her terse command. Doesn't she want to recruit me? Shouldn't she be at least a bit respectful if that's the case? Or was I wrong? He wondered silently. With cautious steps, he took a seat, his eyes never leaving Shenqiu. Under normal circumstances, Nai Li would have bristled at her dismissive attitude. But he reminded himself to stay patient. Can't afford to be reckless like last time, he thought, watching Shenqiu as she continued reading, seemingly indifferent to his presence. For 15 long minutes, Nai Li and Shenqiu sat in an oppressive silence, the only sound being the occasional rustle of Shenqiu's scrolls. Finally, Shenqiu broke the stillness with a voice dripping in arrogance. That should be enough time for you to make up an excuse, she said, her eyes still on her scrolls. Nai Li felt a twitch in his eye at her words but maintained his polite facade. An excuse for what, Teacher Shenqiu? He asked, feigning ignorance. An excuse for the ruckus you caused in my class, she replied sharply, her eyes finally meeting his. Seizing the moment, Nai Li complimented her, though he was well aware of her vanity. Teacher, I apologize for the ruckus. I couldn't help but be entranced by your beauty, which knocked me out. Was it my beauty or your fist that knocked you out? She asked. Nai Li was about to respond when suddenly time paused around him. He sighed in relief. Thank heavens, you are still here, he whispered. I have never been more glad to see you here. Option 1 both. Option 2 I just wanted to see you in my dreams. Option 3 I am like those scrolls, Shenqiu. I'm hard and you'll do me on your desk. Nai Li stared at the system's options and let out a heavy sigh. The initial wave of gratitude he had felt towards the system quickly evaporated. Option 2 and 3 are definitely out of the question. Especially option 3, that's just, no, he thought. Option 2 sounds absurd. Looks like I'm left with only one choice. He selected option 1. Both, he said aloud, trying to sound as convincing as possible. Shenqiu's reaction was immediate. She raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity in her eyes as she placed her teacup down with a clink. Okay, you have my attention. What did you want? Pardon. Nai Li feigned confusion. Don't give me that look, Shenqiu retorted. You're the heir of a dying family. You want something from me, don't you? So you made that ruckus. Good job. It worked. Now tell me, what do you want? Nai Li's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Shenqiu to leap to such a conclusion. Works for me, he thought. Just then, time seemed to freeze around him as the system presented him with new options. Option 1 I want you to tutor me in inscription arrays. I am certain that someone as talented as you can assist me best in Glory City. Consider it, being the student of the great Shenqiu. Option 2 I have a proposal for you. You help me, and I'll assist you in becoming the matriarch of the sacred family. Option 3 I wish to sell the Heavenly Marks family to the sacred family. Nai Li carefully weighed the options provided by the system, pinching the bridge of his nose in thought. Option 3 is definitely out, he mused. Selling the Heavenly Marks family to the sacred family? That's not just a no, that's a never. He then considered option 2. Helping Shenqiu become the matriarch of the sacred family? That's a gamble. High risk, potentially high reward. But I don't want to bite off more than I can chew. That left him with option 1. Nai Li pondered over it. Asking Shen Qiu to tutor me in inscription arrays. It's safe, it's direct, and it plays into her ego. It gives me a reason to be here, and it's flattering to her skills. Plus, it's a great opportunity to learn and improve my own abilities. Option 1 it is, he decided. I want you to tutor me in inscription arrays. I am certain that someone as talented as you can assist me best in Glory City. Consider it, being the student of the great Shen Qiu, Nai Li said with a respectful tone. Shen Qiu's mind raced as she considered his proposal. Shen Qiu found herself puzzled over Nai Li's actions. Most people are clueless about my ability to teach inscription arrays. So, this kid must really want to learn, or someone spilled the beans about my skills. Or perhaps, he's just using this challenging subject as an excuse to get closer to me, she mused. He must be desperate, being the heir of a family that's on the brink of collapse. But why bother showing loyalty to a falling house? Such a waste, she thought. But what truly intrigued her was his soul realm. His soul realm is red, which is odd given his soul wings and 3-star bronze rank. That combination doesn't add up. He might be hiding his true soul color, she speculated. Whatever his reasons, having him under my tutelage works in my favor. It gives me the upper hand, and I can ensure he doesn't end up with any other families, Shen Qiu concluded. I don't teach just anyone, she declared, her tone laced with arrogance. Nai Li nodded, unfazed. I understand. But, I do have some experience in the field, he said. Is that so? Shen Qiu replied, her curiosity evident despite her attempt to maintain a stern facade. Very well. Explain to me what inscription arrays are. Nai Li took a deep breath and began, choosing his words carefully. Inscription arrays are intricate patterns that manipulate soul force. They are like an ancient language, each line and curve channeling energy for a specific action. For example, they can be used to store vast quantities of items inside a subspace, almost like creating a separate little world within a small token. These arrays harness the natural energies of the world, bending them to the will of the inscriber. Shen Qiu gave a slight nod of approval. Pass, she said succinctly. Nai Li let out a silent sigh of relief, but his attention snapped back as Shen Qiu continued. You will meet me after normal classes for your tutoring sessions, on one condition. Anything, Nai Li replied, his expression faking desperation. You will not accept joining any noble family's recruitment, Shen Qiu declared firmly. Does that include you? He thought to himself, carefully maintaining his composed facade. With a polite smile, he responded, as long as I am with you, I accept. He carefully dropped a hint in his words, watching for her reaction. Shen Qiu's eyes narrowed for a moment, clearly catching the subtext in Nai Li's words. You can leave now, she said curtly. Nai Li bowed respectfully and exited the room. As the door closed behind him, Shen Qiu poured herself some more tea, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Another man pursuing me because of my status. The only difference is that I have to pretend to care, pretend to be wooed just because your talent can enable me to get a higher position in my family. As Nai Li stepped out, a sense of accomplishment washed over him. First step done, he mused, proud of having managed to get Shen Qiu's attention and securing a reason to see her every day. Now, the real challenge begins, earning her respect, he pondered, his mind buzzing with strategies. He was aware of Shen Qiu's interest in roping him into the sacred family, a prospect filled with advantages. Yet, he couldn't help but question, do I really need the sacred family when I have the system at my disposal? Pushing that thought aside for the moment, Nai Li focused on his immediate goal. How do I make Shen Qiu see me as more than just another student? He wondered, drawing a blank. I need a woman's perspective on this. But who to ask? As he pondered, an idea struck him. and he made a beeline for the infirmary, where he found the physician. "Oh, Nai Li, right?" the physician greeted. "Yes," Nai Li confirmed, then quickly got to the point. "I have a question." "How can I assist?" the physician inquired, her tone open and helpful. "Hypothetically, if someone wanted to impress a somewhat arrogant woman by learning inscription arrays from her, what skill level should they aim for? To, not end up offending her in the attempt?" Nai Li asked. The physician paused, processing his question. "How arrogant are we talking about here?" Nai Li considered this for a moment before answering. "Let's just say, hypothetically, on the level of Shenqiu." "Is that so?" the physician mused. "Well, if she's anything like Shenqiu, then your friend would need to surpass her in skill. Shenqiu takes great pride in her inscription abilities. She'd likely only show respect to someone she considers a superior in the craft." "Thank you," Nai Li said, genuinely grateful for the insight. As he turned to leave, the physician handed him a note. "I am free tonight if you want to have some fun," she said, giving him an address. Nai Li eyed the note suspiciously, then glanced at the physician. Name, Zhang Pinggru. Status, Physician of the Holy Orchid Institute, Secret Agent of the Sacred Family. Cultivation level, 2-star bronze rank. Physique level, 1-star gold rank. Class, Spy, Demon Spiritualist, Fighter. Race, Human. Health points, 100k. Soul Force, 150. Battle Power, 22,226. Class Features. Perception. Third Eye. Aura of Trust. Allies, Ming faction of the Sacred Family. Equipment, Hidden. Description, an orphan taken into the Sacred Family to be trained in the art of espionage. Zhang Pinggru's job is to either recruit talent into the Sacred Family or assassinate them, all for the goal of strengthening her master, Elder Shen Ming. As Nai Li walked out of the infirmary, his face remained unreadable. Deep down, he was reeling from the information he had just uncovered. He pondered the possibilities, holding the note with the address tightly. Is Shenqiu trying to rope me in, using Zhang Pinggru to seduce me because she doesn't want to? Or is there a deeper rivalry at play here, with Zhang Pinggru out to get me on Shen Ming's orders so that Shenqiu doesn't benefit from having me beside her? That would make sense considering the recent talks I had with Shenqiu. What's on your mind? A familiar voice broke his concentration, pulling him back to the moment. Nai Li turned to see Liu Piao, a smirk on his face. Liu Piao, save the act. I know you've been spying on me and Pinggru, Nai Li said, his tone more serious than usual. Normally, he'd banter with Liu Piao, but the stakes felt too high for jokes now. I need that address, Liu Piao said with an unusual gravity. Over my dead body, Nai Li shot back, as he didn't want his skirt chaser friend to wind up dead because he couldn't contain it in his pants and the woman was a spy and a killer. He bolted, Liu Piao hot on his heels. Despite Liu Piao's persistence, Nai Li's speed gave him the edge, until, in a surprising turn, Nai Li dropped the address. Liu Piao snatched it up, quickly read it, and then ate it with a triumphant grin. Ha! See you later. I'm off to have some fun, he boasted, assuming he had won a night of Dao cultivation with the physician. Meanwhile, Nai Li pulled out the real address. With a smirk, he pocketed the actual note. Liu Piao had memorized a false address, part of Nai Li's quick thinking. With the real address gone, Nai Li turned to the system. Simulation system initiated. Input, player's desire. I want to be the best inscription array master in Glory City. Process, creating simulation to identify essential resources for mastery in inscription arrays. Analyzing. Progress, 1%. Progress, 2%. Progress, 10%. Progress, 50%. Progress, 60%. Progress, 80%. Progress, 100%. Analysis complete. Result, collection of key manuals for initiating dream simulation. Essential manuals. 1. Circuitry of the Soul. Intro to Inscription Arrays. 2. Elements in Harmony. Soul Force Circuits Explained. 3. Beyond the Basics. Complex Array Configurations. 4. Inscription Symbology. The Language of Arrays. 5. Elemental Integration in Array Crafting. 6. Soul Force Dynamics. Advanced Array Theory. 7. The Art of Defensive Arrays. 8. Offensive Arrays. The Craft of War. 9. Healing Arrays. The Gentle Power. 10. The Ultimate Inscription Array Encyclopedia. 15. Warfare Inscriptions. Tactical Arrays for Combat. 95. Nature's Patterns. Mimicking the Natural World in Arrays. 96. The Philosophy of Inscription. Understanding the Array Essence. 97. The Secrets of Array Layering. 98. Temporal Arrays. Manipulating Time. 99. Alchemy in Arrays. A Synergistic Approach. 100. Mastering Array Sequences for Maximum Effect. Actions required. Gather the listed manuals to commence the dream simulation towards becoming the premier inscription array master in Glory City. Nai Li focused on the yellow arrow guiding him, sprinting towards the Holy Orchid Institute library. Unseen by him, Shenqiu watched from the shadows, her eyes tracking his every move until he disappeared from sight. She then shifted her gaze back to the infirmary, a cold look on her face. Someone needs to learn a lesson.